The holy disciples are your slaves? The dark poison lord faltered upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You're on the brink of death, and you're still telling jokes? The mighty holy disciples are your slaves? Ha ha ha. And Lin's words were apparently quite funny. At least the dark poison lord was laughing. And Lin couldn't be bothered wasting any more words with the dark poison lord. Just let him laugh while he still could, in case he became unable to laugh after a while. He slit open a small wound on his arm, and his blood stained the blade of his evil-slaying sword. The dark poison lord faltered slightly upon seeing this. Why was it that the defenses he had struggled in vain to break through were able to be sliced through so easily by Lin himself? Could it be that he had expert control over his defenses, that he was able to activate and deactivate it at will? Also, why was he staining the blade of his sword with his blood? Could it be that he was going to unleash some sort of blood sacrificial technique? The dark poison lord's mind raced as he focused his attention on Lin. This was not an opponent that he could afford to underestimate. The corners of Lin's lips curled upward in a cold sneer. Now, it's time to purify your existence. A black mist began to exude from his body as his aura climbed explosively to the pinnacle of the soul formation stage. The dark poison lord's expression shifted slightly as 8 poison dragons, each over 10,000 feet in length, appeared before revolving around his body. These dragons exuded a mountainous collective aura that threatened to crush heaven and earth. And Lin stepped forward, and his body instantly broke through the sound barrier as he launched himself toward the dark poison lord. The dark poison lord did not dare to get careless as 3 of the poison dragons opened their cavernous mouths before charging toward Lin. And Lin's evil-slaying sword trembled lightly as boundless darkness descended upon the earth, and a deathly silence ensued, plunging the dark poison lord into a complete sensory deprivation. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. In that split second, the dark poison lord felt a sense of impending doom engulf his entire body. However, he was very calm, and he instantly used the remaining 5 poison dragons to create a watertight defensive barrier around him. However, right at this moment, a black hole suddenly appeared under his feet. At the same time, a mountainous gravitational force acted upon his body as well as the environment around him. Regardless of whether it was air, vital energy, the omnipresent poison mist, or the dark poison lord himself, everything was struck by an extremely fearsome gravitational force as the black hole underfoot threatened to engulf everything between heaven and earth. The dark poison lord and the poison dragons around him faltered under the gravitational force for a split second. And Lin took advantage of this split second to break through the barrier of poison dragons before appearing behind the dark poison lord. The evil-slaying sword, which had been stained by his blood, slashed down before slicing a huge gash into the dark poison lord's body. "I'll kill you." The dark poison lord was wounded once again, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation welled up in his heart. He unleashed a ferocious counterattack as all 8 poison dragons converged toward Lin at an incredible speed. And Lin was unable to maintain his abyssal gravity technique any longer. In order to evade the poison dragons, he immediately spread his wings of wind to fall back in a frantic retreat. "It doesn't matter how many times you can wound me. You will inevitably be defeated in the end." The dark poison lord's voice was filled with malicious killing intent, seemingly as if it had erupted from the pits of hell. The dragons converged toward Lin before tearing at his body. However, Lin's body seemed to be made out of indestructible diamond, and it remained completely unscathed in the face of the poison dragon's ferocious attacks. "You really are weak. A lot weaker than even Merlin. But I guess I can begrudgingly accept you as one of my underlings," and Lin said with a smile as he cut a poison dragon down with his evil-slaying sword. "Your death is imminent, yet you still run your mouth." A vicious expression appeared on the dark poison lord as his attacks became even more ferocious and relentless. "Aren't you curious about why I stained my sword with my blood? My blood has already entered your body. Your existence is about to be purified by my holy blood." And Lin replied with a triumphant expression. He didn't even need to stage a counterattack now. All he had to do was to evade the Dark Poison Lord's attacks while waiting for the effect of his blood to activate. The Dark Poison Lord sneered coldly upon hearing Lin's words, "Bullsh." However, he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before an unprecedented power spread throughout his entire body. This was a destructive force that blighted him with extreme pain. The Dark Poison Lord halted in his attacks as his eyes widened, and he clasped his hand over his chest in pain. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. I told you. My blood can purify your existence. And Lin held his evil-slaying sword by his side as blood dripped off the blade of the sword. Now, you'll be able to experience rebirth through destruction, thereby purifying your existence. The Dark Poison Lord's breathing began to accelerate as a peculiar flush appeared on his face alongside expressions of shock and horror. You erg! He suddenly threw up a huge mouthful of blood as his body swayed in the air before plummeting toward the ground. The blood mist dissipated, and the Dark Poison Lord's vitality diminished at an alarming rate. Boom! His body crashed heavily into the ground. An expression of despair still lingered on his face as his mouth gaped wide open, but he was most definitely dead. And Lin was quite shocked to see this. He descended beside the Dark Poison Lord's body and drew a sharp intake of breath. Why did he die? His mouth gaped open in incredulity. Wasn't he the Medicine Lord now? Where was the purification? Why was he the fucking Poison Lord again? Was his blood so badass now that he could even kill Blood Tribe return to Void Stage mighty figures now? And Lin felt like his mind was a little scrambled. All the students under Tina's protection had also witnessed everything that had happened. They witnessed Lin inflict a wound upon the Dark Poison Lord before being forced back into retreat all the way up until the Dark Poison Lord suddenly died in midair. At that moment, all of them erupted in raucous cheers. The Dark Poison Lord suddenly died. Was that a bloodline curse spell technique that Lin just used? That's awesome. God really is the most powerful student in our university. He can even slay a Blood Tribe return to Void Stage mighty figure with a strike of his sword. To be able to witness such a thrilling battle is the best reward I could have asked for from these end-of-year examinations. All the students were in a heated discussion while Tina retracted her defensive spell technique before making her way toward Lin with Dabai by her side. Big brother I didn't think that you were already so powerful. Woof! Dabai ran up to Lin with excitement flashing through his large, round eyes in an adorable display. Giant Lin, why did your blood kill that man? Shouldn't he feel very good after drinking it? Tina had seen him feed his blood to his Blood Tribe underlings before, so she was quite confused by what she had just witnessed. Tina's words echoed the question in Lin's heart. That's right, wasn't his blood supposed to be their favorite food? Why did it become a lethal poison again? He made his way toward the Dark Poison Lord and looked down at the lingering expressions of agony and despair on his face before coming to a sudden realization. Hadn't the spirit-nurturing stage blood kings and soul formation stage blood gods that he had killed in the past died in exactly the same way? Could it be that this Dark Poison Lord really was too weak? So weak that he was unable to accept the purification power of his blood? Holy fuck! How was this return to Void Stage Dark Poison Lord so damn weak? And Lin felt like he had hit the nail on the head. This Dark Poison Lord was simply too weak. So weak that he died before Lin's blood even had a chance to purify him. Was there really such a large disparity between normal return to Void Initial Stage cultivators and cultivators at the pinnacle of the return to Void Initial Stage? And Lin stroked his chin in deep thought. Merlin and Cassidy were both at the pinnacle of the return to Void Initial Stage when they first consumed his holy blood. They were definitely more powerful than the Dark Poison Lord back then, but not that much more powerful. He suddenly thought of another possibility as his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I'm too powerful? Dabai was startled by Lin's monologue, and he rolled his eyes. That's right. Big brother is so powerful. Don't say it yourself next time, though. It completely ruins the effect. Woof! And Lin's lips twitched as he looked down at his own body. My body of the war god was only at an embryonic stage back then, so little Mai and the others were able to absorb my blood. But now, my body of the war god has reached initial success stage, so the power imbued within my blood is even more powerful, to the extent that even return to void stage mighty figures were unable to handle it. He felt like this was the most likely explanation. After all, the changes within his body would inevitably trigger a change within his blood. However, he felt like he had to find a few more blood tribe mighty figures to test out his theory. And Lin collected the Dark Poison Lord's storage ring and destroyed the blood pool within the Thousand Sword City before leaping on his brick to direct the students to their next target city. Atop a heavenly palace in the central region of the Dark Marshlands, Layden was quietly cultivating. The failure to receive the approval of the Blood Patriarch to become the next holy disciple was quite a heavy blow to him. However, his Tao heart was extremely resolute, and he channeled his grief and indignation into a new motivation and went into seclusion. He would strive to take that final step in order to break through to Tao integration stage within 1,000 years. Crack. Right at this moment, a badge within the palace suddenly cracked open. Layden's eyes flashed open as shock and rage appeared on his face. The Dark Poison Lord died? And he died in the Dark Poison realm near the Kingdom of the Nine States? Was it one of the 4 great sects or the Heavenly Court that did this? The Dark Poison Lord was one of Layden's trusty lieutenants, and he could not just sit by idly upon learning of his death. The Dark Poison Lord was a blood tribe returned to void stage mighty figure with an extremely powerful life force. Even if he was no match for his opponent, he should have been able to flee the battle with no problems. To be able to kill him on the Dark Marshlands, his opponent had to have consisted of an extremely formidable force with either many return to void stage mighty figures within their ranks, or a return to void final stage super mighty figure. Hence, it was most likely the case that the Heavenly Court or the 4 great sects were responsible for this. Dark Poison Lord, I'll definitely avenge you. Layden narrowed his eyes with a thunderous expression. He was already in a bad mood, and it looked like he would have to drink the blood of some powerful beings to soothe his own rage. Above a certain city, dark clouds surged overhead, while bolts of lightning fell like a torrential storm onto the ground below. The entire heaven and earth was transformed into an infernal pit of lightning, as tens of thousands of blood tribe cultivators were slaughtered without leaving even a single survivor. Above the clouds, a black dragon over 10,000 feet in length with a full body of scales glinting with a metallic hue descended upon the world, as if he were a divine dragon delivering divine punishment over the entire city. He yawned with a bored expression. This is already the 3rd city, and there's not even a single person worth fighting. Why are they all so slow? I can understand the others lagging behind, but Master is so powerful, so how could it take so long for him to conquer the 2nd city? There were 5 teams and 13 cities. Xiao Zhe had already destroyed the 3rd city, but he still couldn't see any of the other teams, so it was clear that they hadn't even conquered the 2nd city. Did they encounter some unforeseen trouble? Xiao Zhe faltered for a moment before shaking his head. That's impossible. My voice transmission talisman hasn't been contacted by anyone. They must be slowing down to give the students a bit more experience. As a return to void stage mighty figure, he could teleport using spatial manipulation to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Even if the students encountered an enemy return to void stage mighty figure, he could get there instantly to save them. I should wait for them for a bit. Xiao Zhe transformed into a delicate young boy before sitting down in midair to meditate. A short while later, he saw Lin flying toward him atop his brick. Huh? Little Xiao, you've already cleared out this place. And Lin asked with an amazed expression. Master! Xiao Zhe made his way over to Lin with a broad grin and said, Not just this city. I've cleared out the next 2 cities as well. And Lin nodded with elation before replying in a nonchalant tone. Good work. I was delayed a little bit because I had to slay a blood tribe return to void stage mighty figure. Haha. There's no need to explain to me, Master, I understand. Xiao Zhe nodded with an even more nonchalant expression. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. Why wasn't his disciple shocked? Why did it look like he thought this was normal? How was he supposed to flex like this? As Xiao Zhe's master, Lin was still a little insecure, so he wanted to use his feats in the battle to prove himself so that his disciple could worship him and take pride in having such a powerful master. But it looked like these feats were completely unable to elicit a response of shock from his disciple. Soon after that, Su Xiaolin also arrived. She had unleashed a cloud and mist spell technique to carry a bunch of students behind her, and there was an excited expression on her face. It was clear to see that she had just experienced an extremely thrilling battle. Xiaolan, I just killed a blood tribe return to void stage mighty figure in a one-on-one battle, and Lin announced with glowing eyes. Su Xiaolin's eyes scanned over Lin's body as she asked in a sweet-sounding voice, "Did you get hurt anywhere?" No. It was just a paltry blood tribe returned to void stage mighty figure. They're nothing to me. And Lin puffed out his chest with a triumphant expression. The wound that he had previously sliced into his own body had completely healed through the use of his evergreen technique. Oh? Su Xiaolan nodded upon hearing this before sorting through the storage rings of the enemies she had defeated earlier. And Lin? Su Xiaolan turned and seemed to notice Lin's expression, which was practically screaming, "Praise me," and a slight smile appeared on her face as she said, "You're so awesome, and Lin, you can even defeat Blood Tribe return to Void Stage mighty figures now. And Lin, you're far too kind." It was a piece of cake. Not even worth mentioning, to be honest. For some reason, he derived no joy from being praised by Xiaolin. He soon came to a sudden realization with regard to why that was the case. It was because there was no shock on Su Xiaolin's face. Soon, the team led by Sword Immortal Ling Xiao and Xiao Chou also arrived, all of whom were in high spirits as well. There were a few wounded students and no casualties. This was already an ideal result. Not long after that, the team led by Su Qianyun and Shen Yuancheng also arrived. And Lin's eyes widened when he saw their team, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath. The team led by Shen Yuancheng and Su Qianyun were in an extremely miserable state. It wasn't that any of them were severely wounded. It was just that they were all extremely disheveled. A majority of the students' clothes had been reduced to tattered ribbons, and their faces were pitch black. If he didn't know who they were, he would have thought a team of beggars was making their way toward them to beg for some money. And Lin immediately came to a realization. "Big Brother Cheng, did you use your atomic bomb domain again?" "What atomic bomb domain?" "That was my myriad spirit Tai Chi Yin Yang domain," Shen Yuancheng retorted. Su Qianyun pouted with a sulky expression. "I didn't see the Yin, only the Yang." All the students chimed in agreement. A light blush appeared on Shen Yuancheng's face as he said, "We encountered a soul formation final stage opponent who was too powerful, so I couldn't help but unleash my domain." It was quite clear that the aforementioned Blood Tribe cultivator had been blasted to death by Shen Yuancheng's atomic bomb domain. It was just a shame that the exquisitely beautiful Su Qianyun looked more like a black cat now. And Lin pulled out his phone and took a commemorative photo. Shen Yuancheng's handsome, black face that was filled with guilt and embarrassment. Su Qianyun's beautiful, black features with a hint of indignation, as well as all the students who wore expressions that said, "Class Captain, I didn't think you were this type of person." All of them were immortalized in the form of images on his phone. He put his phone away with a joyful smile. It would definitely be a fun experience to re-explore all the memories captured in these photos. An expression of undisguised joy appeared on Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's face as all the students were now safely together. It was quite commonplace for casualties to occur during battles between the Heavenly Court cultivators and the Blood Tribe. However, there was not even a single casualty among the 5 teams. This was an unimaginably good result. Everyone returned to Huangquan City where Sword Immortal Ling Xiao reported their endeavors in the Dark Marshlands to the Heavenly Court Executive Department. This report gave the Heavenly Court Executive Department a massive fright. What? A total of 14 cities within a radius of 500 kilometers around Huangquan City were destroyed, with 0 student casualties. And Lin slew the Dark Poison Lord. A Blood Tribe returned to Void Stage mighty figure. All the Heavenly Court Executive Department workers turned to look up into the sky. This was something achieved by fucking university students? The vast majority of these workers had also graduated from the United University of Cultivation, and they were anticipating the performance of their underclassmen. However, they still regarded them as a bunch of rookies. Only now did they discover that these weren't some rookies. These were a bunch of ferocious fucking beasts. These students had wiped out 14 Blood Tribe cities with no casualties and even slain a Blood Tribe mighty figure in the process. As their upperclassmen, they didn't even know what to think anymore. Ah, I'm such a noob? A male executive department worker looked at the report before him and remained silent for a long while before heaving a frustrated sigh. From another perspective, this is a good thing. Our work has gotten a lot easier due to their arrival. We can at least relax for a while now. A woman in a professional red attire said with a slight smile. I heard that there was a class of freaks in our university. I finally had a chance to witness them in action now. A burly man smiled to reveal 2 rows of pristine, white teeth. We can't get complacent. They wouldn't care about us wiping out their cities, but they might take their revenge now that we killed one of the Blood Tribe returned to Void Stage mighty figures. We have to be careful. A man with delicate features and pink rouge on his lips cautioned as he flapped his fan. I know, Department Head Chin. I'll tell everyone else to be on their guard. The woman in red waved her hand with a nonchalant expression. Yang Ruoling, and Lin, right? What do you think of him? A flirtatious man asked. Him? I only met him when I entered the ancient Taichu realm. He's a super backdoor entrant. I have to rely on him to put in a good word for me if I want to become the Flower Palace leader in the future. The woman in red replied with a grin. The man's face immediately darkened. Cut the crap. Yang Ruoling pursed her lips. All right, he's very powerful, and he appears to have his own unique inheritance. He has a lot of trump cards and many powerful abilities that he can call upon. I feel like he'll be able to handle any opponent who's not a super mighty figure at the Dao integration stage or the return to Void Pinnacle stage. Also, Department Head, don't expect him to come to us after his graduation. A freak like him is probably going to get inducted straight into the main branch. The man was not displeased at all upon hearing this. Instead, an elated smile appeared on his face. I am ecstatic that such a talent would appear in the heavenly court, regardless of where he is allocated to. Since they already have the ability to take care of things here, we should focus most of our attention on the other cities. Within Huangquan City, the city lord organized a grand celebration to congratulate the students on their victory. On that day, the entire city gathered to celebrate upon hearing this news. All the nearby enemies had been wiped out, and all the Blood Tribe cultivators they had been so worried about were dead. The city was even more bustling and lively than it was on New Year's Day. The mission assigned to Lin's class was to assist the Huangquan City army in their battle against the Blood Tribe. Not only had they done that, but all the Blood Tribe cities within a 500-kilometer radius of Huangquan City had also been wiped out. The Huangquan City army didn't even have the opportunity to fight anymore. Even Lin and the others were at a loss for what to do next. They had well exceeded their mission quota and ensured that there were no more enemies available to be killed within a radius of 500 kilometers. Some of the Blood Tribe city lords who had only just returned to their respective cities following the Holy Disciple nomination ceremony were shocked beyond belief by the vast expanse of rubble that greeted their eyes, and they immediately reported the situation to the higher-ups. The divine palace of life of the Blood Tribe was the most powerful force protecting the Dark Marshlands. In a way, they played a similar role as to what the Heavenly Court did in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Emperor Yi Deng and the previous generations of Holy Disciples Emperor and Wang, Emperor Fu Tian, and Emperor He Iran were the 4 emperors of the Divine Palace of Life, and they ruled over the entire Dark Marshlands. After the city lords reported the situation regarding the 14 destroyed cities to the Divine Palace of Life, the entire situation was now out of their hands. As the blood pool had been destroyed, even if they wanted to reconstruct the cities, it would take at least a few years for everything to be set into motion again. If it wasn't for the fact that the humans of the Kingdom of the Nine States were extremely disdainful toward the putrid land of the Dark Marshlands, the Kingdom of the Nine States could probably further expand its territory. The border cities of the Kingdom of the Nine States were once again on high alert after a short period of celebration. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Dark Marshlands, an ethereal man standing atop the clouds received some news. Oh? 14 cities in the Dark Poison Realm were destroyed, and even the Dark Poison Realm was slain. None of the powerful beings of the Heavenly Court who were powerful enough to kill Dark Poison Lord appeared in the Dark Poison Realm recently, so this is a bit of a surprise. A light smile appeared on the man's face, and his eyes were crimson as his features exuded a bewitching sense of beauty. Layden is already on his way to survey the situation. Go and have a look, Daisy, but don't take part in it. Just observe from the shadows. Yes, Emperor Fu Tian. A beautiful woman with short golden hair appeared from the cloud and mist. She bowed respectfully to the man before her before disappearing into the cloud and mist again. Huang Quan City. The students of the first class were assigned the mission of working with the city army to fight the Blood Tribe. However, all the Blood Tribe cultivators within a 500-kilometer radius had been eliminated, so all they were doing was to stand on the city walls and stare off blankly into the distance. Some of the students suggested venturing further into the dark marshlands, but those suggestions were all rejected by Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. The Blood Tribe had already reacted to the current situation, so there was a good chance of being ambushed if they continued recklessly. After their previous battle, even the neighboring cities benefited greatly. Many of the other classes were mysteriously left with nothing to do. All of them stared off into the distance every day while waiting for the enemies that were never going to appear. Previously, there had been a few occasional sightings of Blood Tribe patrols, but now, there weren't even any mosquitoes to be seen. One day, Lin set up a mahjong table on the city wall. The city patrol task was assigned to his disciple. Xiao Zhe's divine sense as a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage was powerful beyond belief, so using him as the patrol of the city was even more effective than employing an entire first-rate sect to do the same job. A dainty smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she exulted. I win! And Lin, Dabai, and Shenyuan Cheng all heaved forlorn sighs as Xiao Chou handed over 8 stuffed buns ignored by Dabai as the spoils of war. All the surrounding students stood around Lin and the others with scorching desires in their eyes. They wanted to eat mahjong too. Tui. They wanted to play stuffed buns too. Whatever, you get the point. 100 steamers meant a total of 1,000 stuffed buns, which was enough for them to play for an entire day. And Lin saw the yearning in Su Qianyun's dreamy eyes and voluntarily relinquished his spot for her. Come on, you have a go. Huh? Can I? I'm not very good. Su Qianyun was a little hesitant as she looked at the mahjong pieces on the table, with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity on her face. That's all right, you'll only be losing stuffed buns anyway. And Lin offered an encouraging smile. Thus, Lin was replaced by Su Qianyun on the mahjong table. The spectating students gradually watched and learned the rules of mahjong, and they created some mahjong pieces of their own to play with. However, instead of stuffed buns ignored by Dabai as the spoils of war, they used spirit stones and pills instead. Gradually, a mahjong epidemic spread across the top of the city wall. At the same time, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao and City Lord Cheng Fei were making their way toward the city wall. Ha! Mr. Ling Xiao, your students truly are the top young prodigies of this continent. Such responsible and powerful students are like the dazzling new stars of the heavenly court. They will be sure to light up the entire kingdom of the 9 states with their radiance someday. City Lord Cheng Fei chuckled as he offered words of praise. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was extremely proud to hear this, but he still maintained a humble smile. You're far too kind, Mr. Cheng Fei. They still have a long way to go. Your army is very well trained, and they are definitely worthy guardians of our borders. I was spectating their training not too long ago, and I discovered that they were all extremely proficient in all aspects of war, and their unity was quite a sight to behold. It is all because of their efforts that the borders of the Kingdom of the 9 States have remained safe from invasion. The two of them exchanged flattery as they scaled the steps to the top of the city wall. They were shocked by the sight before them. Pong! Haha! You're shit! Discard! 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 Pong again! I won! Tui! You're missing a piece. Do you even know how to play? All the students were gambling in groups atop the city wall. Aside from the students playing mahjong, there were also some students huddled together in quiet groups while playing landlords together, This was an unimaginable scene to Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. Even City Lord Cheng Fei's lips twitched, and he felt like he had been slapped in the face. The students that he had just been complimenting were gambling together like a bunch of delinquents. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao turned his eyes upon the soldiers atop the city wall. Although they would shoot glances at the gambling students from time to time, they never left their posts and stuck to their duties. They were doing a far better job than his students in this aspect. Thankfully, he spoke modestly about his students earlier. Otherwise, if he had praised his students in front of the city lord, he would be dying of embarrassment. However, thinking about it now, these students were only around 20 years old, and most of their time was spent on cultivation. They had never experienced military-style regimented training, so it was quite understandable that there was a large disparity in discipline between the soldiers and his students. Ahem. Students, what are you all doing? Sword Immortal Ling Xiao repressed his rage as he asked. Pong. Chow. Ha-ha. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's skin crawled, and he was just about to flare up in anger. At this moment, a student raised his hand. Reporting to the homeroom teacher, we're playing mahjong. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's face convulsed. No shit. I wasn't actually asking what you were doing. It was a rhetorical question to express my displeasure. Had cultivation impaired the cognitive function of all his students? Some of the students were able to read between the lines and replied with an explanation. Senior Xiao Zhe is on patrol. His divine sense is extremely powerful. If he can't detect something, then we definitely won't be able to either, so we might as well do something else. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's rage faltered slightly upon hearing this. The student's response was quite reasonable, to the extent that he didn't know how to scold them anymore. He turned his eyes upon a certain spot on the city wall, where a young boy with delicate features was sitting with his eyes closed tightly, as if he was meditating. That young boy was none other than the massive coattail Xiao Zhe, who had been tasked with ensuring the safety of Huangquan City. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao felt like Xiao Zhe was in a bit of a strange state. Why was his body swaying slightly from side to side? He made his way over to Xiao Zhe to find that there was drool flowing from the corners of his lips, and his body was swaying in the wind. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's chest constricted upon seeing this. This was the fucking massive coattail that had been tasked with ensuring the safety of the city? Are you sure he wasn't sleeping? My God, he had to teach these students a lesson. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao felt like there was no time like the present for him to instill some values upon his students. And Lin made his way over to Tina, where she too sat with her eyes tightly closed, but she really was meditating as opposed to sleeping. And Lin poked a finger at her delicate cheek to find that it was warm and supple, a bit like the texture of a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg. Tina awakened from her meditative state before blinking her dazzling emerald eyes. She then turned toward Lin. How is the Divine Mirror World going? And Lin asked. The Divine Mirror World was a name Lin and Tina had decided on together. Well? A peculiar expression appeared on Tina's face as she extended a finger toward Lin's forehead. Why don't you see for yourself? Lin appeared in the air above Qi Lu City, and an expression of pleasant surprise appeared on his face as he looked down at the flourishing city. Nice! It looks like there are about 1,000 people now. That's very impressive. He soon discovered the familiar Adam and Eve within the throng of people milling about on the ground below. These two ancestral humans were blessed with brilliant aptitude by the world around them, and they appeared even younger than their children. It was as if they would never age. He then looked at their 9 children as well as the succeeding generations. Due to the invention of cultivation, everyone aged at quite a slow rate. If it wasn't for Tina's introduction, Lin wouldn't be able to distinguish who were the grandparents and who were the grandchildren. There are a total of 5 generations making up this small tribe of about 1,000 in population. From the energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies, I can tell that almost all of them are cultivating. Adam and Eve have already reached the pinnacle of the Tao body stage, and the city is flourishing. Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. Tina shook her head in response. That's not the case, Giant Lin. You may think everything is progressing at an extremely fast rate, but it has actually been over 100 years. This level of development is quite normal considering how much time has passed. She then pointed in a certain direction where two little boys were playing by a pond as they let loose peals of joyful laughter. Take a guess at who they are. And Lin felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at the two little boys, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. Who are they? He asked with curiosity. Ha! They're Lu Chang and Luo Chang. They're the two red-robed elderly guardians of Qi Lu City, Tina explained as two light dimples appeared on her face, giving her an especially vibrant and adorable appearance. And Lin instantly made a recollection. It's them. One is thin and tall, the other is short and stocky. They really do resemble their older selves. He then turned to Tina with amazement on his face. What do you mean when you say they're Lu Chang and Luo Chang? Tina offered an explanation. They were renounced by the ancient Tai Chu realm, but they can continue to live on in this world. I released their wandering spirits into this world so that they could live new lives. Is that okay? After all, they're outsiders. And Lin asked with a concerned expression. It's fine. This is a mirror image of the original Qi Lu City. I'm only transferring them from one side of the mirror to the other. I bestowed new lives upon all the wandering souls who were caught in the limbo in Qi Lu City. Determination appeared on Tina's face, alongside a sense of relief from being able to keep her promise. And Lin knew that Tina had made up her mind, so he didn't say anything more on this matter. This was the first time that a living being from outside this world had been released into this world. From what he could see at the moment, it appeared to be a resounding success, and he was greatly encouraged by this. Oh, right. How are the spirit-engulfing beasts going? And Lin suddenly asked. A peculiar expression surfaced on Tina's face yet again upon hearing his question. And Lin had seen the exact same expression on her face when he had asked about the divine mirror world earlier. This made him even more curious about how they were going in this world. Let me show you. Tina sighed as she waved her hand through the air. A few hundred images appeared, all of which were each depicting a different group of spirit-engulfing beasts. And Lin's lips twitched as he surveyed the images. Why are they in cages? That's right. All the spirit-engulfing beasts had been locked away in cages. Some of the cages were constructed from all types of magic tools, while others were constructed from spell formations. All the cages were filled with trembling black creatures that were yelling at the top of their lungs, "I want to eat brains." The images presented an extremely miserable scene. And Lin, what the fuck? Where are the other spirit-engulfing beasts? Have they all been held captive? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Tina massaged her brows in resignation. All of them have either died or are being held as captives. And Lin's lips twitched as a confused expression appeared on his face. How could this be? Aside from their slightly inferior intelligence, they're quite exceptional in all other aspects. How did they end up like this? The problem is that their intelligence is not just slightly inferior. Tina heaved a faint sigh and said, the spirit-engulfing beasts held all the advantages in the beginning. They were extremely sensitive to highly intelligent life forms, so they knew where to hunt for their prey. After discovering their prey, they would rip them apart with their powerful bodies before eating them. These terrifying aliens were once the nightmares of all the highly intelligent life forms on the entire continent. Many of the highly intelligent life forms were even too scared to go out at night because of them. It was exactly because of these fearsome enemies that all the tribes set aside their differences to combat their public enemy in a collective effort. They then discovered a fatal flaw common to all the spirit-engulfing beasts, and that was that they would become so excited after discovering highly intelligent life forms, and they would pounce on them without any plan or strategy. This trait, coupled with the extreme sensitivity to highly intelligent life forms, proved to be a double-edged sword. All the powerful cultivators of the tribes used this flaw against the spirit-engulfing beasts to set up traps. They set up spell formations to ambush the spirit-engulfing beasts and launched counterattacks on them once they had been wounded and ensnared by the spell formations. This was a tactic that worked 100% of the time, and the spirit-engulfing beasts posed no threat to anyone after that. And Lin knew what was going on now. This tactic was centered around using the aforementioned lack of self-control from the spirit-engulfing beasts combined with their extreme sensitivity to highly intelligent lifeforms. Thus, two seemingly advantageous traits combined to become a fatal flaw. Tina turned to Enlin with a frustrated expression and said, "Giant Enlin, the dinosaurs weren't as intelligent as them, but even they instinctively avoided all the powerful beings from the tribes, and as a result, they managed to keep themselves from succumbing to extinction by hiding away in secluded forests. But these spirit-engulfing beasts could only think about brains. All their tactics revolved around brute force. Not even God could save them. It's no wonder that they are reduced to such a miserable state. That spatial gate has already been sealed by the top-tier powerful beings from each of the 9 tribes. All the remaining spirit-engulfing beasts were captured and used as lab rats for research. The whole battle was over in less than 100 years, Tina said before heaving another heavy sigh, and Lin forced a smile onto his face. These are probably the dumbest antagonists in history. It looks like you can die from stupidity after all. I feel like it's people like us that created them in the first place who are the really stupid ones, Tina replied. And Lin? He was planning to distract Tina from this train of thought, but she was not as easily distracted as he thought she would be, and she immediately struck the nail on the head. That's right, all the blame had to be placed on the idiotic god of creation and her stupid accomplice. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh and turned to look at all the imprisoned and tortured spirit-engulfing beasts with a sympathetic expression. What do we do then? Try again. Tina placed her hands on her hips with an angry expression. These 9 tribes have only just taken care of the spirit-engulfing beasts, and they're back to their old tricks already. Wars have ensued between tribes again. It's like they won't be satisfied unless they're fighting. Recently, the Dark-Wing tribe discovered Chi-Lu City and have set their sights on humans, saying they're lower-level lifeforms that should be enslaved. Lower-level lifeforms? How did the Dark-Wing tribe come to that conclusion? And Lin was shocked to hear this. They say that humans look like them but don't have wings. It's a case of I have it and you don't, so you're inferior. Tina chuckled coldly. And Lin. He was completely speechless at this thought process. If I hadn't placed a handicap on the powers of the Dark-Wing tribe whenever they went near a human, the human race would have probably been enslaved already. Tina pursed her lips, clearly extremely unhappy with the Dark-Wing tribe's arrogant logic. Humans were inferior to them? Didn't they know how badass the humans on Taichu continent were? Even her owner, Giant Enlin, was a human. So weren't they essentially saying that their god was inferior to them? Tina almost annihilated the entire Dark-Wing tribe there and then, but she still repressed her urge to do so after drawing on her patience as a god of creation. The meaning of Tina's words was very clear. She wanted to have another go. The 9 tribes were like her own children. As such, she would rather see them grow together as they fought against an external threat, rather than allowing them to slaughter one another. She was going to create a perfect antagonistic tribe this time. They were going to instigate a legendary war, in which the human race and the 9 tribes rose together as one to fight for the safety and prosperity of the world. Thus, the question arose again. How were they going to create an antagonist that fit the bill? Tina turned to Enlin with a lost expression and blinked her emerald eyes at him, clearly waiting for him to come up with another idea. Enlin looked back at Tina as his head began to throb. Honestly, it's very hard to invent a concept for an antagonistic tribe with low intelligence, yet powerful enough to stand against the 9 tribes and the human race, and at the same time also keeping environmental damage to a minimum. He thought for a moment before coming up with an idea. How about we create a tribe like locusts with extremely powerful reproductive abilities that can survive via photosynthesis and drinking the blood of highly intelligent lifeforms? We will overwhelm the 9 tribes with a policy of quantity over quality. That's too crude. Tina shook her head with contempt. And Lin's lips twitched. The antagonists had to be sophisticated too. Another thought suddenly occurred to him as he conceptualized a more sophisticated antagonistic tribe. We could create some monsters capable of using the powers of laws. For example, sickle monsters that can guarantee 3-strike kills, or flame monsters that can only be killed by powerful water-type spell techniques. or debilitating monsters that weakened beings that come within a 10-meter distance of them. Tina's eyes lit up before she became downcast and shook her head with disappointment. No. Bestowing the powers of laws upon living beings is something that I can't do with my current level of power. And Lin was a little taken aback to hear this. Not even some weaker laws? Laws are laws. They represent a power that transcends beyond normal power. They are powers of a higher tier, and there is no strong or weak differentiation between the laws. Tina gave an example here. For example, if someone were to possess the power of a law that allows them to kill all humans named Xiaoming, that would be quite a useless power to have, right? And Lin nodded. There aren't that many people named Xiaoming nowadays, so that is indeed quite useless. Tina smiled. Then, for example, there was another person who could change everyone's name to Xiaoming. This power of law seems quite useless as well, right? And Lin nodded. Isn't that just a gag ability? He then suddenly seemed to realize something as his pupils contracted drastically. Tina continued to present her case. Then, what if these two were to meet? And Lin was already one step ahead of her, and he drew a sharp intake of breath. That would be a genocidal epidemic. Thus, there is no strong or weak power of law. The power of law in itself is a power that transcends beyond everything. They're like invincible forces, and reckless usage of them can result in unimaginably catastrophic consequences. Hence, it's best to be more cautious and refrain from experimenting with the powers of laws until I gather more power. A solemn expression appeared on Tina's face as she spoke about this, so it was clear to see that she took this very seriously, and Lin could understand where she was coming from. Hence, he had to think of another way to invent an antagonistic tribe. Everything was made exceedingly difficult by the upper limit placed on their intelligence. And Lin and Tina were both completely stumped. They had a feeling that whatever they did to make a creature more powerful and badass, they couldn't escape the fact that these creatures were all destined to be retards. With this in mind, they were at a complete loss. The trauma of the spirit-engulfing beasts was still fresh in their minds. And Lin suddenly clapped his hands together. I think there is another way. We can redeem the spirit-engulfing beasts. What do you mean? Tina asked with a quizzical expression. And Lin replied, the spirit-engulfing beasts don't have brains, right? Tina's expression darkened. They do have brains. It's just that their brains aren't all that smart. It's all the same. They're all retards in any case. However, the dinosaurs are retards too. But why is it that dinosaurs can survive but the spirit-engulfing beasts can't? What I'm saying is... And Lin paused for a moment as if to collect his thoughts before continuing. He said, it doesn't matter that the spirit-engulfing beasts don't have brains. We can just transform them into killing machines. What's the difference? Tina was still quite confused. The difference is we made them extremely powerful from the get-go so that they can hunt for highly intelligent lifeforms in order to enhance their own strengths. However, they are limited by their lack of strategy and self-restraint. We can take that trait away from them and give them powerful concealment techniques. That way, they would be able to exercise self-restraint and bide their time in the shadows before selectively attacking their prey. As such, the lure and conquer strategies of the 9 tribes would be ineffective as the monsters wouldn't just mindlessly pounce on highly intelligent lifeforms anymore. On top of that, it would be extremely difficult to find them, and the 9 tribes would live in a state of constant danger. No matter where they are or what time of day it is, they could be preyed upon without warning. Such nightmarish creatures will be sure to unite them and make them strive for constant self-improvement in order to better protect themselves. And Lin suddenly spoke in an excited voice. Tina's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Good idea. Let's give it a try. As for why the two of them chose the spirit-engulfing beasts, perhaps it was just an irrational fixation on an idealized concept. In other words, they wanted to pick themselves up from where they had fallen. Hopefully, the second-generation spirit-engulfing beasts would rid them of the titles of the idiotic god of creation and her stupid accomplice. Thus, another massive spatial gate suddenly appeared in the southern region of the divine mirror world. The second-generation spirit-engulfing beasts began to swarm out from the spatial gate. They were no longer screaming war cries like, I want brains. Instead, They were muttering the word revenge to themselves in quiet voices. Their auras were subdued like wandering spirits, but they were as alert as wild beasts. They slowly blended into the darkness and really did appear as if they were predatorial assassins biding their time in the shadows. And Lin and Tina looked down at the second-generation spirit-engulfing beasts with satisfied expressions. Antagonists like these were definitely going to be a nightmare for the 9 tribes. Tina was only making modifications to the existing spirit-engulfing beasts as opposed to creating them from scratch, so it expended a lot less energy, and she was still able to maintain the acceleration of the flow of time in the aftermath. The first spatial gate had been sealed, and this event heralded the victory of the 9 tribes against the alien invaders. All the tribes were in celebration, and this legendary war was recorded in the history books as an epic triumph for the ages. However, the celebration didn't last for long as a new threat soon descended upon them. In the beginning, there were incidents where powerful beings hunting for mutant beasts in the forests mysteriously disappeared. Some traveling cultivators also began to disappear one by one, and in the end, these incidents were popping up with frightening regularity. Finally, one of the most powerful beings in the Holy Martial clan managed to shed light on the matter. He had encountered an extremely powerful pitch-black creature on a riverbank. This creature had an extremely subdued aura, and both its speed and strength were monstrously fearsome. If it wasn't for the fact that the powerful being had reached the spirit-nurturing pinnacle stage, he would most likely have been assassinated by the creature. After an intense battle, the Holy Martial clan cultivator was able to subdue and ensnare the creatures before transporting it into the city. This creature was something they were extremely familiar with. This was a spirit-engulfing beast. The spirit-engulfing beasts were back. This earth-shattering headline caused a massive stir among the 9 tribes, and even the human race was made aware of this. The spirit-engulfing beasts were more powerful and smarter as well. They wouldn't just mindlessly attack highly intelligent lifeforms anymore. Instead, they chose to bide their time by hiding in the forests, hiding at the bottom of the oceans, and even hiding amid the clouds and mist in the sky before striking at the right time. The 9 tribes were immediately gripped by an overwhelming sense of peril. As expected, fear became the most potent stimulant as their battle intents and vitality were reignited. In order to stamp out these accursed monsters once and for all of them united together in small battalions. A series of battles began to erupt on the outskirts of the territories of the 9 tribes. Roar! A spirit-engulfing beast in the form of a tiger suddenly pounced from a tree down toward a spirit snake cultivator. "Be careful!" a man yelled as he extended his palms toward the tiger, and plumes of scorching flames shot forth. The tiger spirit-engulfing beast suddenly spread open a pair of wings on its back to change direction in midair, thereby allowing it to evade the man's flame attack. At this moment, the other 4 snake spirit clan cultivators also began hurling spell techniques up at the flying tiger. A light breeze blew past and leaves rustled as a twisted, black creature began to appear in the forest. This was a 6-tailed fox, and it slowly approached the small group of cultivators as the flying tiger distracted them. Its 6 tails suddenly extended like sharp spears before puncturing the chests of the 5 snake spirit clan cultivators. In the night, a vermilion bird with flames burning around its body settled onto a tree after a long flight. The flames around its body were only slightly warm, so the tree was in no danger of catching on fire. Just as it was about to close its eyes and take a quick nap, a black python suddenly shot forth from the darkness like a cannonball before opening its massive mouth. A disdainful smile appeared on the vermilion bird's face as it abruptly spread its wings and flew up into the sky to evade the python's attack. So what if the spirit-engulfing beasts were powerful? Could fly, so it always had time to evade their attacks before picking them off one by one. That was what it was thinking right before its chest was punctured from behind. A sense of impending doom engulfed its entire body as the vermilion bird detected an extremely fearsome aura. This was a spirit-engulfing beast in the form of a fish with wings on its back. A spear-like protrusion extended from its body, which it had used to puncture the chest of the vermilion bird, and it sucked away the bird's life force. Perhaps it was because the first-generation spirit-engulfing beasts were far too stupid, But the 9 tribes didn't actually take this situation very seriously. Most of them were under the impression that this was just a branch of the spirit-engulfing beasts that had survived the worldwide cull and needed to be mopped up. However, they soon began to discover that these spirit-engulfing beasts were much more fearsome than they had imagined. The teams sent out to exterminate them reported losses far more than victories, and most teams without a spirit-nurturing stage powerful being as its leader were almost inevitably subjected to the fate of complete annihilation. After a while, all the extermination teams were recalled as everyone banded together and sought refuge in numbers. There was no lack of rash individuals who returned to their cities in the hope of becoming heroes by single-handedly exterminating the monsters within the area. However, with the exception of some extremely lucky individuals or powerful beings who were able to fend for themselves, all of them learned a lesson by paying with their lives. The brutal battles against the spirit-engulfing beasts showed the 9 tribes time and time again that they weren't powerful enough to be the supreme, undisputed rulers of this world yet. In order to continue to survive, they needed to become more powerful. The war between the 9 tribes and the spirit-engulfing beasts continued to rage, but all the battles were being waged by the cream of the crop. Weak cultivators had no right to battle as they would only provide free sustenance and power enhancement meals to the spirit-engulfing beasts. The 9 tribes began to slowly and carefully expand their territories again before constructing high walls. "There's going to be an important event taking place soon," Tina suddenly said, and Lin stirred slightly as anticipation welled up in his heart. On a certain day, a powerful team of true demon tribe cultivators had been surrounded by several dozen spirit-engulfing beasts. These spirit-engulfing beasts circled the skies above and surrounded them on the land below. 5 spirit-nurturing stage true demons unleashed defensive spell formation to keep them at bay, but they weren't going to be able to hold on for much longer. "Get out of here, team leader. We'll carve out an avenue of escape for you, even if it means giving up our lives." A determined expression appeared on a true demon's face. However, their team leader didn't reply as the black mist domain around his body transformed into black dragons before entangling themselves around the defensive spell formation to bolster its durability. The team leader suddenly sat down on the ground and began to meditate as wind and clouds surged overhead. Dark clouds suddenly appeared overhead in an area of 3 kilometers in diameter as vital energy surged violently. What was going on? All the team members were shocked. Could it be team leader? One of the team members turned to their team leader with an incredulous expression. All of them drew a sharp intake of breath. Was their team leader about to take that step that no one had ever taken before? Even Lin was starting to get quite excited as he surveyed the scenes unfolding on the ground below. This is Tribulation Transcendence? Is this world going to welcome its first soul formation stage cultivator? A smile appeared on Tina's face. Tribulation Transcendence essentially means that a being has transcended beyond what is acceptable by the world they live in, and thus, divine punishment is delivered in the form of tribulation. However, transcending a tribulation means that one had taken the first step in defying the natural order on the path to immortality. His transcendence will surely create a precedent for many more to come, and Lin nodded as he stared down at the male true demon. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the true demon, making his body tremble violently. None of the team members had ever seen tribulation lightning before, and they immediately began to hurl abuse as they looked up into the sky. "Come out, foul beast! A coward that only knows how to strike at our team leader from the shadows needs to be taught a lesson." And Lin, the team leader, immediately yelled at the sight of his team members charging into the sky. "Stop! Just hold off the spirit-engulfing beasts for me. I can feel that the lightning in the sky is a test I must endure." The team leader had a lot of authority within the team, and all the team members immediately followed his instructions and focused their attention on maintaining the defensive spell formation to keep the spirit-engulfing beasts at bay. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and a dazzling bolt of lightning fell from the sky before striking the true demon team leader. The team leader endured the lightning strike with the power of his own body, but his body was slowly becoming charred black as he showed signs of nearing his limit. "Little Na, does the soul formation stage lightning tribulation in your world consist of 49 bolts as well?" And Lin asked as he stroked his chin. Tina shook her head a little awkwardly. I'm not sure. This is a natural reaction of the world, and I don't really know how many bolts of lightning are going to fall. Just as they were speaking with one another, the 40th bolt of lightning struck the true demon team leader. Boom! An extremely thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky before striking the true demon team leader on the head. The team leader's face was instantly charred black as his eyes rolled over. He then slowly collapsed with black smoke rising from his mouth. Team leader! All the team members let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. Some of the team members had tears streaming down their faces. Wah! Team leader! How could you die like this? The team leader was blasted to death by lightning. It's over. Some team members were in despair. The true demon team leader's vitality had completely vanished, and the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. And Lin, did he really just die? Tina. The two of them thought they would be witnessing a mighty precedent, but they didn't think things would end like this. Tina waved a hand through the air, and pillars of white light shone down upon all the spirit-engulfing beasts. All the ferocious spirit-engulfing beasts then suddenly self-detonated right before the 4 true demons. All the team members stared with dumbstruck expressions at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. How did the spirit-engulfing beasts just spontaneously detonate? They hadn't had a chance to feel joy from being saved yet, as their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. I guess this is the only thing I can do for the first living being that triggered a tribulation in this world. I'll make sure to cast some blessings on his family too. Tina was quite downcast. On the ground below, one of the team members suddenly thought of something, and he yelled with excitement, "It's the team leader!" Team leader? What does that have to do with the team leader? The other 3 team members were confused. Team leader must have successfully made his breakthrough and abandoned his body to become a higher level of life form. It was him that used his power to help us. Otherwise, how would you explain the spontaneous deaths of these spirit-engulfing beasts? It must be the team leader. The team member continued to yell with excitement. Then why can't we see our team leader? Some team members were still skeptical. The team member had an explanation prepared, and he said, "It must be because our team leader is living on a higher plane of existence. We're not powerful enough yet, so of course we can't see him. It's just that our team leader decided to help us out before he left. He has probably traveled to an immortal realm of eternal bliss far away from our world." All the team members were convinced, and they all began to celebrate the ascension of their team leader. All their grief and sorrow was instantly wiped away, and Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. Their respected team leader's body hadn't even gone cold yet, and they were already in raucous celebratory mode. Some of them were even pulling out alcoholic beverages to propose toasts. And Lin couldn't help but make a remark. That guy has a really powerful charisma coupled with an active imagination. He had the potential to become a politician in this world. Tina couldn't bear to watch any longer, and she waved her hand and teleported the 2 of them away. Her action made her attitude quite clear. She didn't want to watch these retards celebrate anymore. Within the central city of the true demon tribe, news of the ascension of one of their most powerful cultivators spread like wildfire. He instantly slew several dozen spirit-engulfing beasts and had transcended beyond the limitations of a physical body. He had traveled to a realm of infinite bliss. News like this further spurred on the true demon cultivators, and a fanatical wave of cultivation obsession swept through all 9 tribes. Even Tina didn't expect that the offhand gesture that she had made would cause such a sensation in this world. Following the precedent that had been set, more and more people began to follow suit. Half-step soul formation stage cultivators became more and more prevalent, and more cultivators began to transcend tribulations. One powerful being after another failed in their tribulation transcendence, and they were all blasted to death by the bolts of tribulation lightning. Their deaths were then celebrated by their entire tribe, and they were lauded as heroes. Everyone joined in the celebrations to bid farewell to their ascended cultivators. Every time this happened, Tina and Enlin would slap their foreheads with frustration. "Little Na, why is the success rate for tribulation transcendence so low? Is there a problem?" The success rate of cultivators transcending their soul formation stage tribulations was over 50% in Taichu continent. So why was it that there was not a single one who had succeeded here? Perhaps it's because it would be the first one to ever be created in this world, so it's quite difficult. Tina was quite downcast. Her expression darkened, and she was quite speechless at how things had progressed. In contrast, Lin was trying his hardest to suppress his laughter. Never would he have thought that failure to transcend tribulation would be identified as Ascension. All this was thanks to that true demon with the hyperactive imagination. Of course, the other vital factor was Tina's decision to detonate all those spirit-engulfing demons at once. It was exactly because of this that Tina was also quite critical of herself. 3 years later, Hong Tsong, a general from the true demon tribe, began to transcend his tribulation. On a huge black jade drill ground, tens of thousands of true demons gathered to witness this grand moment. Bolts of divine lightning struck Hong Tsong's body as his aura became more and more powerful. 10 bolts, 20 bolts, 30 bolts, 40 bolts. As bolt after bolt of divine lightning fell, all the true demons had already raised their cups with excitement in preparation for the very moment when Hong Tsong transcended beyond the limitations of a physical body to ascend to a higher realm. 47, 48. General Hong Tsong has endured more bolts of tribulation lightning than anyone else we've seen. General Hong Tsong is going to be the most powerful cultivator in the tribulation transcendence stage. The 49th bolt of divine lightning descended upon the world like a dazzling sword before striking General Hong Tsong on the head as a resounding thunderclap boomed throughout heaven and earth. General Hong Tsong let loose an almighty roar, and his aura seemed to have completed a qualitative transformation as it became unimaginably vast and powerful. In the sky above, the dark clouds and lightning began to dissipate. Smoke was rising from General Hong Tsong's body, and he had clearly suffered severe injuries. Despite that, his eyes were extremely bright as immensely potent life force energy exuded from his body. He looked around at all the spectators while panting heavily. Tens of thousands of spectators' eyes widened in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Why is General Hong Tsong still able to move? Shouldn't he have transcended beyond the limitations of a physical body? The lightning clouds have disappeared, so the lightning tribulation has already ended. Could it be that he failed his tribulation transcendence? No. General Hong Tsong's aura has become unimaginably powerful, and he has clearly reached a higher level than everyone else. This indicates that his tribulation transcendence was a success. A true demon offered his opinion. The true demons weren't idiots, and they could clearly see that the mighty General Hong Tsong had not failed his tribulation transcendence. Thus, an extremely horrifying notion rushed into their minds. Clatter. Some of the true demons' hands trembled as they dropped the cups in their hands. The crisp, cracking sound of countless cups shattering upon hitting the ground reverberated throughout the plaza. It was as if it was signifying their shattered beliefs. All of them felt like they were on the verge of throwing up mouthfuls of blood. Could it be that this is the real? Shut up, someone yelled. The truth was too harsh for them to handle. They had danced on the graves of countless powerful beings that had failed their tribulation transcendences for 10 whole years. General Hong Tsong's heart also jolted in shock as he looked around at all the dumbstruck spectators. He activated his domain, and crimson flames soared into the sky as an extremely powerful aura burst forth. All the surrounding true demons were struck by the urge to kneel and bow in the face of such a monstrous aura. So this is the power obtained from a successful tribulation transcendence? General Hong Tsong clenched his fists as he came to the realization that he was the first person to have ever successfully transcended his tribulation. Boom! Right at this moment, a new phenomenon took place. Iridescent light appeared throughout heaven and earth, encompassing the entire world. At the same time, the great Tao resonated with the iridescent light as holy music rang out. All the living beings of this world seemed to have been blessed by the holy music, and a certain transformation took place. A flash of white light suddenly glowed in Tina's eyes. The light seemed to bring with it boundless possibilities, and Tina's body trembled before dissipating into countless specks of golden light. Giant and Lin, this world is ready for an upgrade, so I'm going to merge with it for now. Tina completely disappeared as she spoke. Upgrade? And Lin's heart jolted in shock as his breathing accelerated. He could also feel the blessing of the holy music, and his soul seemed to have been purified. The purification acted on Enlin himself, as opposed to the body Tina had created for him. The most apparent change that he could detect was that his consciousness had become more vast and resolute, to the extent that it was akin to that of a return to void stage mighty figure. Rumble. The rumbling and trembling of heaven and earth startled all the living creatures of this world. At the same time, the holy music and the iridescent light made them completely entranced. Imperceptible changes took place, and the phenomena began to slowly disappear before they even knew it. Eventually, everything fell silent again. Tina reappeared beside Enlin, and her cheeks were a little flushed as her body swayed feebly. Enlin immediately placed an arm around her body to support her. How did it go? Tina shook her head with a smile. I still overexerted myself in the end, but I was able to expand the area of this world even more than I had expected. This world is now over 15,000 kilometers in radius. That's even bigger than Earth. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. Also, after merging with heaven and earth, I feel like my power of jurisdiction has increased. Tina was very feeble, but her emerald eyes flashed with excitement. And Lin asked with curiosity, "What do you mean? Let me give you an example. I can now create my own highly intelligent life forms. On top of that, I can transfer life forms as well as inanimate objects between two realms," Tina elaborated. And Lin's eyes widened in shock, and he drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. In the central city of the true demon tribe, a stream of iridescent light descended from the heavens before shining down upon General Hong Tsong's body as the phenomena between heaven and earth disappeared. This was a blessing from the world for his role in setting a precedent. The blessing originated from the entire heaven and earth, so it would be extremely beneficial for a single life form to receive. After a short silence, all the true demons finally erupted in a wave of raucous cheers. They were genuinely happy for General Hongtsong, as he was the first ever person to break through to a new realm. As such, they were extremely proud and ecstatic. News of him being able to break through to soul formation stage after enduring 49 bolts of tribulation lightning began to spread like wildfire throughout the 9 tribes. The 9 tribes were all shocked to receive word of this, and they were initially quite skeptical. But the phenomena that occurred between heaven and earth forced them to believe the truth. This meant that all the powerful beings that had ascended during their trial tribulations had actually died. This notion sent shivers running down all the spines of the half-step soul formation stage cultivators of the 9 tribes. There had only been one fucking successful instance of tribulation transcendence in 10 whole years. Wasn't this rate of success essentially zero? Thus, all of them chose to restrict their cultivation base and did not dare to make a breakthrough. However, there were always powerful beings that weren't afraid of death, and they continued to forge ahead. Despite the abysmal success rate of tribulation transcendence, there were still people willing to give their lives in pursuit of more power. Perhaps the phenomena that had occurred between heaven and earth on that day had affected a change upon this world, as there were many half-step soul formation stage cultivators from all 9 tribes who made breakthroughs during the next year. After the precedent had been set, the rate of success reached as high as 30%. All 9 tribes welcomed their own soul formation stage powerful beings in quick succession to usher in a new age of prosperity. At the same time, the human race was also developing extremely quickly. The population of Chi Lu City broke through the 100,000 mark, which was quite an impressive rate of growth. There were still no soul formation stage cultivators among them, but Adam and Eve were both at the pinnacle of the spirit nurturing stage, and almost every single human was cultivating, so the signs were very optimistic. Aside from that, there had even been significant advancements in the fields of pill refinement, tool refinement, talisman refinement, and other forms of technology. This was the main difference between the human race and the 9 tribes. Although they were all highly intelligent creatures, the human race developed in a vastly different direction compared to the 9 tribes. The 9 tribes were quite powerful from birth and liked to rely on their own strengths for everything. They believed that strengthening oneself was the only way forward, and as such they were only interested in cultivation, thereby shunning all other aspects of development. Humans were quite weak from birth, but they knew how to use tools to make themselves stronger. Thus, they were extremely proficient in the use of magic tools, spell formations, talismans, pills, and a whole host of other things to enhance their own strength. They were making technological developments as well, but at a much slower rate than what Lin had imagined. However, this was understandable. After all, everyone could become more powerful and extend their lifespans through cultivation, so what was the point of wasting time on researching technology? Technological advancements allowed them to get stronger temporarily, but could the advancements extend their lifespans? No. All living beings feared death. So when the path of immortality through cultivation was provided to them, who would be stupid enough to waste their lives on advancing technology? No one with a normal brain would do that. Technological advancements could only be made through research and experimentation. It was often the case that countless people had to dedicate their lives to this before any meaningful advancements were made. However, everyone wanted to extend their lifespans, so who would willingly dedicate their lives to research only to pave the way for their successors? Essentially, the temptation of cultivation urged humans to direct their attention away from technology. However, there were some special people who loved the sciences and loved to dedicate themselves to research. Some dedicated their whole lives to science, while others cultivated while doing research on the side. Among these people, the 9th child of Adam and Eve was a perfect representative of this. That's right. This was the remainder child who was left out after his brothers and sisters entered into relationships with one another. He was a man named Seth, and his true love was science, not women. He wanted to become a scientist. Perhaps it was because they were only the 2nd generation of humans. That was why their lifespans were extremely long. Many years had passed, but Seth still looked like he was in his 20s. However, his hair and facial hair were extremely unkempt and disheveled, and he constantly walked around with a jaded look, making him appear as if he really were a mad scientist. As the head scientist of Qilu City, Seth had already recreated all the scientific inventions detailed in the books of the Qilu City Library. Based on those books, he recreated sewing machines, manual printers, gunpowder, alloys, and all manners of chemically engineered products. In recent years, he had even led the research team in constructing steam-powered vehicles and steam-powered ships, thus advancing the human race to the steampunk era. And Lin's heart was filled with anticipation at the sight of the flourishing human race. Just how far could the humans of this world take scientific advancements? After upgrading the world and further accelerating time for a while longer, it was finally time for Tina to rest. She held Lin's hand, and the two of them instantly teleported to the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Tribe. No one from the Dragon Tribe was able to see them, and Tina led Lin toward the Dragon Palace treasure vault. Thus, the two of them passed through the gate of the treasure vault. Wow, so pretty! Tina couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the vast variety of treasures laid out before her eyes. As expected of the Dragon Tribe, they truly are a treasure-hoarding tribe, and Lin nodded with satisfaction. The two of them walked through the treasure vault, and Lin didn't have a storage ring with him, so he only grabbed a beautiful 7-colored phosphorescent orb. Meanwhile, Tina took some spirit medicine imbued with extremely rich life force energy within. Tina was omnipotent in this world, but in the other world, she still needed to grow. At times like this, spirit medicine was going to be quite beneficial for her. Tina was now going to test out her new ability to transfer matter between the two worlds. If they succeeded, that would mean that the world within her body was connected to Taichu continent, and it was a real mirrored world. Are you ready? Tina passed the items to Lin before asking, and Lin nodded as he held onto the phosphorescent orb and spirit medicine. Tina pressed a fingertip to Lin's glabella, and everything fell black around him. In the next instant, he found himself meditating atop the city wall. A long row of torches was positioned along the city wall at regular intervals, lighting up the night like a flaming dragon. The moon hung high in the sky alongside a myriad of stars. It was now nighttime, And Lin faltered when he looked down at his hands to find the phosphorescent orb and spirit medicine weren't there. Did it not work? He turned to look at the fairy in his arms. Tina slowly opened her emerald eyes, which were especially clear and bright. However, a white fragment caught somewhere between reality and illusion suddenly appeared in her eyes. The line between reality and illusion blurred as a peculiar energy fluctuation proliferated forth. A white ball of light began to appear before cracking open, leaving a 7-colored phosphorescent orb and some spirit medicine in his hands. It was a success, and Lin was trembling with excitement. He knew what this successful experiment entailed. They now had access to a whole world of treasures. The white fragment in Tina's eyes disappeared, and she collapsed feebly into Lin's arms. "Little Na, are you all right?" And Lin was given quite a fright as he carefully nudged Tina. A feeble voice sounded from her lips as she said, "Giant and Lin, I forgot your body in my world wasn't your actual body. I could only directly initiate a transfer of items between the two worlds. I'm so tired." Tina pushed her little arms against Lin's chest to support herself before turning to look at the phosphorescent orb and the spirit medicine with a tired smile. "Thankfully, it was a success," she continued in a feeble voice. "I have to take a rest. Don't wake me up." And Lin nodded. "Sleep now. Leave everything else to me." Tina plopped her head down on Lin's chest and was out like a light in seconds. Su Xiaolan and the beast pets gathered around Lin with curiosity on their faces. "How many days has it been?" And Lin always completely lost his sense of time after visiting Tina's divine mirror world. Hence, he had to verify how long he had been away for every time he came out. "Big brother you slept for 3 whole days, woof." A sly smile appeared on Bai's face as he said, "Therefore we had frying pan hot pots for 3 days, woof." And Lin's face convulsed upon hearing this. He clearly remembered that he had told Bai to cook 100 steamers of stuffed buns ignored by Bai every day. However, Su Xiaolan was also with them, and if she had the chance to enjoy hot pots for the past 3 days, then there wasn't anything he could complain about. "Did anything happen in the past 3 days?" And Lin asked. "No. We stood for 3 days on the city wall with nothing to do," Xiao Chou replied with a pained expression. "Our homeroom teacher also prohibited all recreational activities." Su Xiaolan pouted with dissatisfaction and exasperation. "Haha. So you did nothing for 3 days?" And Lin suddenly felt like entering the divine mirror world was a stroke of genius. Not only did he broaden his horizons, but he also attained enlightenment from witnessing the many phenomena of that world. Most importantly, Tina had greater jurisdiction over the divine mirror world now. With her newly obtained jurisdictive power, infinite possibilities were open to him. "Oh, right, Xiaolan. This 7-colored phosphorescent orb is for you. I found it at the bottom of the ocean in that world." And Lin said as he passed the phosphorescent orb to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan accepted the phosphorescent orb, and a rare blush appeared on her face as she said with a gentle voice, "Thank you. I didn't think that you would still remember to get me a present even in that world." "Wait." A thought suddenly occurred to her as she stared at Lin with incredulity and shock. "This orb is from that world?" Xiao Chou and Bai also became quite animated when they realized what this entailed. "Big brother when are you going to take me to the divine mirror world?" "Woof." Bai wagged his furry tail excitedly. "Can life forms be transferred into that world?" Xiao Chou's eyes glowed with scorching excitement. "Theoretically, it's possible. But let's wait until little Na has recovered first." And Lin replied in a gentle voice as he looked down at the fairy sleeping in his arms. He didn't want Tina to overwork herself. They should at least wait until she recovered her energy before attempting to transfer lifeforms into the divine mirror world. His intuition told him that transference of lifeforms was going to be extremely taxing on Tina's body. 50 kilometers away from Huang Quan City, a man in a red robe was approaching the city. His long golden hair danced in the wind, and his crimson eyes were as gentle as water, giving him the appearance of a graceful and refined prince. So they're here. Is that a primordial dragon tribe cultivator? That's unexpected. I didn't think that such a powerful being would be content to serve the heavenly court. However, I can now understand how the Dark Poison Lord was defeated. The man's piercing gaze was locked onto the city without any hint of fear or inhibition as he licked his crimson lips. The blood of the primordial dragon tribe must be extremely delicious. It's going to take at least 10 minutes for the top-rate cultivators from the heavenly court to get here, so I have more than enough time. I'm going to slay that dragon and suck all his blood from his body to avenge my subordinate. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes atop the city wall. His eyes adopted a golden hue and boundless dragon might swept outward in a frenzy. Everyone was greatly startled by this outburst of power, and they were just about to inquire about the reason for this when Xianxia explained to everyone, "Protect yourselves, everyone. There is an extremely powerful enemy on his way here. I'm no match for him." An enemy that even Xianxia, a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, was no match for? Just how powerful was this enemy? Call for reinforcements. And Lin was greatly startled upon hearing this as he yelled and woke up the sleeping Tina. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao immediately crushed a heavenly court emergency jade seal in his hand. The jade seal was purple, which indicated the highest level of danger. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar erupted. Xianxia transformed into a black dragon over 10,000 feet in length before taking to the skies and staring into the distance with a grave expression. He had to get further away from Huangquan City. Otherwise, there was a very good chance that the shockwaves from his battle against the intruder would raze the entire city to the ground. At the same time, the city protection spell formation was also instantly activated. None of the soldiers standing guard chose to run away, as there were hundreds of thousands of city residents behind them. Even all the students were pouring forth all their vital energy into the spell formation. A green barrier materialized to envelop the entirety of Huangquan City, while creating a seemingly indestructible suit of armor for the city from which an extremely vast aura emanated. The red-robed man unleashed a disdainful palm toward the barrier around Huangquan City. If killing the primordial dragon tribe cultivator served as vengeance for the Dark Poison Lord, then crushing this city would serve as vengeance for the 14 blood tribe cities that were razed to the ground. Even the most powerful cultivators lending their powers to the spell formation were only at the soul formation stage, so there was no way the barrier could stand up against one of his palms. Heaven and earth tremored violently. A crimson palm, which seemed to have obscured the entire sky, descended upon Huangquan City. All the inhabitants of the city fell to the ground in horror and despair at the sight of the gargantuan crimson palm. They had a feeling that if this crimson palm was to fall upon them, the entire Huangquan City would be reduced to dust and completely cease to exist in this world. Xianxia didn't expect the intruder to ignore him and attack Huangquan City instead. His expression shifted as his body twisted to create a black tornado that swept toward the crimson palm. Boom! An earth-shattering collision took place and shockwaves swept through the air within a radius of close to 10 kilometers as the city protection spell formation began to tremor and quake. The crimson palm managed to vanquish the black tornado in the end, and although it had been significantly blunted in the process, the power imbued within the attack was still equivalent to an attack from a return to void stage mighty figure. Their first clash instantly indicated the power gap between Xianxia and Leiden. Fool! Leiden flashed through the air to instantly appear before Xianxia at this moment. One of the cardinal sins of battle was to allow oneself to be distracted. In particular, doing so against a more powerful opponent was akin to suicide. Leiden had unleashed an attack on Huangquan City because there was still a bit of distance between himself and Xianxia. As such, he would have time to formulate a defense against Xianxia even after he unleashed his palm. However, Xianxia had completely lost the initiative after choosing to try and defend Huangquan City. To lose the initiative against an enemy more powerful than oneself would often prove to be lethal. Leiden didn't even look at all those ants in the city that would surely be reduced to dust by his palm. His only target now was Xianxia, and an expression of single-minded ferocity appeared on his face. Blood Star Finger. He extended 2 fingers toward Xiaoxia's head. Heaven and earth instantly dimmed as the moon and stars were obscured. A red streak of light descended like a meteorite, which had the power to pulverize everything in this world, before striking Xiaoxi's head. This was one of Leiden's favorite techniques, and it was perfectly infused with his Tao of the Blood Star. This attack was powerful enough to instantly kill a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure. Boom! Countless spatial cracks appeared in the air as the entire night sky was colored crimson. Howl! Xiaoxi howled in pain upon being struck by the Blood Star finger, and his massive body was forced back several kilometers. A peculiar expression appeared on Leiden's face as he looked at the retreating black dragon. What happened? Not even a return to void final stage mighty figure should have been able to defend themselves against that attack, so how could he remain completely unscathed? Leiden turned in another direction, and his expression faltered slightly again upon seeing the green barrier around Huangquan City, which was still intact. Was there something wrong? Could it be that there was a problem with him? Even a bunch of ants were able to conjure up a spell formation that could stand up against one of his palms? Even though the palm had been blunted by the black dragon, it still possessed power equivalent to an attack from a return to void stage mighty figure, which was not something the people down below should have been able to stand up against. Howl! Right at this moment, Xiaoxi began to summon divine lightning in the sky. Bolts of monstrous black lightning crashed down with devastating power toward Leiden's head, leaving countless spatial cracks in their paths. Leiden raised a single palm to defend himself. He was confident that a single palm was enough to brush aside the full-force strike of a cultivator at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. However, right at this moment, the monstrous power imbued within the bolts of lightning suddenly soared to the return to void final stage level. Streaks of gold began to appear on the bolts of black lightning, giving off a sense of destructive beauty. Boom! The bolts of lightning struck Leiden's palm, charring it black in the process. How could this be? Is this really a dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage? Leiden stared at his charred palm with incredulity on his face. He had thought that he would be able to end the battle within 10 minutes, but never would he have thought that the first person to be injured in this battle would be himself. Within Huangquan City, and Lin's fingertips were flashing with lightning. He had just enhanced his disciple's lightning with his lightning amplification technique, and he felt like the effects were quite good. Perhaps it was because he had signed a disciple contract with Xiaoxi. Anyway, he felt quite a strong connection with Xiaoxi's lightning, and as such, his lightning amplification technique worked effectively, thus boosting the strength of Xiaoxi's lightning and making it equivalent to the strength of a return to void final stage cultivator. Are you all right, Tina? And Lin turned to the beautiful fairy beside him. Tina shook her head with a smile. No problem. I can take 100 more of those attacks with ease. With Tina at the core of the spell formation, and Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, Cheng Fei, Xiao Chou, Shenyuan Chang, Su Xiaolan, Su Qianyun, and all the cultivators in the city contributing their vital energy to the spell formation. It had been strengthened to the point that it would be able to stand up against a full-force strike from a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. However, a grave expression still lingered on Lin's face, as he knew that their enemy was a powerful being at the pinnacle of the return to void final stage. This was a powerful being on par with the likes of the Dark Knight Monarch, Palace Leader Qing Li, and War God Xing Tian. He was extremely familiar with just how fearsome cultivators of this level were. They had taken their Tao to the extreme and were on the brink of progressing to the Tao integration stage. It was impossible to tell how many trump cards they had up their sleeves. It was exactly because of this that even though his body of the war god had reached the initial success stage, thereby making his defensive abilities extremely formidable, he still did not dare to join the battle against the intruder. He was afraid that he would be insta-killed by one of the Blood Tribe intruder's trump cards. The other reason for Lin's excessive caution was that he had discovered a pattern. Each time he was forced to use the power, which necessitated a lifespan sacrifice to activate, he was faced with enemies at the return to void pinnacle stage. He was determined to buck this trend this time. He refused to waste any more of his lifespan. He had to hold on until the arrival of reinforcements from the Heavenly Court. And Lin was determined to stay within Huangquan City as the earth-shattering battle raged nearby. Leiden didn't hold back anymore as power surged within his body. His body was like a crimson vortex that absorbed the surrounding vital energy in a frenzy, causing the night sky to collapse in the process. Xiao Zhe summoned more lightning clouds as countless bolts of black lightning crashed down toward Leiden's body in an unrelenting, devastating barrage. The bolts of black lightning formed a black sphere around 500 meters in radius with Leiden at the center. The black sphere shrank incessantly as the lightning crashing into Leiden's body became more and more formidable. Leiden's palms flashed with countless crimson stars that transformed into a series of afterimages to vanquish the bolts of black lightning. The power of the blood star was unleashed from his hands, allowing him to vanquish all the attacks Xiao Zhe threw at him. He was able to rip apart a return to void final stage mighty figure with his bare hands in the past, so defending himself against Xiao Zhe's attacks was not very difficult for him. I don't have any more time to waste. I will end you now. A ferocious expression appeared on Leiden's face as he bared his pristine, white teeth. He stabbed his hands into the ball of black lightning around him as boundless crimson light tore through the black lightning, coloring the entire night sky crimson in the process. Rip! The black ball of lightning was torn in half by Leiden, who transformed into a crimson streak of light as he flew toward Xiao Zhe at blinding speed. Xiao Zhe swung his massive tail toward the streak of crimson light in response. Boom! The two of them collided in another clash that rocked both heaven and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that any cultivator under the spirit nurturing stage would be instantly pulverized by the shockwaves from that clash if they were to walk out from the green barrier. Leiden's palms, which glowed with the light of countless crimson stars, crashed into the dragon tail. Xiao Zhe was knocked flying again by the monstrous force behind his palms. He immediately pressed his advantage as he instantly descended upon Xiao Zhe before striking another monstrous palm into Xiao Zhe's body. The monstrous clash sent a resounding boom erupting between heaven and earth, and the force of the palm left a massive palm-shaped crater over 10 kilometers in length in the ground, as Xiao Zhe plummeted from the sky. Little Xiao, and Lin's heart wrenched upon seeing this. Leiden stood in midair as an unimaginably massive crimson star appeared behind him, transforming the heavens into a crimson realm of despair. This is a manifestation of his divine Tao. Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's expression became extremely grave as he said, even a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage would have to pay a certain price to unleash power like this. The power he is about to unleash is going to be earth-shattering. We have to fortify the spell formation with all our might. And Lin became even more concerned upon hearing Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's words as he turned his eyes to the battlefield. Leiden pressed his hands together, and a red ball seemingly imbued with the power of an entire star appeared before him. You killed the Dark Poison Lord, who was my subordinate, so I'm going to skin you and drink all your blood. I'll show the world that anyone who dares to stand against me will die. Let me see if your defense is going to be able to stand up to this attack. Leiden extended his palms toward Xiao Zhe, and the red ball crashed down like a meteorite. Space congealed as the red ball descended, leaving a crimson trail in its wake before it made contact with Xiao Zhe's body. Boom! Heaven and earth exploded as devastating destructive power swept outward in a radius of over 50 kilometers. At the center of the explosion, red energy burst forth like a crimson sun, lighting up the night sky once again. The overwhelming shockwaves from the attack crashed into the green barrier around Huangquan City, causing cracks to appear on its surface. The barrier was strong enough to stand up against a full-force attack from a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, yet it was already cracking open from just the shockwaves of Leiden's attack, so it was quite apparent just how fearsome a prospect it would be to be situated at the center of the explosion. And Lin clenched his fists as he stared at the center of the explosion. He unleashed his divine sense, which could now rival that of a return to void stage mighty figure, and sensed a life form that was gasping for breath at the center of the explosion. Xiao Zhe had been wounded, and Lin's heart trembled as his body began to tremble slightly as well. He knew that Leiden had mistaken Xiao Zhe as the one who had slain the Dark Poison Lord. As such, Xiao Zhe was acting as his scapegoat. The monstrous power of the explosion slowly dissipated to reveal a gargantuan hole in the ground. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in length lay at the bottom of the hole with blood flowing freely all over his body. His entire body trembled slightly. Despite that, his expression was still extremely firm and unyielding as he looked up at Layden. Xiao Zhe's insane defenses had been broken by the power of Layden's divine Tao. Yet he did not flee the battle. Instead, he unleashed his dragon might to its fullest extent as he raised his proud head. "Oh? You still have the energy to taunt me?" Layden narrowed his eyes as he looked down on the black dragon with a cold sneer. "With your defensive ability, I won't actually be able to kill you if you had chosen to flee. But instead, you made the foolish decision to fight me. You don't even have the chance to escape now, so just lay there obediently while I suck all the blood from your body. The blood of a powerful being from the primordial dragon tribe must be extremely delicious. Perhaps it will provide me with the catalyst I need to break through to the Tao integration stage." Enlin clenched his fists, and his breathing accelerated as he listened to Layden's words. He knew exactly why Xiao Zhe hadn't fled the battle, and it was because of this that he could no longer just stand by and watch. After all, Xiao Zhe was his disciple. Layden didn't waste any more words as he pointed a finger at Xiao Zhe. Ring. The gargantuan crimson star behind him released vast waves of energy as a crimson sword materialized at Layden's fingertips. The power imbued within the crimson sword was clearly slightly inferior to that of the red ball, yet it was peerlessly sharp and seemed to be able to slice through everything in this world. It was clear that Layden intended to slice Xiao Zhe's body in half with this attack. Xiao Zhe's defenses had been broken, and there was no way he could endure such a monstrous attack. Roar! The black dragon took to the skies as ferocious black flames surged from his mouth. The crimson sword also descended upon him at this moment, piercing through the black flames before striking toward Xiao Zhe's head. A fearsome sense of impending doom engulfed Xiao Zhe's entire body. He peered out from the corner of his eyes toward Huangquan City. All his family and friends had left him, but there was still someone he cared for at Huangquan City. For some reason, he instinctively turned his eyes toward Huangquan City in this dire situation. But he didn't see the person he was looking for. The crimson sword continued to descend as a white light flashed past. The person Xiao Zhe had been searching for appeared right before his eyes. He was so close, almost within touching distance. Just as Xiao Zhe was thinking that this was an illusion, the figure in front of him pulled out a mirror and aimed it at the crimson sword. Boom! Crimson light illuminated the world. Within a boundless sea of red light, the crimson sword reversed its direction to launch itself toward Layden. Layden felt like this was completely unimaginable. The Blood Star Sword was one of his most powerful killing techniques, but it was absorbed and reflected by a mirror. His attack had been reflected. The sword was imbued with spatial sealing power as it flew through the air at an alarming speed. Despite going through a split second of astonishment, Layden was still able to dodge at the last moment. However, he wasn't able to completely escape the fearsome crimson sword. The sword sliced off his arm before reducing it to particles even smaller than molecules. "Who the hell are you?" Layden glowered with shock and rage at the man positioned in front of Xiao Zhe. This man was none other than Enlin, who had instructed Tina to use her spatial flicker ability to teleport him right in front of Xiao Zhe. "Who am I?" An arrogant smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked up at the Blood Tribe mighty figure and sneered, "I'm your daddy." Everyone instantly fell silent. Xiao Zhe's eyes widened in shock, Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's face convulsed, and all the students and soldiers drew a collective sharp intake of breath. To be able to speak to a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage like this. How badass. Layden was enraged to the point of laughter. A pitiful soul formation stage cultivator dares to taunt me just because he has some sort of special treasure? I will make you endure something far worse than death. I will torment your soul for the rest of eternity. Xiao Zhe had also come to his senses as he said with a panicked voice, "What are you doing here, master? It's too dangerous. My defenses are strong. So just let me hold him off before the heavenly court reinforcements get here." He was not an idiot by any means, and after living with Enlin for so long, he had naturally already figured out that Enlin was only at the soul formation stage. He didn't know how his unfathomably powerful master had ended up like this, but he knew that he couldn't allow his master to take risks like this when he was in such a weakened state. And Lin shook his head with a confident smile. I'm your master. No master can just stand by and watch their disciple get beaten up. Xiao Zhe's expression faltered upon hearing this, and tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at the white-robed figure positioned in front of him, and a sense of security from being protected and cared for sent a rush of warmth flowing through his heart. Even the students and soldiers on the city wall were greatly touched by this scene. Oi! Can you make sure to put me away in a safe place before you start flexing? I can't reflect any more attacks, and if you keep waving me around like an idiot, your opponent is going to shatter me soon. A crisp, tender voice sounded at this moment, and Lin, the vermilion bird mirror, sure knew how to ruin the atmosphere. He had gone to great lengths to create such a touching atmosphere, but all of that had been instantly shattered, and Lin silently stowed the mirror into his storage ring. He then pulled out his evil-slaying sword as the aura of a sword immortal burst forth from his body. A scornful sneer appeared on Layden's face. You arrogant fool! Do you really think you can hurt me? What happened to your arm? And Lin chuckled. Layden's words faltered as if he had just been choked. Humph! Layden harumphed coldly as his flesh squirmed, and a new arm appeared in the blink of an eye. Nothing happened to my arm. It had only gone invisible for a while. And Lin, all the onlookers, when you're powerful enough, anything you say is correct. Layden didn't waste any more words as he extended a palm toward Lin. His palm shot forth at blinding speed with a force that seemed to be capable of crushing the entire sky. And Lin hadn't even had the chance to think about dodging before he was struck by the palm, and his body was blasted close to 10 kilometers away. Master! Xiao Zhe let loose an enraged roar as he charged toward Layden. Layden's speed exceeded Xiao Zhe's, and he pummeled Xiao Zhe into the ground with another palm. The power imbued within that palm can even wound a return to void stage mighty figure. How did that human manage to survive? Layden turned with incredulity toward the figure flying at him from the distance. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin's mouth, but his body of the war god ensured his survival in the end. Layden was a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, and the palm he had unleashed was imbued with the power of the blood star divine Tao, thus elevating the destructive force behind the palm to unfathomable levels. In the face of such a fearsome mighty figure, Lin did not cower or retreat. If he were to do so, Xiao Zhe could die at any moment. He wiped the blood flowing from his mouth onto the blade of the evil-slaying sword as wings of wind materialized on his back to explosively boost his speed. The holy blood was his final hope. He could only pray that his blood would either be able to kill or purify the monstrous blood tribe mighty figure before him. Where did this stubborn trash come from? Layden's brows furrowed as he pointed 2 fingers at Lin. A crimson sword materialized in mid-air, and its unrivaled sharpness caused the space around it to crack open as the entire sky was colored crimson. Blood Star Sword. This was a killing technique capable of slaying even return to void final stage mighty figures. He had previously planned to use this technique to slay Xiao Zhe, only to have it used against him by Lin. This time, he was going to use the same technique to slay Lin and wipe away the humiliation of his amputated arm. An extremely overwhelming sense of impending doom caused Lin's heart rate to accelerate. His intuition told him that he would most definitely die if he was struck by that sword. There wasn't enough time to get close to Layden. Why was this blood tribe mighty figure so fond of ranged attacks? Why couldn't he channel his inner vampire to pounce at Lin and suck his blood? How was Lin going to make him taste the holy blood like this? Lin's brain scrambled for a way to turn the tables, and he suddenly thought of a certain spell technique before fixing his eyes upon Layden. Mysterious ripples pierced through the air before instantly coming into contact with Layden. Layden's lips twitched as an extremely awful sensation welled up in his stomach. What the hell? What is this accursed feeling? He soon figured out what the feeling was. He was going to have fucking diarrhea. That's right. Lin used the make you poo spell technique on Layden. This was a spell technique with 100% accuracy and ignored all defenses. What the hell did you do to me? Boundless killing intent burst forth from Layden's eyes before a loud shart sounded, and the crimson sword in the air before him began to tremble. Everyone on the city wall wore anxious expressions as they stared intently at the battle between Enlin and Layden. However, they were suddenly treated to the sight of Layden's crimson robe being stained brown by an unidentifiable liquid around his backside. Everyone fell silent. They felt like they had seen something inconceivable, and all of them fell silent in disbelief. Did Layden just fart? He didn't fart. He shat himself. Nonsense. He clearly shart. Wow. So even mighty figures at the return to void pinnacle stage defecate. I had always thought that mighty figures like them wouldn't need to shit. Xianyuancheng rolled his eyes at the student that had just said this. After reaching the soul formation stage, cultivators would be able to absorb all the essence within the food they consume and expel the waste matter in the form of energy. As such, the matter that Layden has just expelled was some sort of substance within his body that is not poo. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao nodded with admiration on his face. To be able to inflict gastrointestinal discomfort upon a mighty figure of this level, student Enlin truly is a supremely talented cultivator. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed as she wondered to herself how Enlin had mastered such a disgusting spell technique. Just as everyone gathered on the city wall were discussing among themselves, Layden's rage had reached a boiling point. His stomach was still churning, but he had suppressed it with his power. Thus, the humiliation he was experiencing was much more severe than the physical discomfort. After all, anyone would be humiliated after sharding in front of so many onlookers. He had already made up his mind. Everyone who had seen him shart had to die. I'll kill you. Layden gritted his teeth in rage as the blood star sword trembled before flying toward Enlin. It was at that moment that Enlin's storage ring flashed, and a black brick suddenly appeared before him. The red sword sliced through the air, parting the entire night sky. This was a monstrous attack that was even capable of slaying a return to void stage mighty figure. At that moment, everyone stared in the direction the crimson sword had flown toward with bated breath. Enlin was extremely powerful in their hearts, but no one was guaranteed to be invincible. He could still be injured and even killed. In the face of such a powerful foe, there was no guarantee that he would survive the battle. However, everyone instantly erupted into raucous cheers at the sight of the massive black brick, which did not even have a scratch on its surface. Su Xiaolan and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. They were quite familiar with how hard that brick was. Sure enough, Enlin's head poked out from above the black brick as he aimed a smirk at Layden. To Layden, that smirk was extremely humiliating. He was a super mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, but he was being taunted like this by a mere soul formation stage cultivator. How was he supposed to remain calm in the face of such humiliation? I am going to kill you. His eyes were burning with fury. Right at this moment, Layden suddenly recalled the sorrow that he felt because of the death of his true love. He recalled the humiliation that he had suffered at the hands of a certain powerful being when he was in his youth. He recalled the heart-wrenching grief when his mother was swallowed by a giant dragon, and he began to empathize with the autumn leaves that fell to the ground, only to be buried and forgotten. Boundless sadness welled up in his heart as he broke down in tears. Wah! Glittering and translucent tears began to flow down his cheeks. Heaven and earth fell deathly silent with the exception of Layden's anguished wails. All the students and soldiers on the city wall were completely dumbstruck. Is Layden crying? He did have an arm amputated by God and Shart, and was subsequently unable to injure God and with his attack. All these are pretty embarrassing, but it doesn't warrant breaking down in tears like this. Where is his dignity as one of the most powerful beings of the blood tribe? I'm starting to feel a little sympathy toward Layden. Shock! A blood tribe mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage was reduced to tears by Enlin. What could be the reason behind such a startling development? He has already been reduced to tears, so Enlin must be on the brink of victory. Most of the students felt like Enlin had gained the firm upper hand and had this battle in the bag. However, Enlin knew that he had completely exhausted his bag of tricks. He had already used all the distraction spell techniques that could act directly on Layden. As for offensive spell techniques, how were his paltry offensive spell techniques supposed to do anything to Layden? This was like Lin being attacked by a soul formation stage cultivator. His opponent in that case simply wouldn't stand a chance. He could still use his divine plunder technique, but he had to be within 100 meters from Layden to unleash that spell technique. At Lin's current location, he was probably more than a kilometer away from Layden. Layden finally suppressed his tears through astonishing force of will and was just about to attack Lin again. Howl! Xiaozhe was reinvigorated as he threw himself toward Layden. Fuck off! Layden's flaming wrath was unleashed in full force as he sent a palm flying toward Xiaozhe. A massive crimson palm appeared in the air again before swatting Xiaozhe into the ground. And Lin was starting to feel quite distressed. He was not trying to defeat Layden. Instead, he wanted to stall for time until the arrival of the Heavenly Court reinforcements. However, it had been 10 whole minutes already, but the Heavenly Court reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen. Layden had initially harbored most of his ill will toward Xiaozhe as he thought Xiaozhe had slain his subordinate. However, his target had now switched to the soul formation stage cultivator that had managed to humiliate him over and over again. He was absolutely determined to slaughter Lin. Layden clutched at the air in Lin's direction, causing the space within a radius of 5 kilometers from Lin to be instantly congealed. So much so that even the molecules in the air had completely ceased to move. He stepped forward, and his body transformed into a streak of crimson light as he abruptly charged toward Lin. Lin's body had been immobilized by the monstrous spatial sealing force around him, but the realm-piercing nail he had hidden up his sleeve was already glowing with a dazzling red light as it attempted to shatter the spatial seal. However, even the realm-piercing nail was unable to shatter the spatial seal around him this time. This was the first time Lin had encountered a situation like this, and despair welled up in his heart. Layden's strength was simply overwhelming, and there was nothing that he could do. Lin stared at the approaching streak of crimson light, and he felt like he was completely and utterly screwed. All the onlookers atop the city wall clenched their fists tightly as they prayed for Lin in their hearts. Leave him alone. Right at this moment, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted. The Heavenly Court reinforcements had finally arrived. Lin, Xiaozhe, and all the onlookers atop the city wall were ecstatic upon hearing this voice. A man with delicate features and pink rouge on his lips transformed into a white streak of light as he flew directly toward Layden with a vast aura emanating from his body. Fuck off! Layden extended an enraged palm toward the white streak of light. The crimson palm tore through space before instantly crashing into the white streak of light with monstrous force. Boom! A resounding boom erupted. Oh! The man was knocked flying by the crimson palm as the sound of his anguished cry reverberated between heaven and earth. Lin, all the onlookers on the city wall. Everyone fell silent as they watched the white figure being knocked flying into the distance. The savior from the Heavenly Court had finally arrived, only to be knocked flying by a single palm. This was akin to a direct slap to everyone's face. Lin's heart felt like it was being trampled by 10,000 alpacas. Did the Heavenly Court send fucking comedians as reinforcements? Their eagerly awaited reinforcements comprised of this clown. Die! Layden didn't waste any more time as the light of crimson stars flashed on his hands. He aimed one palm at the chaotic alloy brick while grabbing at Lin with his other hand. Leave him alone! Another thunderous voice erupted in the distance. The owner of the voice was a man clad in a black robe while emanating a vast aura from his body. He held 2 diamond bracelets and hurled them at Layden. The diamond bracelets expanded as they flew through the air with countless golden symbols flashing on their surface before encapsulating Layden with an extremely powerful sealing force. Layden's body faltered for a split second under the force of the sealing power, and Lin took the opportunity to fly back in retreat. I'll kill you! Layden flared up in rage as he gripped the air toward the black-robed man. A massive crimson saber projection instantly pulverized the sealing power unleashed by the diamond bracelets before sweeping toward the black-robed man with a devastating force, leaving countless spatial cracks in its wake. The man's expression shifted as he retracted the diamond bracelets to protect himself. Boom! The crimson saber projection collided with the golden sealing power to trigger a resounding boom. In the end, the diamond bracelets were unable to withstand the force behind the crimson saber projection as they were knocked flying into the distance. The black-robed man was severely wounded, and he flew back with blood gushing from his mouth. Humph! To think that even trash from the Heavenly Court Executive Department would dare to attack me. I'll make this your final resting place. The crimson light of the blood star burst forth behind Layden again as the fearsome power of the divine Tao enveloped both heaven and earth. Oh really? Then how about I make this your final resting place? An ethereal voice imbued with boundless might and authority suddenly sounded in the sky above. Layden's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately tore open a spatial rift in an attempt to escape. You're not going anywhere, said the owner of the voice as the space in a radius of 500 kilometers were congealed to become as solid as a steel board. Layden's body faltered under the sealing force, and the spatial rift before him closed itself. A man in white and yellow Taoist robe appeared in the sky above. He wore a golden crown on his head, and his eyes seemed to be imbued with the boundless might of all the lightning in the world as thunderous booms erupted throughout heaven and earth upon his arrival. And Lin was ecstatic upon seeing this new arrival. This was the true savior from the heavenly court. He had seen pictures of this man in books, which was why he knew just how powerful this man was. This was one of the 5 emperors of the heavenly court, Emperor Tianhuang of the West. Emperor Tianhuang held the esteemed title of the godfather of weaponry and lightning, and was known as the #1 emperor of slaughter in the heavenly court. Layden clearly knew who this man was as well, which was why he tried to flee the scene immediately. Emperor Tianhuang, I am only here to avenge the death of my subordinate, the Dark Poison Lord. Seeing as you're here, I'm willing to set aside my differences with that dragon tribe cultivator. I'll be taking my leave now. Layden tried to fall back in retreat. However, Emperor Tianhuang responded by pointing a finger directly at Layden. Boom! Boundless lightning exploded forth from his fingertips before striking Layden with devastating force seemingly capable of pulverizing the entire world. His lightning was countless times more powerful than any lightning Lin had ever seen, and its aura alone forced onlookers into trembling submission. The lightning broke through Layden's bloodstar with ease. Ah! Layden didn't even have a chance to dodge before his body was reduced to a cloud of blood mist as he let out an anguished cry. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. The monstrously powerful blood tribe mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage was pulverized just like that. However, Emperor Tianhuang's attention was focused elsewhere as he looked into the far distance. Oh, what an interesting life-saving immortal tool. Let me see just how many times you can resurrect yourself. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning as his voice fell, and he instantly disappeared from view. Everyone immediately developed an understanding of the situation upon hearing Emperor Tianhuang's words. Layden was trying to escape through the use of a life-saving immortal tool, and Emperor Tianhuang was giving chase. Finally, we've finally been saved. Ha ha ha. We will live on for another day. All the students and soldiers on the city wall collapsed to the ground, and some of them let loose raucous cheers, while others silently basked in the joy of being alive. No one noticed that a certain green mosquito was silently flying away into the distance. Injecting energy at a high rate of output into the defensive spell formation for such a long period of time was extremely taxing for everyone involved. Now that the threat had been alleviated, all of them immediately collapsed from exhaustion. A vibrant smile blossomed on Tina's face as she too ceased her energy output and plummeted toward the ground below. A pair of warm hands caught her tiny body, and she was welcomed by the sight of a set of beautiful features. Thank you, Xiaolan. I'm gonna take a nap now. No problem. Leave everything to us. A gentle smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she cradled Tina and nurtured her with her pure flame energy. As the core of the city protection spell formation, Tina had expended the most energy, and she had severely overexerted herself in the process. And Lin made his way over to Xiao Zhe and asked with a concerned voice, Are you alright? Xiao Zhe had already reverted back to his human form, and his clothes that were in tatters revealed a series of ghastly wounds on his body. Xiao Zhe forced a smile onto his face as he replied, I'm fine. These are all just superficial wounds. My Tao foundation and consciousness are all unscathed. Master, how was my performance this time? And Lin heaved a sigh of relief as he patted Xiao Zhe's head. You did extremely well. Let's go back. And Lin flew back toward Huangquan City with Xiao Zhe hitching a ride on his brick. All the students and soldiers on the city wall waved their hands and cheered for the return of their heroes. In the face of such a fearsome foe, and Lin and Xiao Zhe had stood up to save everyone, thereby earning the respect of all the inhabitants within the city. The white-robed man and black-robed man also flew toward the city. These were the two clowns who had been blasted flying by one attack each from Leiden. Following their self-introductions, and Lin discovered that they were the department heads of the Heavenly Court Executive Department that was based in the Dark Marshlands. The handsome white-robed sissy with pink rouge on his lips was Deputy Department Head Chinyu, whilst the black-robed man with the two diamond bracelets and a menacing expression was Department Head Jin Hu. So these were the two top dogs of the Heavenly Court Executive Department here in the Dark Marshlands. And Lin and the others immediately saluted the two men respectfully. However, for some reason, they were unable to summon up much respect for them. Perhaps it was because the image of them being knocked flying in quick succession was still in everyone's mind. However, even though their entrances made them appear like cannon fodder, it was thanks to them that Lin was able to escape with his life. Hence, Lin was still quite grateful toward these two department heads. At a place located thousands of kilometers away from Huangquan City, Leiden's body began to materialize. His features had become extremely pale, and he panted heavily as he crushed a jade seal before flying through the air with all his might. Please hurry, father. I'm not going to be able to hold on for much longer. Within Leiden's hand was an item that looked like a black lotus. Originally, there were 3 glowing petals on the black lotus, but now, one of the petals had already completely shattered. This was his high-rank immortal tool, the Holy Demonic Lotus. The Holy Demonic Lotus had the ability to transform its user into an insubstantial state upon receiving a life-threatening attack before instantly teleporting its user to thousands of kilometers away. This was an extremely useful life-saving device. Just as Leiden was about to leap into a spatial rift to continue his escape, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The lightning was both black and white in color, and it descended from the sky, pulverizing the air in its wake. Leiden's body materialized again in the distance with a massive hole in his chest. He turned in a certain direction with a malicious expression on his face. Emperor Tianhuang, if you dare to kill me here, my father will be sure to... Boom! Another bolt of lightning descended, and Leiden didn't even have a chance to finish his sentence before he was blasted into another cloud of blood mist. Emperor Tianhuang arrived on the scene, and a faint hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at the dispersing cloud of blood mist. He still managed to survive. That life-saving device really is quite useful. Let me see just how many times he can die. He transformed into a bolt of lightning again as he spoke before flashing into the distance. Leiden's body reappeared thousands of kilometers away. Immediately after, he began to flee further into the distance. However, another bolt of lightning flashed toward him from the distance. Lightning was unmatched in the areas of speed and destructive power. At the same time, this lightning was imbued with the power of pure yang, which was extremely effective against blood tribe cultivators. Emperor Tianhuang was known as the godfather of weaponry and lightning, so it could be said that he was the most proficient user of lightning in this world. Thus, Leiden was in complete despair against an enemy like this. It could be said that he wouldn't have been this fearful even if he were being pursued by the Celestial the Arch himself. Boom! A thunderous boom erupted throughout heaven and earth as a bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. Leiden was in the process of fleeing through spatial manipulation, but his body was forced into reappearance by the lightning. Wait! I have something to say. Boom! He was reduced to a cloud of blood mist again by a bolt of lightning before he had a chance to finish his sentence. Thousands of kilometers away, Layden's body re-emerged. His features were extremely pale, and the holy demonic lotus in his hand had completely shattered. Layden didn't have time to lament over his immortal tool. There was a very real chance that he might die, and he was far too busy trying to flee the scene to be worried over an immortal tool. Emperor Tian Huang had almost chased him for 10,000 kilometers. This was also on Blood Tribe territory as well. Just how badly did Emperor Tian Huang want to kill him? An overwhelming sense of remorse welled up in Layden's heart. He was sorely regretting his decision to try and slay that dragon at Huangquan City. He failed to slay the dragon, and instead he was about to be slain soon. A bolt of black and white lightning flashed, and Layden's heart jolted in fear. He immediately unleashed his Tao of the Blood Star to the fullest extent. The Crimson Star materialized behind him to defend him from the bolt of black and white lightning. Boom! The shock waves from the collision pulverized the ground within a radius of over 50 kilometers, and a Blood Tribe city nearby was inexplicably razed to the ground. This was a battle between top-rate mighty figures. Just the shock waves alone were imbued with extremely monstrous destructive power. The bolt of lightning tore apart the Crimson Star in the end before blasting a massive hole into Layden's chest. Fortunately, the power behind the bolt of lightning had been blunted by the Crimson Star. Otherwise, Layden would have died on the spot. However, even though he wasn't dead, he certainly wasn't far from it. Layden clasped his hands over his chest, and his body trembled as he looked at the bolt of lightning flashing toward him from the distance. The bolt of lightning transformed into a man in a yellow and white Taoist robe. He then appeared before Layden. A mocking smile appeared on the man's face. It was as if he were a cat toying with an injured mouse. Not going to run anymore? Have you used up all your lives? Are you thinking that you're going to die anyway? So you might as well make my handsome face the last thing you see in this world. Layden's face convulsed as he threw up a large mouthful of blood. Emperor Tian Huang's expression instantly darkened. You still dare to taunt me? No, not at all. Emperor Tian Huang's might and prestige are unmatched. Layden immediately waved his hands to explain himself. He had never felt as weak and insignificant as he did at that moment. He was an extremely powerful mighty figure who was only one step away from the Tao integration stage, but he was as vulnerable as an infant against Emperor Tian Huang. Heh, can't argue with that. All right, I've satisfied your dying wish, so it's time to send you to the afterlife. Lightning crackled between Emperor Tian Huang's fingertips as fearsome power gathered. Layden's legs almost gave out from under him. Satisfied his dying wish. Did he mean that his dying wish was to see his handsome face? What the hell was this true god thinking? Emperor Tian Huang waved his arm through the air, and a devastating bolt of lightning flashed toward Layden. Despair surfaced on Layden's features, and he roared as he unleashed his most powerful spell techniques. However, the bolt of lightning sliced through all his spell techniques like a hot knife through butter en route toward Layden's head. Right at this moment, an ancient, pitch-black wall suddenly appeared before Layden. Boom! The unstoppable bolt of lightning blasted a series of cracks onto the giant wall but was still unable to break through in the end. Tears flowed from Layden's eyes as he caught sight of the familiar wall. Father! A man enveloped in divine light began to appear atop the giant wall with his hands clasped behind his back. Layden's expression faltered at the sight of the man. This man was different from the other members of Blood Tribe in that his eyes and his long, flowing hair were both black. The space around him immediately began to cave in a collapse as if his body were a boundless abyss that was leading all living beings to depravity and death. The man coughed awkwardly after hearing Layden's emotional call of, Father, your father has something he needs to do at the moment, so he sent me here to save you in his stead. Layden. Emperor Tian Huang's expression faltered before he burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha, I see no problems with that. Whoever saves your life is your father. Layden was flushed with rage when he heard this, and he threw up another mouthful of blood as his body swayed lightly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. It could be said that he had suffered more humiliations today than the rest of his life combined. Layden felt extremely humiliated, but he was still extremely glad that he had been saved from what would have been certain death. The mighty figure that had come to save him was one of the 4 Dao integration stage emperors of the Divine Palace of Life, Emperor Enmang. Emperor Enmang was also the previous generation holy disciple, and his power was second to only Emperor Fu Tian among the 4 emperors. How about we end this here, Emperor Tian Huang? Leiden did no real harm, and we won't seek any reparations for the death of the Dark Poison Lord as well as the destruction of the 12 cities. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones? Emperor Enmang proposed in a polite voice. The Blood Tribe had paid a much heavier price than the Heavenly Court during this sequence of events, so it was already quite a compromise for one of the emperors of the Blood Tribe to propose a truce. However, Emperor Tian Huang immediately shook his head without even thinking. No, Leiden must die. Emperor Enmang's expression darkened. Why? I've just spoken to him via voice transmission, and he hasn't killed any cultivators from the Heavenly Court. Emperor Tian Huang's eyes flashed with lightning as he spoke in a cold voice. That may be the case, but if I had arrived at the scene any later than I had, countless prodigies and citizens of the Heavenly Court would have fallen at Leiden's hands. I can't allow someone like this to live on in this world. But none of that happened. I can also make a promise now that we won't target any of those people. Emperor Enmang replied. Heh. Haven't you heard of the crime known as attempted murder? A taunting sneer appeared on Emperor Tian Huang's face. Attempted murder? Emperor Enmang was slightly taken aback. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning suddenly flashed toward Leiden. Leiden was scared shitless by this nightmarish bolt of lightning as a sense of impending doom gripped his body again. However, an inky black palm suddenly appeared before him like an all-engulfing abyss that caught the bolt of lightning before slowly absorbing it. Emperor Tian Huang, are you really unwilling to end this peacefully? Emperor Enmang furrowed his brows in confusion. He didn't understand why Emperor Tian Huang would force his hand like this. Find authorized novels in Webnovel faster updates. Better experience, please click www.webnovel.com for visiting. Emperor Tian Huang stepped forward and lightning exploded in the sky within a radius of 50 kilometers before instantly pulverizing the earth. All the living beings below didn't even have a chance to yell in anguish before they were reduced to dust by the countless bolts of lightning. Tian Huang, you're going too far. Emperor Enmang had clearly been enraged by Emperor Tian Huang's provocative actions as a boundless expanse of darkness appeared overhead, obscuring the light of the stars and the moon. Quit the chit-chat. You'll have to fight me if you want to stop me from killing Leiden. Emperor Tian Huang roared with laughter as he pounced toward Emperor Enmang. Emperor Enmang unleashed his great Tao of death and darkness as heaven and earth wailed in anguish, and everything descended into complete darkness. Emperor Tian Huang summoned countless bolts of lightning, reducing everything around him to oblivion. The battle between 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures erupted at this moment. Leiden took advantage of this opportunity to flee the scene as if his life depended on it. During the process, he unleashed many different mystical techniques and used a few life-saving artifacts to run as far away as he could from that place, which was like hell on earth to him. He didn't dare to spectate the battle in fear of being blasted to death by Emperor Tian Huang's chaotic lightning. Leiden transformed into a streak of crimson light as he fled toward the Divine Palace of Life. His only thought at this moment was to escape to his father's side before slowly nursing his injuries. Not only had he used up an extremely valuable life-saving device during this battle, but even his Dao Foundation had also sustained significant damage, which meant that his progression to Dao integration stage would have to be indefinitely postponed. Unforgivable, unforgivable. This is all because of that dragon and that human. Leiden gritted his teeth with rage as he cursed Lin and Xiaoze. He swore a vow to himself that he was going to find an opportunity in the future to exact revenge on the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. Atop the city wall, Lin and the others stared off into the distance with bewilderment etched on their faces. Is this an earthquake? Su Qianyun muttered in her mellow voice. There is always a very deliberate rhythm to the tremors caused by earthquakes, so the vibrations definitely wouldn't be as sporadic as it now. Shenyuan Chang shook his head and said, I think someone's conducting a mysterious experiment, and Lin's face darkened upon hearing this. These tremors are clearly triggered by a battle. Emperor Tianhuang must be fighting someone. Su Xiaolan's eyes immediately lit up. It must be a battle between Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Should we go and spectate? Perhaps it will help us attain enlightenment. And Lin didn't have a chance to reply before Sword Immortal Ling Xiao rejected the idea with a stern expression. No! All of you have to stay here. A battle between such powerful beings could easily spell doom for any nearby spectators. The Sissy Chen nodded in agreement. I remember 1,000 years ago, Emperor Ziwei clashed with the divine bat emperor of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. There was a dragon tribe returned to void stage mighty figure who went to spectate the battle, but he was blasted to death as a collateral casualty by the repercussions from one of the divine bat emperor's spell techniques. The dragon tribe has no Dao integration stage mighty figure within their ranks, so they could only let the whole thing slide, and Lin felt a little sorry for the dragon tribe upon hearing this. However, he then thought about the unfair treatment the dragon princess had received, and he was no longer able to summon up any sympathy for them. The battle between Emperor Tianhuang and Emperor and Mang ended in a tie. It looked like neither of them was able to gain the upper hand over the other. But the reality of the situation was that a massive area of the dark marshlands over 1,000 kilometers in radius had been reduced to ashes. During the process, 12 cities were destroyed and hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the Blood Tribe fell as collateral damage. As Emperor and Mang was one of the parties that participate in this battle, the Blood Tribe had to bear all the collateral damage. Emperor and Mang finally understood why Emperor Tianhuang was intent on battling him. He was trying to use this as a fucking excuse to lay waste to the dark marshlands. Before he left, Emperor Tianhuang chortled with glee. Let's battle again soon. Emperor and Mang had been completely enraged at this point, and he almost chased Emperor Tianhuang into the kingdom of the 9 states. But his actions were deterred by thoughts of the other 4 heavenly court emperors. I'll remember what you did here today, Tianhuang. He could only leave an empty threat as Emperor Tianhuang flashed away into the distance as a bolt of lightning. Thus, everything came to an end. And Lin was a little taken aback by the news that surfaced later, which stated that Emperor Tianhuang wasn't able to kill Leiden in the end. However, it seemed quite plausible when he thought about it. Leiden was one of the top prodigies of the Blood Tribe who had a great chance of progressing to the Dao integration stage. As such, the Blood Tribe would naturally be extremely protective toward him and bestow upon him many trump cards, which would make him difficult to kill. Before Emperor Tianhuang departed, he left a wisp of divine intent at Huangquan City in case other Blood Tribe mighty figures came to seek vengeance. Thus, peace resumed in Huangquan City. However, after the preceding incident, not only did all the students have no intention of venturing into the dark marshlands anymore, even the soldiers refused to patrol the surrounding areas. Prior to all this, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao had urged the students to make regular patrols in order to scout for Blood Tribe spies. However, even that activity had been cancelled in the aftermath of Leiden's invasion. Thus, everyone once again resumed their daily lives of standing atop the city wall and staring blankly into the distance. 2 days later, Tina was fully recovered after a long slumber, and she prepared to enter the divine mirror world with Enlin again. Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuanqing, Su Chenyun, and the others stood together in a circle as they looked at Enlin with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety on their faces. Enlin and Tina were preparing to conduct a grand experiment. Is it really okay? Enlin couldn't help but swallow nervously as he looked at the beautiful fairy before him. Should we find some lab rats to do some tests on first? Don't worry, Giant Enlin. Didn't we already conduct an experiment before? Transferring life forms between the 2 worlds are exactly the same concept as transferring inanimate objects between the 2 worlds, so it's going to be a piece of cake. Tina offered words of reassurance as she patted her chest. That's right, Tina was about to transfer life forms between the 2 worlds for the first time. She was going to start off by transferring Enlin into her divine mirror world. Enlin was extremely cautious about all this. If things went awry, he was the one who would be getting hurt as a result. After a period of intense internal conflict, he finally nodded reluctantly. Tina placed her hand on Enlin's forehead with a broad grin as a white light enveloped the 2 of them, and the fragment of the realm core flashed in her emerald eyes. Whoosh! Light flashed past, and the two of them vanished. Su Chenyun's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in shock. They really disappeared. This is spatial teleportation, and it's between two worlds as well. This could have very useful real-life applications. Su Xiaolan stroked her chin as she mused to herself. Tina also disappeared. With Tina accompanying him, classmate Lin shouldn't be in any danger. Shenyuan Cheng heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, in the air above Qi Lu City, a white light flashed, and Enlin and Tina reappeared. Tina held onto Enlin's hand with a dainty smile on her face. "How do you feel, giant Enlin?" Enlin turned to look at Tina, who was now the size of a normal human, and he couldn't help but poke Tina's delicate cheek with his finger. "I feel like you're more realistic than before. That's because my body was teleported here as well," Tina explained with a smile. "But don't worry. My jurisdictive powers over this world haven't been affected. I can still merge with the world and teleport us in and out as I please." And Lin felt quite reassured upon hearing this, and he turned his attention elsewhere. The warm sun, the light breeze, the abundant vital energy, his indestructible body of the war god, and Lin's storage ring flashed, and a black brick appeared underfoot. He faltered for a moment at the sight of the brick. Everything is the same. This really is transference between the two worlds. He was getting really excited now. This world was real, and a two-way transference could be facilitated between the two worlds. This was a huge treasure vault. "Oh, right. Can you teleport living beings other than myself into this world?" And Lin asked. "Sure I can. But I can only teleport life forms below the return to void stage into this world, as this world has not developed to the extent that it's able to house such powerful beings," Tina replied. Anticipation began to well up in Enlin's heart upon hearing this. If they could teleport return to void stage life forms into this world in the future, then Tina could just drag Layden into this world and use the laws of heaven on earth to crush him. TSK, TSK, TSK. How exciting! No matter how powerful someone was, they definitely weren't as powerful as the god of creation of this world. In this world, they had complete jurisdiction power, so they could destroy whoever they wanted. "Let's go. It's time for us to develop some bonds between all the tribes," Enlin suggested with excitement. "Develop bonds?" Tina blinked with incomprehension. "We'll appear before them as the spokespeople of God before forging bonds with them. We can then assign missions to them so that they can fight for us in our world or collect treasures for us in this world." And Lin elaborated with a smile. Tina's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. "That's genius." Although soul formation final stage cultivators were popping up with great regularity among all the tribes, the spirit-engulfing beasts were still nightmarish creatures to them. The fact that they were completely undetectable and untraceable made them a constant threat. However, there was a simple way to ensure survival, and that was to become stronger. Spirit-nurturing stage cultivators were able to hold their own against the spirit-engulfing beasts, and teams of higher stage Dao body cultivators were able to flee while fighting. As for cultivators with inferior cultivation bases to that, they would have to take extra care when going outside. A man flying in the air atop a platform of cloud and mist slowly descended upon a palace in Qi Lu City. All the guards were instantly alerted by his presence. Sirens rang out, and around a dozen sword-wielding guards along with several dozen guards with gunpowder-powered firearms converged around the intruder. "Who are you, and what business do you have trespassing on the Imperial Palace?" A spirit-nurturing stage guard interrogated in a loud voice. He was the second son of Adam and Eve, a man by the name of Emmet. Enlin clasped his hands behind his back as a vast, ethereal aura emanated from his body. "I am your god's spokesperson. How dare you not kneel down me?" Emmet couldn't help but burst into laughter. A mere spirit-nurturing stage cultivator dares to impersonate God's spokesperson? Shoot him. Bang, bang, bang. A few dozen guns opened fire at once, and bullets streaked through the air toward Enlin. However, to his surprise, all the bullets and flying swords froze in the air a meter away from the man, where they remained, unable to advance any further. Emmett and all the guards' eyes widened in astonishment, and some of them even began to tremble. It was clear that this was a monstrously powerful man. "So this is how you welcome your God's spokesperson?" A hint of rage appeared on his face as a golden light flashed before his eyes. Divine might technique. A peerless aura of regal might instantly burst forth from his body. Emmett suddenly felt as if the man before him was a paramount god, and the boundless aura swept toward him with an overwhelming force, instantly crushing all his confidence. His legs gave out from under him as he knelt onto the ground. Some of the weaker guards even fainted on the spot. Emmett had no choice but to believe in Lin this time as his hands trembled. "My sincerest apologies, spokesperson and Lin. Please forgive us." And Lin nodded with an indifferent expression. "I'll forgive you just this once, but don't do it again. Tell Adam and Eve to come and see me." "Yes, I'll report to them right away." Emmett immediately bowed in a respectful salute. An extremely handsome man and an exquisitely beautiful woman made their way out from the gate. Both of them faltered slightly upon seeing Lin before letting "Father, Mother, you know God's spokesperson?" "God's spokesperson?" Adam and Eve exchanged astonished glances with one another. "Oh, you still remember me?" And Lin looked at the two of them with a slight smile on his face. "We do." Adam turned to Lin with a peculiar expression and said, "We had a very clear dream in which you and another woman had once held us." And Lin nodded upon hearing this. Tina had also bestowed upon them a set of clothing each, which was exactly what they were wearing right now. The clothes were environmentally friendly and had superior defensive properties than the average protective spirit tool. "Oh, right. Tell me, am I more handsome or are you more handsome?" And Lin suddenly asked. Adam and Eve faltered again, clearly unsure of why this mysterious man would ask them something like this. However, Adam quickly thought back to a conversation with Eve from a long time ago, where they had discussed the possibility of those two people who had held them being their parents, following which Adam had rejected the notion by citing the notion that he was far more handsome than that man. Adam was in shock. This man was definitely a god if he knew something like that. "Of course you're more handsome, great spokesperson. You are the most handsome and dashing person I have ever seen." Adam praised him with a genuine expression. So your beauty standards are correct after all. Make sure you don't say the wrong things next time, or I might not be so lenient." A dazzling smile appeared on Lin's face. "Eve, Emmett." After that, Lin instructed Adam and Eve to gather at the palace with their 9 children. Adam and Eve had actually both acknowledged Lin's identity as God's spokesperson, and they too had quite a few questions for Lin. Their 9 children were also extremely respectful toward God's spokesperson, and they did not dare to make Lin wait. Lin enjoyed the fruits produced in the holy orchard, which was the orchard that Tina had planted for Adam and Eve. The fruits had now developed to the point that their effects were almost comparable to some low-tier spirit fruits. He and Tina were also working on a project to nurture immortal fruits. They had set up a plantation at a certain core location on the continent where vital energy as abundant as rain and the essence of the sun and the stars converged. It was an ideal location that could be referred to as the real Holy Land. Tina didn't dare to make large-scale modifications to this world in fear of disrupting its natural development. The Holy Land she had created was a place only she and Lin knew about. After about 1,000 years, there would definitely be an abundance of immortal fruit there that were ripe for picking. Lin took a bite of a crimson sun fruit before asking, "You want to know where you came from?" Adam and Eve nodded with scorching excitement in their eyes. This was a question that had bothered them for a long time. "I'm your father," Lin said with a smile. Adam and Eve trembled with incredulity as they muttered in unison, "Father?" Their 9 children were also given quite a fright. Never would they have thought that God's spokesperson would be their grandpa. Lin waved his hand with a cheeky expression. "Haha, it was just a joke to break the ice." Adam and Eve's expressions faltered as negative emotions welled up in their hearts. Their 9 children were also fighting to suppress their anger. Lin chuckled awkwardly as the atmosphere became even colder. "Adam, Eve, you two are actually the first generation of humans who were nurtured by heaven and earth. I only came to this world with the manifestation of God in order to give you to your orientation. The ninth son, Seth, furrowed his brows in confusion. That can't be. Our history books recorded the activities of countless humans before us, including some who were extremely powerful immortals who could move mountains and drain the seas. And Lin nodded with a smile. Those people have all died, and that world has also perished. The world you currently inhabit is a brand new world, and this city is only a mirror of the original city from that perished world. As such, you are the first 2 generations of humans to be born into this world. Everyone's expressions shifted upon hearing this. Seth fell silent as his brows furrowed in deep thought. And Lin's words explained why the world around Qi Lu City was completely different from what was recorded in the history books. After that, and Lin gave them a crash course lesson on this world and answered every question aside from those concerning the identities of himself and Tina. God is going to be withdrawing the protection she had bestowed upon the human race up to this point. From this day forth, you are all going to have to face the world in its cruel entirety. I hope you can all grow quickly and rise to the occasion. In the meantime, I still have some things I need to do. Goodbye now. And Lin used his mist immortal technique to drift away as his voice fell. Mighty spokesperson, I still have one more question. Just how many of those aforementioned spirit-engulfing beasts exist? Farewell, mighty spokesperson. Everyone was startled by Lin's sudden departure and could only bid a respectful farewell to him in the end. And Lin was quite satisfied with his own performance. God's spokesperson should come and go as he pleased. Only then could he exemplify how badass he was. Tina's crisp voice sounded beside his ears. Giant and Lin, where to next? And Lin paused for a moment before replying. The Dark Wing Tribe. It's time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they're gonna think they're the top dogs of this world. Night fell over a black floating continent. Countless stars appeared in the sky as the light of stars converged toward the continent. Humanoid creatures with black wings soared through the air as they absorbed the power of the stars. Right at this moment, an intruder arrived. This was a man with his whole body enveloped in divine flames, giving him the appearance of the scintillating sun. Intruder, intruder. An intruder is here, the Dark Wing Tribe guards yelled to alert everyone. A series of shadowy figures charged toward the ball of flames, only to be forced back by the fearsome temperatures before they even had a chance to make contact with the flames. The man descended like a meteorite, bypassing all the defenses of the Myriad Star Palace before crashing down right at the foot of the palace gate. Who are you and what business do you have trespassing on the Myriad Star Palace? A Dark Wing Tribe general charged toward Lin while wielding a long sword. The flames around Lin's body dissipated and revealed a handsome face twisted in a cold sneer. You're too weak. Find someone more powerful to come to talk to me. Impudent. Let me teach you a slap. The Dark Wing Tribe general didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before being slapped into the air by Lin. He crashed through several walls in quick succession before finally coming to a rest. Pwah! The general threw up a large mouthful of blood before he fainted as his eyes rolled back into his head. Gasp! All the guards drew a collective sharp intake of breath, and all those who were initially planning to attack Lin stopped cold in their tracks. This was one of the 10 most powerful generals of the Dark Wing Tribe. If this man was monstrous enough to knock him out with one slap, then they would only be running to their deaths if they were to attack him. Is there no one else in the Dark Wing Tribe? And Lin roared in a thunderous voice. All the surrounding Dark Wing Tribe cultivators trembled in fear. They knew that the intruder was most definitely a soul formation stage cultivator. This was not someone they could mess with. That's right. There's no one left in the Dark Wing Tribe. You're free to do whatever you like. A faint, female voice sounded from within the Myriad Star Palace. And Lin could hardly believe his own ears. He was here with the explicit intention of provoking the Dark Wing Tribe. However, he wasn't expecting them to respond in such a mellow manner. What the fuck? How could they allow themselves to be trampled on like this? All right, I'm coming in then. And Lin couldn't understand the thought process behind the Dark Wing Tribe cultivators, so he decided to just storm the palace through brute force. There was no response from within the Myriad Star Palace. And Lin didn't waste any more words as he strode toward the palace gate. The ancient bronze gate was tightly shut, and Lin couldn't be bothered knocking, and he smashed the gate open with a single fist. He was here to beat the Dark Wing tribe into submission, so there was no point in being polite. And Lin swaggered into the Myriad Star Palace, where he was greeted by 4 powerful Dark Wing tribe cultivators, all of whom were at the soul formation stage. Boom! A huge spell formation instantly encapsulated the entire Myriad Star Palace. Boundless star power was unleashed onto Lin's body. So there really are idiots who are stupid enough to barge in like this. A brawny man chuckled with mirth. Hee. Isn't that a lowly human? I'm shocked that a soul formation stage cultivator could be born in such a lowly race. A handsome man with flowing black hair chuckled. Since you're here, why don't you stay? A beautiful woman blinked in a seductive manner. She was most likely the one that had responded by saying that there was no one left in the Dark Wing tribe. At this moment, the man with the most powerful aura among them stood up from the throne as he glared at Lin with a cold expression. Offending the Dark Wing tribe is the equivalent to offending the very heavens. You will repent for your crimes in hell. And Lin burst into laughter. Offending you is the equivalent to offending the heavens? You bunch of bird people can represent the heavens? I'm going to tell you now that I am the heavens. I am the only spokesperson of God. What insolence! Bastard! How dare a lowly human like you insult us? The Dark Wing tribe cultivators roared with rage, and the man sitting on the throne fully activated the spell formation as countless white stars crashed toward Lin with unbridled killing intent. What a disgraceful spell formation! And Lin's eyes turned snowy white as he stabbed a finger in a certain direction. Boom! The spell formation encapsulating the entire Myriad Star Palace instantly crumbled. What? All 4 Dark Wing tribe cultivators drew a collective sharp intake of breath. This was their most powerful spell formation. How could it be broken by a single finger? Die! The brawny man abruptly charged toward Lin as countless ferocious, black wolves appeared around him, all of which emanated powerful auras as they pounced toward Lin with fearsome killing intents, pulverizing the ground in their paths. This was his black wolf domain. And Lin stepped forward, and he instantly broke through the sound barrier as his shot forth like a bullet toward the man's domain. What? The man was shocked at the sight of Lin tearing through his domain with his body alone. And Lin launched a fist toward the brawny man, and he roared with rage as he too unleashed a fist to meet Lin's fist. The fists collided, and the resulting shockwaves caused the entire Myriad Star Palace to tremor violently. The man let loose an anguished wail as all the bones within his right arm were instantly pulverized. He then threw up a mouthful of blood as he flew back like a cannonball. At this moment, the handsome man had already sprung into action as a bright blue crescent moon appeared behind him before slicing toward Lin. Blur moon godslang slash. And Lin turned toward the crescent moon with a disdainful sneer as he unleashed a mountain-quaking fist at a third of its full power. Boom! The golden fist projection pulverized the blue crescent before crashing into and severely wounding the handsome man. And Lin then turned his eyes on the seductive woman. The woman's face paled as she stumbled back in retreat. I don't fight. I believe in peace. And Lin? In the next instant, everything fell dark around Lin as countless black shadows rose from the ground before converging toward Lin with formidable might. The most powerful being among the Dark Wing tribe cultivators had finally attacked, and he unleashed his most powerful technique from the get-go. And Lin harumphed coldly as scorching flames suddenly erupted around him. Great holy flame! Boundless white divine flames tore through the darkness before proliferating outward in a radius of several hundred meters. Boom! The explosion of flames razed the Myriad Star Palace to ground, and even the entire floating continent tremored violently. All the Dark Wing tribe inhabitants stared up in shock as flames soared from the place they had once regarded as their holy palace, lighting up the entire night sky. A lot of onlookers had already gathered when Lin first invaded the Myriad Star Palace. Up to the point where the Myriad Star Palace was completely pulverized, there were already several thousand spectators gathered at the scene. Amid the flames and rubble, they saw something that was previously unimaginable to them. Their Dark Wing Emperor was being trampled into the ground by a human, and the other 3 soul formation stage powerful beings had also been severely wounded. Their previously unshakable faith received an extremely heavy blow. Ambassadors of the heavens? The most mighty race. And Lin sneered coldly as he stepped onto the Dark Wing Emperor's chest. The heavens have never given you any agency rights. Listen up. There is only one God spokesperson, and that's me, and Lin. And Lin's voice exploded like thunder throughout the entire floating continent, shaking the hearts of countless high and mighty Dark Wing tribe citizens. What? You don't seem to believe me. And Lin looked down with a cold sneer at the Dark Wing Emperor below his foot, who was glaring up at him with an enraged and unyielding expression. Didn't you say that you were the race chosen by God? You're being trampled into the ground. So how about you ask heavens for some help? The Dark Wing Emperor forced a smile onto his face. The heavenly Tao is not sentient. I won't yield even if I die. You say you're God's spokesperson. So show me some evidence. You can't convince people of these things just because you're more powerful than I am. Many of the Dark Wing tribe began to chime in agreement. Their pride could not be tarnished, and they refused to bow their proud heads even to enemies much more powerful than them. You want evidence? And Lin nodded and said, That's easy. Easy? The Dark Wing Emperor's eyes widened with shock. He felt like Lin's words were simply absurd. What proof was he going to provide? A certificate of agency? And Lin stood in a dignified and proud manner. He then looked up into the night sky as his white robe danced in the wind. He pointed a finger up into the sky. In the name of God, bring light upon this world. Boom! In that instant, the night sky gave way to daylight. Rays of sunshine peeked over the horizon as they announced the arrival of a new day. All the Dark Wing tribe citizens were dumbstruck. Just a simple sentence. Just a simple sentence was all it took for him to reverse day and night. What kind of power was this? This was not just power. No amount of power could do this because this was something only God could do. All the Dark Wing tribe citizens were completely baffled. They were extremely sensitive to the power of the stars, so they could feel that the power of the stars had completely disappeared. This meant that daylight descending upon this world was not spurious. Some of the Dark Wing tribe citizens were already beginning to kneel down to Lin. All the Dark Wing tribe citizens had previously scoffed at Lin's claims. However, the vast majority of them believed in Lin now. The only person who could accomplish what he had just accomplished was God. What do you have to say now? And Lin was like a proud god looking down upon the Dark Wing Emperor with a cold expression. The Dark Wing Emperor's body trembled lightly. All his unyielding pride was shattered in the face of this miracle. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty before bowing. And Ling of the Dark Wing tribe pays his regards to the mighty spokesperson. All the other Dark Wing tribe citizens also bowed their proud heads as all of them chimed in. We pay our regards to the mighty spokesperson. And Lin nodded with satisfaction as a stern expression appeared on his face. Remember this. I am the only spokesperson of God. You are all equal to the other 8 tribes as well as the human race. In God's decree, you shall be rewarded for humility and acceptance. All the Dark Wing tribe citizens bowed and nodded upon hearing Lin's words. And Lin looked up into the sky before pointing a finger directly into the air again. Now, let darkness descend once again. Daylight vanished as his voice fell. The night sky loomed over the world again as dazzling stars appeared, bringing with them the power of stars. Countless Dark Wing tribe citizens looked at Lin with scorching awe and reverence following the miraculous transitions between night and day. This was God's spokesperson. He was the living being closest to this heaven and earth. Thus, wouldn't it mean that forging a closer relationship with him would be the equivalent of forging a closer relationship with heaven and earth? All of the Dark Wing tribe citizens possessed an instinctive yearning for the sky, and this yearning was only amplified after seeing Lin. Even the Dark Wing Emperor's expression had transitioned from resentment to awe and reverence as he looked at Lin. He suddenly pledged his loyalty to Lin. From this day forth, The entirety of the Dark Wing tribe would be glad to lay down their lives for spokesperson and Lin. All the Dark Wing tribe citizens chimed in unison. We would be glad to lay down our lives for spokesperson and Lin. And Lin was shocked at how quickly the collective attitude of the Dark Wing tribe had changed. He nodded with an indifferent expression. You have all done quite well. I only came here today in order to show you the truth, and I will be back another day. His body disappeared into a mixture of cloud and mist as he spoke. The entire Dark Wing tribe worshipped Lin as they bade farewell to him in a stirring spectacle. And Lin's body materialized again in the air several kilometers above the floating continent. He heaved a long sigh as the joy of flexing spread throughout his entire body. Little Na, it's so good to have your cooperation. I can't help but give myself full marks for that exemplary display of flexing. And Lin exclaimed, Hee hee, I'm glad you're happy. That was just a piece of cake for me anyway. Tina's crisp voice sounded, and she clearly had a lot of fun just then. Where to next? Let's go visit the dragon tribe. Thus, within the luxurious dragon palace. And Lin won over the dragon tribe by manipulating lightning right before their disbelieving eyes. Atop a large island, and Lin manipulated the ocean and transitioned between light and day again in front of a bunch of mermaids and turtles, thereby earning him the esteemed title, Holy High Priest. In a set of steep mountain ranges stretching as far as the eyes could see, and Lin stomped on the ground as the golden power of the earth shone like the light of the sun before enveloping his entire body, giving him the appearance of an earth-shattering giant. All the Stone Tribe citizens raised their thumbs to praise Lin. On the Holy Martial Clan drill grounds, one Holy Martial Clan cultivator after another challenged Lin in one-on-one battles, only to be swept aside by Lin with ease. This was a tribe that had been beaten into submission. In the harsh lands at the border, Lin cooked a frying pan meal for the True Demon tribe. General Hong Tsong and the other True Demon tribe generals wept tears of joy and announced that this food could only be found in the heavens, thereby acknowledging Lin as God's spokesperson by default. Beside a serene spirit river, Lin preached the way of peaceful interaction between living beings and nature to all the spirit snakes, which allowed them to attain further enlightenment in the Tao of life. After that, he created a spiritual realm for the spirit snakes with the wave of a hand, thereby earning the utmost respect and admiration from the spirit snakes. The Vermilion Bird tribe was quite difficult to communicate with. They were an arrogant tribe that didn't worship heaven nor earth. On top of that, they were all extremely free-spirited and had no set dwelling as all of them traveled all over the world. Thinking back, Lin and Tina had to capture all the vermilion birds and force them to reproduce in order to ensure the survival of their species. In the end, Tina gathered all the vermilion birds in a single place using her omnipotence. This was the only way, and Lin would exhaust himself to death if he had to look for the vermilion birds one at a time. Thus, Lin suddenly appeared amid thousands of dumbstruck vermilion birds. His whole body was engulfed by the holy vermilion flame as he clasped his hands behind his back and looked down upon the vermilion birds like a mighty god. My name is Lin, and I used a small spell technique to summon you all here to announce to you all that I am God's spokesperson. Make sure you familiarize yourself with me. All the vermilion birds. It had to be said that the holy vermilion flame really was quite useful in a situation like this. All the vermilion birds were skeptical of Lin, but all of them were forced to bow to the flames around Lin's body, which evoked within them a sense of fear and reverence. Thus, Lin was able to earn the acknowledgement of the vermilion birds through the power of the holy vermilion flame within his body. This was the last of the 9 tribes that Lin visited, and his mighty feats were deeply ingrained within the memories of all the 9 tribes. Time slowly passed. Tina could only maintain 1,000 times rate of time acceleration, and Lin would visit the 9 tribes from time to show them that he was still around, as well as to stamp out a few non-believers that popped up over the years. 3 years later, lightning suddenly exploded in the sky over the holy land that Tina had created, and vital energy surged as an iridescent light erupted as far as the eyes could see. Giant Lin, let's go to the Holy Land. A treasure nurtured by heaven and earth has just appeared there. Tina's excited voice sounded, and Lin jolted in fright just as he was drinking tea with Adam and Eve. Treasure nurtured by heaven and earth? And Lin was quite excited to hear this. This was the first time Tina had told him of a treasure being born into this world, and on top of that, it was situated on the Holy Land too. This was even sooner than he had anticipated. Take me there. He suddenly stood up. His body then slowly disintegrated into specks of golden light right before Adam and Eve's eyes. As expected of God's spokesperson, his methods of departure are always a sight to behold. Eve's expression glowed with admiration, and Lin was still at Chi Lu City 1 second, but in the next second, he had arrived at a mysterious place. This place was isolated by laws, and although it existed in this world, it was also separated from this world. Let's go, Giant and Lin. Tina held onto Lin's hand with a broad grin before joyfully skipping toward a certain location. The two of them passed through a meadow of flowers where the aroma of flowers wafted through the air and butterflies fluttered nearby. A few furry, white beasts were startled away by Lin and Tina's sudden arrival, while a powerful yet adorable gray bear picked its nose with an oblivious expression. And Lin and Tina ran a short distance before arriving at an area where 5 colored crystals littered the entire ground. Is the treasure that stone in the middle? And Lin pointed excitedly to an ordinary-looking stone amid all the crystals. There was simply no way to miss it as it was far too out of place among all the beautiful crystals. Even though it didn't really have any special characteristics to speak of, its lack of special characteristics, in this case, made it extremely easy to pick out. That's right. Tina waved a hand through the air, and the rough, spherical black and white stone landed in her hand. And Lin also extended a hand toward it with a curious expression. The surface was a bit coarse, and it looked no different from the stones you would find on the side of the road. On top of that, he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations from it. What is this? Is this really a treasure? And Lin was confused. Calm down. I still haven't enlightened it yet, Tina replied in a reassuring tone. And enlighten? And Lin's lips twitched slightly. Are you serious? Of course I am. Tina nodded with a serious expression, and her emerald eyes danced with glowing light as she held the stone in her hand while reciting a mantra. And Lin? A few seconds later, a pillar of golden light descended from the sky before enveloping Lin and Tina. The black and white stone suddenly cracked open, and the outer layer of stone shards fell away to reveal a flawless, translucent bead. And Lin surveyed the bead carefully to find that although it was a glittering and translucent white, one could also see many different colors when looking closely. The stone was a flawless, holy object, but at the same time, it was also slightly ethereal, thus giving onlookers a sense of enchantment. How about that? My enlightenment worked, right? Tina spoke as if she was quite pleased with herself, and Lin took a deep breath. I feel like even if a pig were to be enlightened by a god of creation, they would become more badass than Zhu Beiji. Tina gleaned the implications behind Lin's words, and she pouted with dissatisfaction. What are you trying to say? This stone is already a treasure. I only enlightened it so that it can awaken a bit earlier than it otherwise would. And Lin tousled Tina's soft, golden locks, and with a smile, he said, All right, I believe you. Little Na, tell me what this treasure does. Tina was thrilled at the mention of the treasure, and her gloomy mood was instantly uplifted. She passed the white bead to Lin as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. How about you try it to find out? And Lin's expression shifted slightly as a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. How do I do that? Stand here and don't move. I'm going to open up some distance between you and myself. Tina fluttered through the air and was soon over 100 meters away from Lin. And Lin found her words to be a little familiar, but he didn't think too much of it as he stood on the spot with a patient expression. Giant and Lin, take this. Tina suddenly hurled the white ball toward Lin. The white ball hurtled at a blinding speed toward Lin. And Lin's pupils contracted, and he was about to dodge. But the ball was simply too fast, and it crashed into his body before he could even move. The expected horrifying explosion didn't happen. The white ball crashed into Lin's stomach before rolling down onto the ground as if it were a harmless rubber ball. And Lin? He was just about to speak when he heard Tina chuckle with glee as she extended a finger toward Lin. Get in the ball. And Lin? A crack suddenly opened up on the surface of the white ball. From within the ball, a colorful light burst forth before enveloping Lin in it. What followed was an extremely powerful suction force. Lin couldn't resist the suction force, and he was instantly transferred into a pure white space. He looked around at the endless expanse of white around him with astonishment on his face. Is this? That's right. You've been sealed within the ball. Tina's crisp voice sounded. And Lin? For some reason, he felt like this was quite a familiar scene. Was this Pokemon? It had to be, right? And Lin's expression darkened. He felt like he had become Tina's Pokemon. And then? What else does this ball do, little Na? That's it. This is a high-rank spatial artifact that is able to trap an enemy within. We can then transfer the enemy into this world along with this ball and strike them down. Tina elaborated. And what prerequisite conditions have to be fulfilled before I can use this? And Lin asked. Tina fell into deep thought for a moment before replying. The only condition is that you have to be of the equivalent or a higher cultivation base than your enemy to be able to trap them into this ball. And Lin's chest constricted, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He had to be of a higher cultivation base than his enemy to use this ball? What a fucking joke. He was a specialist in slaying enemies of higher cultivation bases than himself. What was the point of trapping someone of a lower cultivation base than himself? Which meant that he could insta-kill anyone that he could trap in this ball. What a useless treasure. However, it seemed like Tina could put it to good use. After all, at her cultivation base, she would be able to trap some return to void stage mighty figures. And Lin asked Tina to release him from the ball, and he reappeared with disappointment on his face. He didn't take the ball. Instead, he let Tina keep it. Giant and Lin, what should I call this treasure? Tina held the white ball with a joyful expression. It was clear that she was extremely fond of this treasure. Just call it a pokeball. And Lin replied expressionlessly. Pokeball? Tina's eyes lit up. What a fantastic name. You really are a genius, Giant and Lin. And Lin's lips twitched as he offered a forced smile. Thus, the first treasure to be nurtured by this world, the pokeball, was taken by God of Creation Tina. After that, and Lin and Tina departed from the Holy Land. Aside from that white ball, all the remaining treasures consisted of spirit fruits and spirit medicine, with no immortal rank treasures. They didn't pick any of those spirit rank treasures in the hope that they would continue to be nurtured by heaven and earth, thereby allowing them to evolve to immortal rank treasures over time. Tina was getting quite exhausted from accelerating the flow of time, so she and Lin left the divine mirror world upon departing from the Holy Land. Light flashed past, and Lin slowly opened his eyes to find that he was lying on the city wall with a defensive spell formation carved out around himself. Nearby, an exquisitely beautiful woman in a jade dress supported her chin in her hands as she stared off into the distance while she played absent-mindedly with strands of her luscious, long hair. She was so beautiful, and Lin was entranced by the sight of her, and he only stood up after observing her beauty for a long while. Su Xiaolan immediately stirred as Lin stood up. She turned to Lin with a smile. You're back. How did it feel to enter that world with your physical body? And Lin replied with a smile of his own. It was great. It was exactly like going to ancient Tai Chu realm, except I was able to do anything I wanted as I was with Little Na. Little Na told me that once she's more experienced with transferring objects between the two worlds, she could try to transfer all of you guys into her world as well. That world really is quite a spectacular place. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. Su Xiaolan had been looking forward to the day when she would be able to explore that world. It was a new world, after all, so she was very interested in it. Oh, right. How long was I gone for this time? 2.5 days. Sigh. Half of the end-of-term examinations have already passed. We're basically doing nothing anyway, and barring any mishaps, We're most likely just going to stay on this city wall until the conclusion of the examinations. I wonder how little Ku and little Mai are doing. Are those your blood tribe underlings? I really want to meet them. The two of them chatted with one another as a balmy night breeze blew past, giving both of them a sense of contentment. Meanwhile, in the central region of the dark marshlands, at a place they couldn't see, bolts of golden void lightning fell from the sky in a series of thunderous booms akin to the roar of a huge dragon. The lightning clouds soon began to dissipate. A handsome man with short, golden hair and a slightly lanky frame stood up from the center of the crimson sacrificial altar with undisguised joy on his face. The holy leader's blood was truly effective. I really did manage to avoid the blood demon tribulation. Merlin. Cassidy made her way toward him with a congratulatory smile as she said, "Congratulations on your trial tribulation." "Congratulations." Tobias also chimed in from nearby. That's right, Merlin had also broken through to the return to void intermediate stage. He experienced the vast power surging through his body with excitement on his face. I can feel a marked difference. After having my existence purified, I can feel that we're different from all the other lowly blood tribe cultivators. Shoo, not so loud, Cassidy cautioned. The place they were currently located at was the holy land of the blood tribe. This was the true holy land where the blood tribe patriarch had once cultivated. This was an immensely helpful place for the members of blood tribe to cultivate in, and only the holy disciples had the right to cultivate here in order to find an opportunity for progression. Merlin had found his opportunity here and was able to successfully break through with the help of the purification effects the holy blood had on his body. Did anything happen during the past few days in which I made my breakthrough? Merlin chuckled a little awkwardly. An earth-shattering event took place. Cassidy knitted her brows together in a mysterious expression as she explained. Emperor and Mang battled Emperor Tian Huang of the Heavenly Court on the Dark Marshlands. Guess who instigated their battle? Merlin drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. A battle between Dao integration stage supermighty figures were events that only took place once every few centuries. As such, the instigating force had to have been quite a significant one, and he urged Cassidy with a hint of impatience in his voice. Stop stalling. Tell me. This event was instigated by the death of the Dark Poison Lord. Following the death of the Dark Poison Lord, Layden went to Huangquan City to avenge the Dark Poison Lord, where he then met a black dragon and a soul formation stage man on a black brick, Cassidy said in a slow voice. Merlin's breathing was already beginning to accelerate as he heard this. Tobias took over the story from there. According to the information provided by the spies near Huangquan City, the battle was an extremely miserable one for Layden. He sharked himself before breaking down into sobs in an extremely pitiful display. There are rumors going around that he has already gone mad, and his reputation has been swept to the ground. Tobias' tone suggested that he was feeling quite sorry for Layden, but he couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his face. After that, Layden was pursued by Emperor Tian Huang for over 10,000 kilometers. Even though he managed to survive, he had been severely wounded, and his Dao Foundation had also sustained damage. He's still recovering from his injuries. Should we take this opportunity to do something? A suggestive smile surfaced on Cassidy's face. She was clearly itching to stir up some trouble. So it was the Holy Leader. Long live the Holy Leader. Merlin had obviously already figured out who this aforementioned soul formation stage cultivator was, and he exclaimed in excitement. A man on a black brick with a black dragon in accompaniment? A man who was able to bash Layden into fecal incontinence while he was only at the soul formation stage? Such a supremely talented cultivator could only be their holy leader. And Lin, what are you suggesting? That we visit Layden? Tobias' eyes glowed with a mysterious light. That's right. Although he has been taught a lesson by the Holy Leader, he must still be harboring ill will toward the Holy Leader. We should eliminate someone like him in case he tries to exact revenge on the Holy Leader in the future. Cassidy really was thinking about Lin's best interests here. She had pondered this notion for quite a while, and she still couldn't find a better way. Merlin shook his head upon hearing this. Don't be rash. What if we alert Leiden's father in our assassination attempt? Leiden is Emperor Yideng's favorite son. If we kill Leiden and our actions are discovered by Emperor Yideng, we would be well and truly screwed. I think we should consult with the Holy Leader first before plotting a course of action. How about we leave the Holy Land for a while under the guise of consolidating our respective sects, and take this opportunity to meet up with the Holy Leader in secret? Tobias proposed. That's a great idea. I'll go grab my cursed star blood sword. Cassidy nodded. Then I'll also bring along my deceased spirit bead. Merlin chimed in. I'll bring along a drop of the blood patriarch's blood. Tobias added. As the holy disciples, the three of them had all encountered great opportunities here in the Holy Land. They were now going to carry their respective treasures with them to meet up with Enlin on the purple snow mountain of the dark marshlands. A gargantuan blood formation stretched in all directions for over 100 kilometers. A naked man meditated at the center of the formation as blood energy flowed relentlessly into his body while healing his injuries in the process. However, there was an extremely stubborn power of the pure Yang divine Tao, which lingered in his body and continued to wreak havoc. He had already received data on the man who was responsible for reducing him to such a pitiful state. Enlin, I will kill you. Within the dark marshlands, 3 black mosquitoes subdued their auras as they flew toward a massive city in the distance. Their bodies were entirely pitch black, and they continually pierced through the space before them. They appeared to be moving quite slowly, but they were actually closing in on their destination at extreme speed. A flash of black and white lightning suddenly appeared in the air. A pair of eyes constructed from lightning materialized overhead, sending a monstrous power sweeping toward the 3 mosquitoes, as if it were threatening to crush them in an instant. The 3 mosquitoes shit themselves as they froze on the spot. Wait! We are Enlin's slaves, Senior. One of the mosquitoes reacted extremely quickly before speaking in an extremely respectful voice. The seemingly omnipotent eyes stared at them for a while longer before vanishing, as if they had never existed. The 3 mosquitoes heaved a sigh of relief, and they looked up each other with fear lingering in their hearts before continuing on toward Huang Quan City. The weather was quite nice today, and the sun shone with a radiant light overhead. And Lin stood outside Huang Quan City with an extremely handsome man standing before him. Several hundred meters away, there were many spectators who had their eyes fixed on the 2 men with nervous expressions. Big Brother Chung, take it easy and don't panic. And Lin pulled out his chaotic alloy brick as he spoke. Shenyuan Chang looked at Enlin with an exasperated expression. I'll have to ask you not to panic either, classmate Enlin. Your skin is so thick. You're in no danger of dying. Even if I won't die, it would hurt. I'm very sensitive. Enlin retorted. Big Brother Chang, release your domain slowly and fill your mind with everything that is beautiful and good in this world. Make sure you remain calm no matter what. And Lin continued with a serious expression. Shenyuan Chang was getting quite bored of doing nothing, and he decided to ask Enlin to be his sparring partner so that he could try and perfect his domain. After all, there would be no way to modify his domain once he reached the soul formation stage. Thus, he wanted to try and see if he could better control it before then. Shenyuan Cheng's eyes focused on Enlin, and white streams of energy instantly encapsulated the space around him in a radius of over 1,000 feet. His domain was like a realm of viscous cloud and mist, transitioning from one form to another while exuding a potent sense of vitality from the Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi. The dried and cracked ground seemed to have been affected by his domain as green seedlings began to sprout from the parched earth, creating a scene filled with serenity and abundant vitality. That's good. Keep this up. Don't get angry no matter what. You're doing extremely well, Big Brother Chang. And Lin poked his head out from the side of his black brick as he offered words of encouragement. Some of the female students were completely entranced by the sight of Shenyuan Chang in an elegant white robe standing amid a realm of cloud and mist. Big Brother Chang was still the most handsome man in the entire university. And Lin swallowed nervously before speaking. Big Brother Chang, I'm going to attack now. All right, come at me, classmate Enlin. Shenyuan Cheng's breathing accelerated, and it was apparent that he too was a little nervous. Take this, big brother Cheng. And Lin roared as he launched a fist projection toward Xianxia. The fist projection pierced through the air en route to Xianxia. Xianxia unleashed his Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi to redirect Lin's attack, and it crashed into the ground behind him, leaving a massive crater several dozen meters deep. You can unleash more power, classmate Lin. All right, I'm going to up the ante a little bit then. Big brother Cheng. Bam bam bam. And Lin activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill, and a golden light exploded forth around him. Xianxia wielded his longsword to defend himself against Lin's ferocious attacks and occasionally launched a few attacks of his own. But his sword strikes were nowhere near powerful enough to slice through Lin's body of the war god. Big brother Cheng. I'm going to use lightning now. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Xianxia had no time to dodge, and the lightning struck his left shoulder, leaving his clothes in tatters and charring his skin in the process. His heart surged as he was struck by acute pain, and a strong urge to unleash destructive power welled up in his heart. However, he managed to suppress this urge in the end. Lin held the black brick like a shield with one hand as he unleashed spell techniques with his other hand. Xianxia was forced firmly onto the back foot by Lin, and his domain was slowly showing signs of becoming more volatile. Stay in control, big brother Cheng. Take deep breaths. And Lin cautioned. Shut up and hit me. Scorching light exuded from Xianxia's eyes. And Lin was terrified by Xianxia's expression, and he unconsciously decreased the power behind his attacks as he focused more of his attention on controlling his black brick. Classmate Lin, why are your attack getting weaker? I want a battle where I am forced to the limit. Xianxia managed to launch more and more attacks against Lin as countless sword projections engulfed Lin's body, pulverizing the earth around him with their ferocious might. In the face of Xianxia's unreasonable request, Lin finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind after a period of intense internal conflict. Big brother Cheng, I'm going to increase the intensity of my attacks. Take care. Come at me. Xianxia felt like he was in really good form, and even his control over his domain seemed to have improved. However, right at this moment, a scorching arrow of flames streaked through the air before breaking through Xianxia's domain en route to his chest. Xianxia reacted extremely quickly as his sword rippled like water to redirect the arrow. However, to his surprise, upon contact with the arrow, the flames instantly engulfed his long sword, and the flames continued to spread before setting Xianxia's entire body alight. Vicious, destructive power assaulted Xianxia's body, and it seemed to have struck a certain sensitive nerve as his whole body began to tremble. Just as all the students were spectating the intense battle with anxious expressions, 3 mosquitoes were also flying toward the battle. Wow! The holy leader's clothes are in tatters. His figure is so good, Mosquito Ku exclaimed. Not so loud, Cassidy. We're trying to give the holy leader a surprise. Mosquito Mai cautioned. Mosquito Ta was a little hesitant. Aren't we going to scare the holy leader if we suddenly appear like this? I feel like we should make a more normal entrance. This doesn't feel right somehow. Don't worry. We can embrace the holy leader like this and plant a kiss onto his body. Mosquito Ku spoke with scorching desire in her voice. Genius. So that's what you were plotting, Cassidy. I was wondering why you suggested for us to adopt our mosquito forms. Mosquito Mai buzzed with approval. Mosquito Ta thought for a moment before choosing to remain silent. He too was unable to resist the temptation of the holy blood. Thus, the 3 mosquitoes slowly approached Lin while encroaching on his battle in the process. Ah! Lin, I can't hold on anymore. A yell suddenly erupted, which was imbued with the emotion of release, thus giving the 3 mosquitoes quite a fright. Immediately afterward, boundless flames engulfed the 3 mosquitoes. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted as the ground below tremored and quaked. The devastating explosion pulverized the ground within a radius of over a kilometer as the earth churned and a flaming mushroom cloud soared into the air. Many of the students were already prepared, and they unleashed all types of defensive spell techniques at the exact moment the explosion took place. Furthermore, they were at the very edge of the explosion, so there was much of a shockwave for them to contend with. And Lin was scared shitless as he was situated at the center of the explosion. Thankfully, he had his chaotic alloy brick and his quick reflexes, and he immediately hid behind his black brick during the explosion. The devastating explosion came quickly and went quickly as well. When everyone turned their eyes on the battlefield again, the mushroom cloud had already been dispelled by a spell technique from Xianxia. His handsome face had been stained black, and he coughed as he made his way toward Lin with his white robe in tattered ribbons and an expression of concern on his face. "Are you all right, classmate Lin?" And Lin poked his head out from behind the brick, and his face had been slightly blackened as well, but he remained unscathed. He shook his head. "I'm fine. Are you all right, big brother Cheng?" Xianxia shook his head with a smile. "I can still fight." And Lin's face convulsed upon hearing this. "You still want to fight?" Cough, cough, cough. A coughing sound suddenly erupted from nearby, and Lin and Xianxia were both startled by this, as they turned their eyes on the area about a dozen meters away from them before abruptly discovering 3 unidentified red-robed people sprawled out on the ground. "Who are you?" And Lin immediately pulled out his evil-slaying sword at the sight of the unidentified red-robed figures. He then suddenly felt a certain connection between them and himself. He had been too tensed up in the heat of battle to detect this connection, but he could now feel that these 3 figures were bound to him by contracts. "It's me, Holy Leader." A disheveled yet still exquisitely beautiful woman stood up with a sheepish smile as she dusted herself off. "Long time no see, Holy Leader. Fancy meeting you here." Merlin extended a greeting with a smile. "Yeah, what a coincidence, Holy Leader. Thank you for welcoming us with that splendid fireworks display." Tobias chuckled awkwardly. "And Lin, why are you guys here?" The arrival of the 3 slaves put a premature end to the sparring match. Within the main courtyard of Huangquan City, Dabai, Xiaoqiu, Su Xiaolan, Xianxia, and the others all gathered around the 3 Blood Tribe mighty figures with curiosity and excitement on their faces. "You're the Blood Tribe cultivators who signed slave contracts with Lin?" Su Xiaolan sized up the 3 Blood Tribe mighty figures with a faint hint of prestige and majesty glowing in her eyes. "That's right. My name is Cassidy, and I pay my respects to the Holy Maiden." Merlin pays his respects to the Holy Maiden. Tobias pays his respects to the Holy Maiden. All 3 of them saluted Su Xiaolan at the same time. "What the hell is this Holy Maiden business?" Su Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock. "And Lin is our Holy Leader, so you're naturally going to be the Holy Maiden. The Holy Leader and the Holy Maiden are a match made in heaven," Cassidy explained with a serious expression. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she glowered at Lin, as if she was dissatisfied with how direct his underlings were with their words. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao massaged his brows. "Haven't you all been selected to become the holy disciples of the Blood Tribe? Is it really okay to refer to Lin and Su Xiaolan like this? It feels a bit weird. The Holy Leader and the Holy Maiden with their holy disciples, were they supposed to be a big, happy family? Tui, the so-called holy disciple is only a worthless title. We take much more pride in being Master's underlings," Tobias retorted. Gasp. Everyone drew a collective sharp intake of breath. Were Lin's slaves that loyal to him? Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's heart also jolted with shock as an incredulous expression appeared on his face. These were the Blood Tribe holy disciples. They had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blood Patriarch and were equal in status and position to the Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Blood Tribe. But they were renouncing this title as worthless? Xianxia and the others were also familiar with the legend of the Blood Tribe holy disciples, and they were shocked to see that all 3 holy disciples were Lin's slaves. All of their mouths gaped open in shock, and they felt as if their horizons had been broadened. Lin congratulated them with a smile. "In any case, it's great that you were all selected to become the newest generation of holy disciples." Cassidy's eyes rippled with a seductive light as she spoke in a mellow voice. "Seeing as we've done so well, can we have a reward, Holy Leader?" Merlin and Tobias' eyes lit up at once as they nodded eagerly. Yes, 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 I concur. And Lin knew what they wanted, but a hesitant expression appeared on his face. Do you know how the Dark Poison Lord died? Wasn't he slain by you? Cassidy didn't know why Lin would suddenly ask them this, but she still gave an answer. No, he was killed by my blood. And Lin spoke with a grave expression. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias. Could it be that the Dark Poison Lord was too weak? Tobias asked with difficulty. It could be because I have become more powerful. And Lin looked at the three of them with a serious expression and said, the purification power of my blood has become too powerful, and even you three might not be able to handle it. All three blood tribe mighty figures fell silent upon hearing this. Their lives were on the line, so they had to think about this carefully. I feel like we should find a blood tribe mighty figure as a lab rat first, Merlin suggested with a heavy voice. The Dark Poison Lord was at the Return to Void initial stage. Hence, we should find a lab rat at the pinnacle of the Return to Void initial stage or at the Return to Void intermediate stage. Tobias analyzed. I have some suitable candidates in the Divine Disc League of which I am a member. And Lin really wanted to know what was going on with his blood as well. So he nodded his head in agreement. How about this? I'll give little Ku and little my 5 milliliters of holy blood each, and I'll give Tobias 10 milliliters of blood. You guys can take them to do some experiments and maybe recruit some more blood tribe mighty figures in the process. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias' bodies trembled with elation upon hearing this. We would be happy to lay down our lives for Holy Leader. Being rewarded with such a large quantity of holy blood was well beyond their expectations. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, Shenyuan Chang, Su Qinyun, and the others were all dumbfounded by their conversation. They could understand everything that was being said, but they couldn't understand what they were talking about. What was this holy blood and recruitment process? It sounded quite high-end. Oh, right. There's something else we came to tell you, Holy Leader, Cassidy said all of a sudden. What is it? It's about Layden. He has been severely wounded and is currently recovering from his injuries on the Purple Snow Mountain. Everyone's heart jolted upon receiving information about Layden. Layden had put them through a nightmarish experience, and his insane power as a super mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage made him capable of destroying a city with a wave of his hand. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhe and Lin risking their lives to hold him off, they would most likely have all died at Huangquan City. And Lin was never one to accept losses, and he had been plotting a scheme to take vengeance on Layden for what he did to Xiao Zhe. Holy Leader, what do you think? Tobias inquired about Lin's thoughts. He. I think this is an unmissable opportunity. Powerful battle intent erupted from Lin's eyes. And Lin, don't forget that Layden is the son of Emperor Yi Deng. Su Xiaolin cautioned as her brows knitted with concern. She knew that Lin was capable of screwing Layden over, but Layden's father was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, which was an extremely frightening fact. There's no way around it. My identity is going to be revealed to him sooner or later, so even if I don't strike him down, he's going to find me and strike me down. Thus, I might as well take the initiative to eliminate him as a threat first. And Lin brushed aside Su Xiaolan's concerns as a firm expression appeared on his face. What do we do then? Layden has many life-saving trump cards, and even Emperor Tianhuang was unable to kill him in a short period of time. What can we do to achieve something that even Emperor Tianhuang couldn't? Don't forget that Layden is situated in the central region of the Dark Marshlands. You have to make sure to kill him in a short period of time but still ensure your own survival before reinforcements arrive. That's going to be exceedingly difficult to accomplish, so I hope you can take extra caution and think things through thoroughly before proceeding. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao knew just how perilous this mission would be, and it was exactly because of this that he didn't want Lin to take the risk. His concerns were quite valid. Even though Layden had been severely wounded, he was still a super mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage. If he unleashed all his might to struggle for his life, it would still be very difficult to kill him. How about we use the holy blood on him? Merlin hesitated before suggesting, and Lin immediately shook his head. No, I won't just accept any trash as my underling. Layden almost killed my friends and my disciple, So he has to die. So cool. All three blood tribe underlings trembled as they stared at Enlin with scorching light in their eyes. Cassidy. I obtained the cursed star blood sword at the Holy Land. It can repress Layden's monstrous life force for a short time, thereby temporarily sealing away his regenerative ability. Merlin also chimed in. I obtained the deceased spirit bead at the Holy Land. It can draw on spiritual power to create an extremely powerful sealing formation. Even if Layden was to unleash his power of the divine Tao, it would be difficult for him to escape from it in a short period of time. Tobias nodded with a serious expression. I have a drop of the Blood Patriarch's blood which can be fused into a spell technique. In doing so as a holy disciple, I can draw on the power of the Blood Patriarch to unleash an attack comparable with a strike from a Tao integration stage mighty figure. Everyone instantly became excited upon hearing this. Those are some badass treasures. And Lin was shocked. The three blood tribe underlings were quite pleased upon receiving praise from their holy leader. Using the treasures obtained in the blood tribe Holy Land to assassinate the person who was one of the top candidates to become a holy disciple. What an impressive turn of events. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but exclaim and marvel at how fate worked sometimes. The three blood tribe underlings were all smiles upon receiving praise from the Holy Maiden. Those are some extremely powerful trump cards. Debilitation and entrapment before landing a powerful killing technique. This is a lethal three-course meal for Layden. And Lin's eyes lit up with unadulterated excitement. However, he quickly fell silent again. Wait, there's an issue with this plan. You're going to be exposed very easily after the event, in which case you won't be able to stay at the Dark Marshlands any longer. It was not easy for you three to obtain the opportunity to become the holy disciples of the Blood Tribe. It shouldn't be squandered like this. The three blood tribe underlings immediately offered retorts. All those who dare to offend the holy leader must die. This is non-negotiable. Tobias said. That's right. Cassidy nodded in agreement and said, Holy leader, we are more than willing to make such a small sacrifice for you. The opportunity of becoming the holy disciples is nothing compared to the opportunity to follow the holy leader. We will do anything for you. Merlin chimed in with a firm expression. And Lin didn't say anything. Just because his three blood tribe underlings were willing to make the sacrifice for him didn't that he could just accept their sacrifices. He knew what the opportunity to become the holy disciples of the blood tribe entailed. This was an opportunity even Tao integration stage mighty figures would be envious of. Even if his underlings were willing to do this for him before fleeing to Heavenly Court, he was unwilling to make them forego such a fantastic opportunity. Just as he was racking his brains for a better course of action, a white crane suddenly flew in the air toward the courtyard. The crane's cries abruptly broke through the silence, and Lin and the others looked up into the sky to find that the white crane was circling in the sky overhead. It was an extremely majestic crane, with a pristine white body. All of its feathers practically glowed under the light of the sun, as it exuded a sense of ethereal grace and elegance. That's right, this white crane was gorgeous. If you ignored its eyes, which were larger than watermelons, everyone stared at the strange white crane as 10,000 alpacas stampeded over their hearts. This was simply far too bizarre. And Lin immediately figured out who the owner of the white crane was. There was no way not to figure it out. Those two eyes were simply far too eye-catching. Bam! The white crane suddenly exploded into ink, leaving its massive eyes to roll around the ground all the way over to Enlin, where they blinked with innocent expressions. This was an extremely bizarre image. Be careful, holy leader. Those are bombs. Who dares to stage such an absurd assassination attempt against the holy leader? Quick! We need to get away from those eyes. It must be some sort of curse technique. The three blood tribe underlings formed a meat shield in front of Enlin as he stared down at the pair of massive eyeballs with grave expressions. There's no need for that. I feel like they're pretty harmless. Only a little bit ugly? Enlin skirted around his blood tribe meat shield and picked up the pair of massive eyes. Lin Junjun was undoubtedly responsible for this. Don't do it, holy leader. That's dangerous. However, Their voices had only just faded when the two eyeballs exploded. Bam! Everyone drew a collective sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. 10 black robes suddenly appeared before everyone with an accompanying note. Disposable aura concealment robes that are able to withstand the pollution of the dark marshlands and escape the detection of Tao integration stage mighty figures. Provided to you by the Celestial the Arch. Shelf life of 3 days. And Lin read out the note to everyone. Everyone was dumbstruck upon hearing this as they began to doubt their own ears. What did you say, classmate and Lin? Provided by the Celestial the Arch. Xianxia exclaimed in shock. These aura concealment robes arrived at the perfect moment. Could it be that the Celestial the Arch has already foreseen our plan? Is he omniscient? Sword Immortal Ling Xiao was also quite shocked. Cassidy provided an explanation at this moment and said, I think this might be because one of the mighty figures of the Heavenly Court discovered us on our way here, which allowed them to foresee our plan. Thus, she recounted the harrowing experience of being spotted by that pair of terrifying lightning eyes. Everyone came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. So Emperor Tian Huang passed on the information to the Celestial the Arch? It looks like the Heavenly Court approves of our mission. They've airdropped supplies to us, so they've definitely approved of our mission. Should we do it then? Of course. We can't miss out on such a good opportunity. And Lin and the others came to a unanimous decision after a short discussion, and the operation to assassinate Leyden commenced. Within a palace in the Heavenly Court, a beautiful celestial maiden held a paintbrush in her hand as the painting on the canvas before her gradually disappeared. Father, and Lin has already received the aura concealment robes. But are you really not going to cover his operation? What if he fails? His target is a powerful being at the return to void pinnacle stage. The woman's brows knitted together with concern. The middle-aged man in an imperial robe beside her replied with a slight smile. Don't worry, Xiao Zi. Don't you believe in him? A light blush appeared on the woman's face as she retorted in a mumble. I'm not worried, and why would I believe him? I'm just worried that he would die before I have a chance to dig up all the Purple Star information that he has. The middle-aged man completely ignored his daughter's unconvincing excuse. It's not that we're not helping in Lin. It's just that things will become a lot more complicated if Tao integration stage true gods were to become involved. In that case, it would only be more detrimental to Enlin once the Blood Tribe began to investigate the matter. However, if we don't get involved, then this would just a battle between the younger generation. Even if Leyden dies, it would only show that his skills were inferior to Enlin's, and Emperor Yi Deng wouldn't be able to say anything. Of course, if Emperor Yi Deng decides to become involved, then the Heavenly Emperor won't back down either. Is Uncle Tian Huang accompanying them? The woman asked. Yes. He's stationed at the border of the Dark Marshlands, and he'll act immediately if a Blood Tribe Tao integration stage mighty figure becomes involved. And Lin is a prodigious talent the caliber of which we have not seen for tens of thousands of years, so we will definitely be taking extra precautions with him. An expression of approval appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he spoke. The Celestial the Arch was very much basking in the memories of seeing Ziwei being pummeled in the Immortal Spirit Tower. Meanwhile, the assassination roster had been decided over in Huangquan City. There were 10 robes, so they picked 10 people. Cassidy, Merlin, Tobias, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, Su Qinyun, and Sword Immortal Ling Xiao. Tina's spatial manipulation abilities were extremely powerful, and she could teleport Lin and the others away from the scene for an emergency exit if required. The incumbent vehicle, Dabai, had been left behind as he simply wasn't powerful enough to come on a mission like this. Everyone donned their aura concealment robes, and their auras immediately disappeared. Even their bodies had been perfectly camouflaged to blend in with their surroundings, to the extent that the sun didn't even produce shadows on the ground when its light shone upon them. Presents from the Celestial the Arch really were badass. Let's go! Cassidy and the others stepped into spatial rifts first to lead the way. On the purple snow mountain of the Dark Marshlands. The purple in the name didn't indicate that the snow was purple. Instead, It was to indicate that all the mountains within a radius of 500 kilometers were purple in color. The veins of the earth were imbued with extremely powerful lean energy, thereby plunging this area into extremely low temperatures all year round. Thick layers of snow and ice could constantly be seen draped over the mountains, and very rarely did any blood tribe citizens settle and live here. A crimson formation flashed within the mountain ranges. Boundless blood and energy converged toward the center of the formation, healing a certain man's injuries. This was a handsome man with waist-length golden hair. He was none other than Leiden, who had been severely wounded by Emperor Tianhuang. Around the perimeters of the formation were stationed 60 powerful blood tribe cultivators, all of whom were guarding an important point. These 60 cultivators were comprised of 46 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, 12 soul formation stage cultivators, and 2 return to void stage mighty figures. They were strategically positioned so that they would be able to react and reinforce each other at a moment's notice. Hey, little Ku, little Mai, little Ta. Have you guys planted proof of your non-involvement in this assassination? Don't worry, holy leader. I've already left a clone of myself back at my sect, and no one would be able to notice any abnormalities with it unless they are a Dao integration stage mighty figure. That's so cool. I want to learn your clone spell technique as well. This is a natural gift for tribes like the Blood Tribe who possess extremely powerful life force. We only discovered this mystical technique from our visit to the Holy Land. It actually has a lot of limitations and can only be used by cultivators at or above return to void stage. And Lin was quite disappointed upon hearing this, but his disappointment was soon alleviated after recalling that his divine liquid creation technique also seemed to be a cloning mystic technique. Master, this is a map of the location upon which the 8 most important points are indicated. At this moment, Tobias had returned after scouting for information in his mosquito form. The most difficult thing to figure out for them wasn't how to kill Leiden, but instead, how to kill Leiden without being noticed. In order to achieve this, they had to kill all those soldiers standing guard in order to prevent any news from being leaked. Gather around and wipe some of my blood on your weapons. I can ensure that you'll be able to kill any blood tribe cultivator under return to void stage just by nicking them. Really? Wow. That's so cool. What a waste, holy leader. My heart throbs for you. Thus, and Lin provided some lethal poison to be shared. Everyone devised the best course of action before deciding to spring into action at the same time in order to kill all 60 blood tribe guards at once. At a small mountain within the purple snow mountain ranges, 15 spirit nurturing stage and 3 soul formation stage blood tribe guards were on high alert, and as long as it was within a radius of 5 kilometers, even mosquitoes would not be able to escape their detection. However, a mosquito slowly flew overhead before transforming into Merlin. His crimson banner danced in the air as black darkness descended silently over all the guards. On an icy plain region, 10 spirit nurturing stage and 1 soul formation stage blood tribe guards were surveying the bodies of water around them. A woman in a black robe stepped lightly through the air while slowly approaching all the guards in deathly silence. Her immortal tool, Moonlight Disc, left a bright blue streak in the air, and a light breeze swept past, causing white snowflakes to flutter. The 11 blood tribe guards who were chatting among themselves were suddenly sliced in half as their eyes widened in shock. The soul formation stage blood tribe cultivators hadn't completely died, and he was still trying to fuse the 2 halves of his body back together. However, the fearsome purification power from Lin's blood robbed him of all his vitality in the next instant. Within a cavernous black fortress, a film of water encapsulated heaven and earth, within which lightning flashed and exploded, but no sound nor energy fluctuations were able to escape from within. In no time, Xiao Zhe had reduced 4 soul formation stage guards and 12 spirit nurturing stage blood tribe guards to dust. On a sacrificial altar, a white flaming bird descended from the sky before engulfing all the blood tribe cultivators below. A woman in a jade dress stood atop the flaming bird's back, and her sword dragon slashed a series of invisible sword projections through the air, slicing through all the charred bodies of the blood tribe cultivators. Between 2 gargantuan mountains stood an extremely long bridge. When Xianyuanchang stepped forward, Cloud and mist suddenly engulfed heaven and earth, isolating the area from the outside world. The Blood Tribe guards detected that something was amiss and were just about to spring into action when heaven and earth suddenly fell pitch black. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. The darkness faded, and all the Blood Tribe guards had been dismembered by Enlin's blood-stained evil-slaying sword. At the summit of another mountain, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao silently dismembered 6 Blood Tribe guards into countless pieces, thereby ensuring that they were as dead could be. At the same time, Cassidy, Tina, and Tobias finally attacked the 2 return-to-void stage mighty figures. Atop a circular, floating stone, the Blood Tribe returned-to-void stage mighty figure, Cyril, was silently meditating. He had released his divine sense to encompass an area within a radius of 25 kilometers. Within this area, even ants and flies could not escape his notice. Could be said that Layden largely had Cyril to thank for his safety. A mosquito with an aura concealment robe draped over its body flew toward him while remaining completely unnoticed. The mosquito transformed into a beautiful woman with a lithe and graceful figure, and she was holding a blood-stained white long sword in her hand. Cyril's body trembled, and even he didn't notice his assailant earlier. Some sort of instinct still urged him to abruptly spring forward. However, he was still too slow, and the white long sword instantly pierced through his chest like a bolt of white lightning. Blood blossomed like a crimson rose, and the flying sword circled back into the woman's hand. "Cassidy? What the hell are you doing?" Cyril turned as disbelief appeared on his face. That's right, the woman that had struck him was none other than Cassidy. A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she slowly made her way towards Cyril. "There's no need to be alarmed, Cyril. I'm just testing out your skills." "Testing my skills? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Cyril spoke in a cold voice as he clasped his hand over the wound on his chest. This was only a minor injury to him. It would not cause him any problems. However, it was extremely inexplicable for one of the holy disciples, Cassidy, to attack him under the guise of testing out his skills. Was she fucking retarded? There must be an ulterior motive. However, he didn't know what that ulterior motive was. You couldn't really even consider this to be an assassination attempt. After all, he could heal himself from an injury like this in no time. The most important thing was that Layden was located here, and this was also Emperor Edeng's territory. Who dared to stir up trouble here? Cyril was extremely confused, but his hands continued to create seals. He had to alert everyone to this situation no matter what. Cassidy was also keeping a close eye on Cyril's movements. If he really did unleash some sort of information transmission spell technique, then she would have to kill him on the spot with one of her finishing techniques. Just as his spell technique was nearing completion, Cyril's entire body suddenly trembled, and his eyes widened as his lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. However, he was unable to utter a single word. He half knelt onto the ground and clasped his hand over his chest in agony as the vitality quickly escaped from his body. Thump! A few seconds later, Cyril fell to the ground silently. He couldn't even struggle or roar. All he could do was to accept his fate of death. Cassidy drew a sharp intake of breath as she stared down at Cyril's lifeless body with fear lingering on her face. Cyril was at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage. This essentially confirmed that it was not because the Dark Poison Lord was too weak, but instead, Enlin's blood had grown more powerful. She immediately reported her findings to Enlin and the others via voice transmission talisman. Cassidy stood atop the circular, floating rock as she heaved a disconsolate sigh. The Holy Leader's blood is so powerful now. What should I do? Will it be able to kill me as well? Her disconsolate words were echoed in the hearts of the other 2 Blood Tribe underlings. Within a forest filled with black trees, a tree person with crimson eyes received a heavy blow to the chest from Tobias' gloved fist, and his body flew back like a cannonball before crashing into a side of the white cube in which he was trapped. The white cube was an enchantment unleashed by Tina, which could isolate everything within from the outside world. As such, no one would be able to detect anything from outside no matter how intensely the battle raged within the cube. Tobias, even if you're a holy disciple, You won't be able to endure the wrath of Laden and Emperor Yi Deng. If you release me now, there may still be a chance that they'll forgive you." The tree person roared while gritting his teeth. His body was as solid and coarse as tree bark, but crimson blood flowed from the wound on his chest. Tobias flexed his neck from side to side with a slight smile. "I can release you, Bryce, but you have to stand here and survive for 3 minutes first." Bryce's expression faltered in confusion. "What do you mean?" Tobias splayed his hands open as he elaborated. "I mean exactly what I just said. I won't attack you, but you have to survive for 3 minutes. Tobias' words were very clear, and Bryce understood everything. But this made him even more confused. What the hell was going on? Stand on the spot for 3 minutes? Is this some sort of military standing posture training? The green leaves on Bryce's head rustled as confusion flashed through his crimson eyes. He wasn't actually a tree person. It's just that his outward appearance was quite similar to the appearance of a tree. At his very core, he was still a blood tribe cultivator and a return to void intermediate stage blood tribe mighty figure at that. It was just that he had cultivated in the evergreen Tao, thereby giving him this appearance. After that, Tobias really did just stand on the spot and did nothing. What the hell are you plotting? Bryce didn't dare to get complacent, and he searched for a way out as his feet extended like tree roots into the ground, as they searched for an avenue of escape from this white cube. Tobias didn't have any personal vendetta against him, and there was certainly no vendetta between Tobias' clan and Laden's forces. Even the battle for the holy disciple positions had concluded with Tobias as the final victor, so there really was no reason for Tobias to attack him. Just as his mind was scrambling for an answer, the blood within his body suddenly surged as an extremely peculiar energy imbued with the power of annihilation instantly spread throughout his body. What did you do to me?" Bryce suddenly felt extremely feeble, and he half knelt onto the ground as the vitality within his body was being obliterated by a certain type of destructive power. However, right at this moment, boundless vitality suddenly flourished in his body. Not only had the destructive power not taken away his life, but boundless vitality also blossomed in its place. All the negative energy within his blood was vanquished as his entire existence was purified. An extreme sense of bliss coursed through his entire body. "Ah!" Bryce couldn't help but spread his lips and moan with bliss. Tobias' eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "You didn't die." Return to void intermediate stage blood tribe mighty figures are able to withstand this power. Tobias was moved to the point of tears upon discovering this. Bryce stared at Tobias with confusion etched on his face. Why was Tobias crying when he was the one feeling good? Tobias' body trembled with delight, and it felt as if his body had once again received an acknowledgement from a mighty god. "I can finally embrace you again. Oh, great holy blood." He immediately pulled out his voice transmission talisman and broadcasted this thrilling news to Enlin and the others. Blood tribe cultivators at or above return to void intermediate stage can survive the power of the holy leader's holy blood. We can continue to feel good. Merlin and Cassidy were ecstatic to hear this. Upon receiving this news, Enlin immediately made his way toward where Tobias was. A massive weight was lifted off his shoulders, and his eyes glowed with excitement. He was determined to make Bryce his slave. Bryce's face was flushed with pleasure as he panted heavily. All his tree bark pulsed with his breathing, and the lush, green leaves on his head rustled as if they were crying for joy. What did you do to me?" Bryce finally recovered from the sense of extreme bliss, and he aimed a scorching gaze at Tobias. A light smile appeared on Tobias' face, but he didn't say anything. Bryce was extremely confused, but his body was extremely honest, and he chose to remain standing on the spot. He couldn't forget that feeling he had just experienced. That vast power of purification was imbued with boundless vitality and possibilities. He knew that this was most likely the most significant opportunity he would ever receive in his entire life, and this was not something he could give up no matter what. Soon, an unfamiliar man in a black robe appeared before Bryce. The man walked in a calm and collected manner, and Bryce could detect from his aura that he was a human. "Holy leader," Tobias bowed respectfully. Bryce's expression shifted drastically. The high and mighty holy disciple Tobias was being so respectful to a human, and he was referring to him as his holy leader? Just who was this human? The man took off his hood to reveal his handsome, smiling face underneath. Hello, my name is Enlin. Enlin. Bryce felt like this name was quite familiar. He soon came to a realization as his heart jolted in shock. You're the one who beat the literal shit from La Tui. You're the one who battled Layden at Huang Quan City. That's me. Aside from that, the purification power that you experienced was from my blood. Oh, and Cassidy, Tobias, and Merlin are all my slaves who refer to me as Holy Leader. And Lin's smile lingered on his face as he looked at the dumbstruck Bryce. So now you have two choices, the first of which is to establish a slave contract with me, after which I can take you to greater heights in your life. The second choice is to die. Bryce's mouth gaped open, and he felt like he was dreaming. After all, everything that had just taken place within the last few minutes was far too jarring for him to accept. The high and mighty holy disciples of the Blood Tribe were all Enlin's slaves? This would definitely be an earth-shattering headline if news of this was to escape into Taichu continent. Tobias added after seeing Bryce's dumbfounded expression. Do you know why we were chosen to become the holy disciples? It's all thanks to the holy leader's blood. Consider the options carefully, Bryce. Boom! Tobias' words were like a clap of thunder exploding in Bryce's head. Everything made sense now. He now knew why those three were chosen during the Holy Disciple elections, why Layden would suffer such a brutal loss at Huang Quan City, and why these people would appear here. I understand. Bryce turned to Enlin as a scorching reverent light burst forth from his eyes. So that's why. You are the real path, you are the truth, you are the God that is going to direct us forward. This lowly slave, Bryce, pays his respects to the holy leader. Bryce bowed toward Enlin in an extremely respectful manner. He wasn't a stubbornly loyal idiot, and just like the vast majority of cultivators in this world, he would gladly sacrifice everything for the chance to pursue the true Tao. At that moment, his entire body and soul had all pledged allegiance to Enlin. Bryce knew that this was not only his choice but also the Blood Patriarch's choice. Enlin nodded with elation on his face. Very good. It seems like you know what is truly important. Thus, Enlin and Bryce established a slave contract in an extremely smooth process. Due to the surrender of Bryce, Enlin gathered everyone together to reassess their course of action. Su Xiaolin, Shenyuan Cheng, and the others were all dumbstruck again as they stared at the return to void intermediate stage Bryce, who was standing obediently at Enlin's side with a fawning expression. Enlin, you swindled another underling? Su Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock, and she felt like she had underestimated Enlin's efficiency. How could you call this swindling? He was attracted by my charisma and voluntarily chose to serve me. Enlin replied with a smug expression. It is my utmost honor to be able to serve the holy leader. Bryce's head rustled, and it was quite clear that even his hair was in full agreement with his words. Bryce's head was quite unique. Although it looked humanoid for the most part, there was a hat on his head which was actually a tree canopy. An abundance of lush green leaves grew from his canopy hat, making it extremely environmentally friendly. Enlin stroked Bryce's lush green canopy hat to find that the leaves had a finer texture than most leaves and exuded a light, fragrant scent. Little Boo, can you photosynthesize? He suddenly asked. Bryce faltered for a moment before nodding. I can, but I'm not very accustomed to it. I'll introduce you to someone. She'll make sure you become accustomed to it. Enlin said with a serious expression. Bryce nodded with a confused expression. He had tried cultivating through photosynthesis in the past, but the energy he could obtain from doing so was limited, so he quickly abandoned this method of cultivation. With the inclusion of Bryce, everyone discussed their strategy again. This blood Rakshasa true information is able to simultaneously remove the residual chaotic lightning power within Layden's body, as well as heal his injuries. Hence, the best time to strike would be at noon. Is that because that's when it'll be the warmest? Please don't interject. Holy leader. It's because the power of Yang is most abundant at noon, so the formation will be unable to suppress Leiden's injuries as well as it could during other times of the day. That will be when Leiden is at his weakest, and therefore it will be the ideal time to strike. At this moment, Leiden was still completely oblivious to the fact that all his guards had perished with the exception of the most powerful one, who was currently in the process of plotting the best course of action forward to kill him. He breathed in and out slowly and rhythmically in order to maximize the regenerative effects of the formation. Emperor Yi Deng's divine medicine would take a few days to arrive, so all he could do before then was to remove Emperor Tian Huang's power from his body. Everything was quite serene and peaceful, and the only sound reverberating through the air was the sound of his breathing. The Yin energy within the veins of the earth converged toward him in a powerful vortex. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter. The sound of familiar footsteps could be heard nearby. Leiden opened his eyes to find that it was his subordinate, Bryce. Thinking back, he had paid quite a heavy price to earn Bryce's allegiance. He had done a lot of things for him and finally managed to gain his loyalty after much trouble. With this in mind, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Do you need something, Bryce?" I have something to say." With an innocent expression, Bryce scratched his head with a haggard branch. "Tell me. There's no need to be so hesitant with me." Leiden could still hold a conversation as he continued his recovery process, but he still wanted to free himself from unnecessary distractions as soon as possible. "Well, I severed all the important points of your spell formation," Bryce said with a guilt-ridden expression. "What did you just say?" Leiden felt like he had misheard. "Because there's a block of soap one there." Bryce pointed to a spot in the distance. Leiden turned with a confused expression toward the direction Bryce was pointing in, only to find that there was nothing there. PFFF. A sharp tree branch pierced through the air before instantly puncturing Leiden's heart. At the same time, the gargantuan blood Rakshasa true information seemed to have lost its power source as it suddenly ceased to function. Leiden finally understood that Bryce wasn't lying, and the spell formation had indeed been severed. As a result, the residual power of Emperor Tian Huang was unleashed, and it began to wreak havoc in his body. "You!" Leiden was just about to flare up in anger when a white longsword suddenly appeared before piercing through his chest. An overwhelming sealing power instantly spread through his entire body, sealing away his vast life force. Leiden realized in that instant that this was an extremely well-planned assassination with him as the target. The blood star appeared behind him as the entire heavens was stained crimson by the power of his divine Tao, plunging the world into a crimson sea of despair. He immediately made the snap decision to unleash his most powerful ability, even if it was at the cost of further damage to his Tao foundation. The power of the blood star exploded outward, pulverizing the ground within a radius of over a kilometer. Bryce was knocked flying into the air, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his tree bark skin shattered around his body. A lithe and graceful figure suddenly flew back, leaving the cursed star blood sword protruding from Leiden's chest. Leiden was just about to pull out the long sword when a pitch-black bead suddenly appeared in the air above him, while unleashing boundless spiritual power that engulfed him like a waterfall. An overwhelming sealing power crashed down onto his body, and it felt as if the entire heaven and earth had fallen on his shoulder. Even his conscience was gradually being negatively affected by this power. At that moment, the anguished wails of billions of dead souls permeated throughout Leiden's mind, forcing his body to involuntarily slow down. This was the power of Merlin's deceased spirit bead. It was able to unleash extremely fearsome sealing power. Leiden finally managed to grab onto the hilt of the white longsword, only to find that it had fused with his flesh and could not be extricated in a short time. He immediately gripped the air to materialize a peerlessly sharp blood star sword to stab through the boundless darkness around him. He knew that he had to get out of this trapping formation as soon as possible. The crimson sword pierced through the darkness, upon which an extremely high-pitched screeching erupted. The blood star sword shattered from the force of the powerful impact, and cracks appeared in the darkness to allow faint rays of light to filter through. Leiden's expression became quite grim upon seeing this. Not even his full-force strike was able to break through this trapping formation. Just who was the person that was trying to kill him? A hint of fear welled up in his heart. His assailants were definitely not some ragtag team of assassins. Aside from the traitor, Bryce, he had no clue who else was playing a part in this assassination attempt. Ring. A crisp ringing erupted in the darkness, as Layden unleashed another Bloodstar sword to strike at the cracks that had appeared in the darkness around him. However, right at this moment, an extremely monstrous power suddenly descended from the sky. A gargantuan crimson fist broke through the darkness before crashing down with unparalleled force. The devastating power of divine Tao swept through the air. This fist seemed to be imbued with boundless might, giving it the power to bring annihilation to heaven and earth. More importantly, Layden could feel a powerful sense of bloodline oppression from the Blood Patriarch. In that moment, he felt as if he were facing the Blood Patriarch who had once reigned over the heavens. This is the power of the Blood Patriarch. Layden was dumbstruck. He finally knew who his assailants were. Aside from the Tao integration stage super mighty figures of the Blood Tribe, the Holy Disciples were able to wield the power of the Blood Patriarch. The white longsword, the spiritual seal, the fist. Cassidy, Merlin, Tobias. I'll kill you all. The veins on Layden's forehead began to pop with unadulterated rage. The Bloodstar sword switched direction, and he poured forth all of his Bloodstar divine Tao power in the sword, which was flying toward the gargantuan fist. He had no choice. He could only try and directly vanquish the attack through an attack of his own. The flying sword and the fist collided, but there was no earth-shattering collision. The Bloodstar sword only screeched for a split second before it was completely vanquished. The gargantuan fist continued in its descent, seemingly as if it had not even been blunted by Layden's flying sword. A terrifying sense of impending doom gripped Layden's body, and he knew that he would die if he was to be struck by this fist. He bit through the tip of his tongue and forced himself to activate a mystic technique in order to manifest his divine Tao as a Bloodstar, which appeared behind him. Boom! In that instant, the earth tremored and crumbled. The seal of inky darkness around Layden was also instantly pulverized by the monstrous power imbued within the fist. Devastating destructive power exploded outward for several dozen kilometers, pulverizing everything in its wake. The entire heaven and earth was stained crimson as the might of the Blood Patriarch descended. At that moment, it was as if Armageddon had arrived. After the crimson light dissipated, a massive hole with a radius of 15 kilometers appeared before everyone's eyes. All the mountains, rivers, forests, and everything else had disappeared within that range. Tobias panted heavily as he stood in midair. His clothes were in tatters, and blood flowed from his entire body. All this was clearly a result of the backlash from unleashing an excessively powerful spell technique. He should be dead after all that, right? Merlin retracted his deceased spirit bead, and his features were excessively pale. A crimson streak flew through the air before settling by Cassidy's side, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Layden's life force had been severed by the cursed star bloodsword, and the power imbued within Tobias' attack rivaled a strike from a Tao integration stage true god, so he has most likely been blasted into oblivion. Let me scout the situation. Bryce flew toward the center of the massive crater as countless roots sprouted from his feet before extending into the inky depths of the crater. No aura detected. No energy detected. As for signs of life, Bryce's expression suddenly shifted as he flew back in retreat. However, an extremely fearsome energy converged upon him in the blink of an eye. Over 100 red specks of light carved lethal trajectories through the air before instantly reducing Bryce's body to a piece of Swiss cheese. Little boo! And Lin yelled with shock and horror. Right at this moment, a crimson streak of light flew into the air from the bottom of the pit as it tried to flee into the distance. Tina reacted very quickly, and her small and nimble hands flashed through the air as a massive white cube materialized in the air. The crimson streak of light crashed into the walls of the white cube, triggering a series of resounding booms, but was unable to break through. Everyone was dumbstruck as they caught sight of what the red streak of light truly looked like. A soft, fair-skinned body, a tiny little penis, a set of tender features and golden hair. This was a nude little boy who appeared to be about 4 or 5 years of age. Gasp! Who's that? And Lin gasped with incredulity. How dare he commit such a blatant crime of indecent exposure like this? Su Xiaolin rolled his eyes. Stop kidding around, and Lin. The boy may be small, but he's a tree murderer. The tree is not dead. Classmate Shenyuan Chang has already gone to save him, so the little boy is only an attempted tree murderer. Su Qinyun said with a mellow voice and a slight smile on her face, which suggested that she was quite pleased with herself. Sword Immortal Ling Zhao's lips twitched. I think all of you should stop kidding around and take things more seriously. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe, Merlin, Cassidy, and Tobias had already surrounded the little boy. Is that Layden? Xiao Zhe was astonished. This aura and those features. There's no doubt about it. This definitely is Layden. Cassidy's expression was a little grave. Why did Layden become like this? Merlin was puzzled. Tobias offered an explanation by saying, within our tribe's secret tomes, there is a divine ability called the Return to Youth technique. Users can sacrifice their divine Tao to gain protection more powerful than the divine Tao for a short period of time, while also instantaneously healing all of the user's injuries. However, an extremely heavy price must be paid to activate this divine ability, which involves a sharp decline in cultivation base as well as a reversion to infancy. It looks like the symptoms he exhibits is quite similar to what you just described. No wonder he was able to survive that fist you unleashed. Merlin heaved a sigh of relief. So that means Layden's current strength at the pinnacle of return to void initial stage isn't a facade? Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up with a rare expression of excitement. As his voice fell, everyone began to chuckle with a sinister expression. Layden's body trembled, and he pressed himself against the wall of the white cube in fear. Just as they thought that victory was assured and were converging toward Layden with sinister expressions, a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on the little boy's face as he bit down on the tip of his tongue and quickly recited a mantra in an unfamiliar language, following which his aura instantly soared to the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. He pressed his hands to the white cube, and a sharp crimson light burst forth, shattering the cube around him. Whoosh! Layden fled into the distance at extreme speed. Cassidy, Xiao Zhe, Merlin, and Tobias' expressions drastically changed as they sprang forth in pursuit. Tina, take me with you, and Lin yelled. Tina immediately held onto Lin as the two of them flashed through space in pursuit of Layden. Layden fled at an alarming speed, and everyone was finding it quite difficult to catch up. Humph! You made my cultivation base regress and damaged my Tao foundation. Cassidy, Tobias, Merlin, Bryce. None of you guys are getting away with this. I will tell Emperor Yi Deng to relegate all of you to the pits of hell, where you shall be tormented for eternity. Hatred and ferocity appeared on the little boy's face as he turned to look at his pursuers. This is the first time I've ever seen someone cry for their daddy in such a dignified manner. Xiao Zhe sneered. When he caught sight of Xiao Zhe, Layden's expression faltered slightly before coming to a sudden realization. It's you. You useless dragon. I beat you to the brink of death last time, and you still dare to taunt me? You want to fight again? Daddy's boy. Xiao Zhe glared at Layden with a taunting expression as he raised his middle finger. Layden couldn't be bothered dealing with Layden, and he turned forward to focus on fleeing. Now was not the time to let his emotions get the better of him. Right at this moment, a white light flashed, and a fairy along with a man appeared beside Xiao Zhe. Tina's tiny face was a little pale, indicating that she had clearly overexerted herself to get to this point. Master, what are you doing here? Be careful of Layden's counterattack, Xiao Zhe exclaimed. And Lin didn't reply to Xiao Zhe's concerns. Instead, he glared at Layden, who was fleeing in the distance. Layden was still fleeing at full speed when he suddenly thought of all the tragedies that happened to him before, and tears poured forth from his eyes. Wah! He began to bawl his eyes out like a small child who had just had his toy snatched away from him. Immediately afterward, he was struck by an unbearable stomach pain as something burst forth. PFFF? Layden gripped his stomach as his body trembled violently. This power was all too familiar to him. It was the very same power that had brought humiliation and trauma upon him. He continued to flee as he roared with rage. "And Lin, it's you again. I swear I will kill you. Yeah, love you too." And Lin fell back after unleashing his two special spell techniques because Tina didn't have any more energy to give chase. However, his two special spell techniques were somewhat effective in halting Layden's momentum. It was only for a split second, but just that split second of deceleration was enough for Layden to finally fall into everyone's attack range. Xianxia transformed into a black dragon before summoning countless bolts of lightning, which crashed down upon Layden. Layden evaded as quickly as he could, but his skin was still charred black by a few bolts of lightning. Just as Layden was dodging the bolts of lightning, a crimson sword glowing with specks of white light pierced through the air en route to his heart. Layden had unleashed a mystic technique to boost his cultivation base to the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, thereby allowing him to unleash a movement technique to evade the cursed star blood sword. The sword managed to draw blood from his waist, but it failed to land a vital blow. "Humph! You want to kill me? What a joke. I'm no weaker than any of you now, so chase me all you want. The moment Emperor Yideng notices you all will be the moment you die." Layden turned around with a cold sneer that was devoid of any worry or fear. He didn't know why the holy disciples would form an alliance with Enlin and the others, but assisting humans in an assassination attempt was a cardinal crime that would have their holy disciple titles stripped from them and draw upon them endless torment inflicted by a Dao integration stage emperor. This was the cardinal offense of betrayal. However, to Layden's surprise, Cassidy and the others remained completely unconcerned. The Crimson Sword hadn't struck any of his vitals, so why were they so happy? What was going on? "Layden, I think you can keep skipping around for about 3 more minutes, Cassidy said with a seductive smile. "What?" Layden's brows furrowed. "You're going to taste the punishment of the holy blood soon." Tobias chuckled with a sinister expression. Layden was starting to get a bit nervous. Holy blood? Punishment? He didn't understand any of that. However, it didn't look like Cassidy and the others were feigning expressions of triumph. Cassidy summoned the cursed star blood sword back to her side before licking the blade with her dainty little tongue. "This is a weapon smeared with lethal poison." That's right. Cassidy had stained her sword with Enlin's blood. This blood was lethal to someone like Layden, who had fallen to the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. He would definitely be unable to withstand the purification of the holy blood, and he would die during the process. Cyril, who was at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage, was a perfect precedent. 1 minute later, thump, 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 Layden's heart rate inexplicably accelerated as a destructive power swept through his entire body. "Ah!" He roared with agony as he clutched at his heart and plummeted from the sky. Boom! His nude body crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater below him. Cassidy, Xianxia, Tobias, and Merlin also caught up to Layden at this point. However, they were in no hurry to strike. Instead, they surrounded Layden, leaving him with no avenues for escape. That's right, there was no need for them to dirty their hands. Layden had already fallen victim to the holy blood, so his fate was sealed. What did you do to me?" Layden trembled as he spoke with great difficulty. He couldn't even stand up anymore, let alone continue to flee. And Lin and Tina also arrived, and they finally heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the little boy in the crater. "We didn't do anything. You have only fallen victim to the holy blood. The purification effect of the holy blood cannot be endured by just anyone. Trash like you will suffer an inevitable death," Cassidy announced in a triumphant voice. All they needed to do now was to watch as Layden died, so they might as well let him know why he was going to die. Sure enough, Layden's condition continued to worsen as his body began to spasm. "Ah!" A peculiar moan of bliss suddenly sounded. Everyone faltered upon hearing this. They then turned their eyes to the little boy, only to discover that his face was flushed with what seemed to be enjoyment? Rumble. The sky suddenly darkened as lightning clouds gathered and heavenly might descended upon the world. This is... And Lin surveyed the scene before him with incredulity on his face. Not only had Layden not died, but his eyes were extremely bright. It was as if he had been transformed as his aura became vaster by the second. So this is the blood of the holy leader? It really is wonderful. It has purified my entire body and soul. And I'm about to break through to the return to void intermediate stage again. That's right. Layden had absorbed in Lin's blood and broken through his bottleneck, which meant that he was now enduring a tribulation transcendence. My God, the blood of the holy leader was unable to kill him. Not only that, but it served the opposite purpose and indirectly helped him to make a breakthrough. All of them stared at the little boy within the crater with incredulity on their faces. Have no fear. Let's kill him before he has a chance to make his breakthrough. Xiao Zhe came to his senses first and reminded everyone of this available course of action. Cassidy and the others' eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. That's right, people who were transcending tribulations couldn't move, or they would suffer backlashes from heaven and earth. Hence, Layden had to stay rooted to the spot while he endured the lightning tribulation, which made him a sitting duck during this period of time. This was a perfect opportunity. Xiao Zhe was itching to exact revenge for the pummeling he had received at Huangquan City, and he led the charge. His massive dragon tail whipped through the air with earth-shattering might toward Layden, leaving a series of spatial cracks in its wake. Right at this moment, Layden opened his mouth and out came a semi-transparent white ball, which instantly enveloped his body. Boom! The dragon tail collided with the white ball, but it was knocked back by the force of the impact. The white ball stayed rooted to the spot as if it were a permanent fixture of heaven and earth. Its surface was flawless and translucent white, as if it were a perfect piece of jade, and it managed to block a full-force strike from Xiao Zhe. This is the white realm stone that my father gave me for tribulation transcendence purposes. Only tribulation lightning can bypass its defenses, and unless you're a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, you won't even be able to scratch the surface of the white realm stone. An arrogant smile appeared on Layden's face. I'm going to be invincible during this period of time. You better escape before I successfully transcend my tribulation. No one expected Layden to be able to pull out a bead with such powerful defensive properties at the last moment. However, they didn't give up, and they continued to unleash all sorts of spell techniques to try and break through the defenses of the White Realm Stone. However, all their attempts were unfortunately in vain. Give up now, and you still have a chance of escaping, Layden said with a triumphant expression. You really think we can't defeat you after you reach the return to void intermediate stage? Xiao Zhe sneered coldly. We'll still beat the shit out of you, daddy's boy. Tobias clashed his fists together with a cold expression. The veins on Layden's forehead popped with rage. He felt like his current situation exemplified the expression of a fallen dragon being pushed around by dogs. None of these people would have dared to screw around with him like this back when he was at the return to void pinnacle stage. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled as a bolt of dazzling golden lightning fell from the sky, coloring the entire world gold. The lightning broke through the White Realm Stone before crashing down upon Layden's body with a fearsome might. Layden's body trembled, and his white skin became a little charred. Cassidy's brows knitted together in a grave expression. That golden void lightning is very powerful, indicating that his strength is going to drastically increase when he breaks through to the return to void intermediate stage. We might not be able to stop him if he tries to run away then. This is just a small lightning tribulation of 36 bolts, so it won't be able to blast him to death no matter how powerful the bolts of lightning are. We should prepare a trapping formation in advance. Tobias heaved a resigned sigh as he proposed preparations for a final roll of the dice. Everyone else nodded, and just as they were about to spring into action, they suddenly discovered that Lin was already atop his brick as he flew into the air. Boom! Another bolt of golden lightning struck Layden's body. As lightning flashed within the White Realm Stone, his aura became vaster. What are you doing, holy leader? Cassidy yelled in alarm. Could it be? Tobias' eyes widened as if he had discovered a new continent. Boom! Golden lightning pierced through the air before crashing toward Layden again. Lightning burst forth, coloring the entire sky golden, but the black brick was able to withstand the lightning strike. Layden's mouth gaped open in shock as he looked up at the black brick looming over him. In contrast, everyone else was ecstatic as they finally understood what Enlin was trying to do. He was trying to impede the divine lightning. The divine lightning honed in specifically on its target, and its might would begin to grow even more fearsome if it encountered any impediment. And it would do so until it was able to blast through all obstacles. The return to Void Stage Golden Void Lightning was extremely powerful. But was it powerful enough to puncture the chaotic alloy brick? Boom! Another even more fearsome bolt of Golden Void Lightning struck the black brick, but it remained completely unscathed. However, Enlin was knocked back a little bit by the force of the lightning strike as he supported the black brick from below. Little Xiao, come support this black brick, Enlin yelled. Xiao Zhe immediately came to his senses before flying toward Enlin and responding with vigor. No problem, master. You go take a rest and just leave manual labor like this to me. Xiao Zhe was ecstatic about being able to screw over Layden. Expand, expand, expand. And Lin expanded the chaotic alloy brick to over 1,000 feet in length before swapping places with Xiao Zhe and standing off to the side as a spectator. Xiao Zhe's defensive prowess was already extremely formidable, and now he had a giant black brick on his back that acted like a turtle shell. This combination of dragon and turtle struck despair into Layden's heart. You're so awesome, holy leader. A seductive smile appeared on Cassidy's face as she praised with heartfelt reverence. Giant Enlin, when will I ever become as outstanding as you are? Tina's eyes were practically glowing as he turned to Enlin. This is nothing. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Enlin waved his hands with a nonchalant expression. Rumble, the lightning tribulation continued. One bolt of golden void lightning after another struck the chaotic alloy brick on Xiao Zhe's back, creating a spectacular scene of beauty that was akin to golden fireworks. The imagery was extremely beautiful, but in Layden's eyes, it was absolutely horrifying. The tribulation lightning became more and more powerful with each successive bolt, and it appeared as if it wouldn't rest until it broke through the chaotic alloy brick. What was it going to be like for lightning of such fearsome power to strike Layden's body? Enlin, fuck you. Layden was overwhelmed by rage and fear, and he couldn't help but hurl an insult at Enlin. Swear all you want. No one is coming to save you, daddy's boy. Enlin chuckled. Insults hurled at him by his opponents could only be taken as an acknowledgement of his own skills. After all, only an enemy that had run out of tricks would resort to instigating a war of words. Layden's breathing accelerated as he looked up at the monstrous bolts of tribulation lightning in the sky, but he couldn't do anything. Golden void lightning was extremely fearsome, and even most returned to void stage mighty figures would do all they could to avoid a direct confrontation with it in fear of suffering a backlash from the lightning tribulation of the heavenly Tao. However, Xiao Zhe was an exception to this. Not only were his defenses extremely insane, but he also had the chaotic alloy turtle shell to protect him. On top of that, the tamer of divine lightning, Enlin, was there to help him out. So this was a piece of cake for him. Before they knew it, the 36th bolt of golden void lightning had already fallen, but bolts of tribulation lightning continued to fall, and they were only growing in power, as if it had sworn a vow to never give up until it struck Layden. After the 49th bolt of lightning, Xiao Zhe's body trembled lightly with each successive bolt, and it was clearly becoming a little difficult for him. After the 64th bolt of lightning, Xiao Zhe's massive body was already sprawled over the white ball, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Ow, save me. I can't endure this even if I'm being protected by this brick. My son, Layden, look how hard Daddy Xiao Zhe is trying for you. Are you touched? A grimace appeared on Xiao Zhe's face, and he panted heavily, looking as if he really was in pain, but he was still extremely happy nonetheless. PFFF? Layden finally threw up a mouthful of blood as he looked at the bolts of lightning that struck despair directly into his heart. I hate you all. You're all scum. Layden roared with rage. He was angry, he was indignant, but he also couldn't do anything. The 80th bolt of lightning fell, and everything within a radius of a kilometer was reduced to dust as a series of abyssal spatial rifts appeared in the air, indicating just how fearsome the bolts of lightning were. Xiao Zhe was also showing signs of overexertion as his skin began to split open. And Lin's expression shifted, and he yelled, "Fall back, little Xiao, that's enough." Xiao Zhe immediately fell back as instructed. The 81st bolt of golden void lightning was converging in the air while the dark clouds were colored gold. Monstrous lightning might exploded outward with no restraint, as if it were threatening to crush the entire heavens. The very heavens had been enraged. Layden collapsed to the ground as his legs gave out from under him. An expression of despair appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "It's over. It's all over. I won't be able to withstand lightning like this even at the height of my powers." At that moment, he thought of his father. That's right. Everything would be fine if his father were here. Emperor Yi Deng was so powerful. He would definitely be able to scatter the lightning clouds and save him. Tears of remorse flowed down the little boy's cheeks as he looked up at the fearsome lightning. How had it come to this? What had he done wrong? Layden took a deep breath as the fear in his eyes was slowly replaced by determination. Nothing was set in this world, and no tribulation transcendence was truly hopeless. There had to be some hope within all the despair. Perhaps he would be able to transcend this lightning tribulation and forge the paramount Tao. Ardor and zeal coursed through Layden's blood, and his depression was wiped away and replaced by unyielding determination. He raised a finger to the sky, and his aura soared as a crimson suit of arm appeared over his body. Come, tribulation lightning. No matter how powerful you are, the mighty Layden will be able to conquer you. Boom, boom, boom. Golden lightning converged overhead, and the space around it was shattered into a series of spatial rifts in a cobweb formation. At the very center, a black hole had appeared in which there was no color aside from the bright golden light of the tribulation lightning. Gasp! And Lin and the others retreated another kilometer upon seeing this. A sense of profound respect welled up in their hearts as they looked at Layden's fearless expression. Layden is pretty impressive to be able to conquer his fear in the face of such terrifying tribulation lightning, Merlin exclaimed with a sincere expression. It's just too bad that he messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Cassidy's eyes lingered on Lin's face as she spoke in a slow voice, and Lin nodded. I respect him for his courage, so I plan to give him a moving and tragic death. What do you mean by that? Everyone asked. A slight smile appeared on Lin's face as he too pointed a finger up at the sky. Lightning amplification technique. Invisible ripples proliferated outward, and the golden lightning that had already taken shape suddenly glowed with an even more dazzling brightness as it tore through the entire sky while sending tremors running through heaven and earth with its overwhelming might. At that moment, the golden void lightning transformed from the lightning of death to become the lightning of annihilation. Everyone. Layden looked up at the sky, and tears welled up in his eyes again. How could it be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. But it doesn't matter. I am the mighty Layden who is going to defy the natural order and reign supreme over this world. This divine lightning is nothing to me. A crimson sword appeared in his hand as he activated all his mystic techniques at once. The crimson sword glowed with a dazzling light, and the wave of crimson appeared to be resisting the golden light from the golden void lightning. Crack! As the space in the sky completely cracked open, the lightning of annihilation finally descended. In that instant, golden light seemed to tear through chaos, taking the world back to the moment when it first came into existence. The lightning imbued with the might of the heavens seemed to be the only thing left between heaven and earth. The earth-shattering crimson sword? Pulverized. The indestructible crimson armor? Pulverized. Everything within this world was blasted into oblivion as if it had all been an illusion. In the end, the golden lightning struck Layden and instantly reduced him to particles even tinier than molecules as he disappeared from this world. Not only that, but the earth within a radius of over a kilometer also disappeared instantaneously, as if it had evaporated out of existence. Even that white realm stone, which was supposedly able to withstand all attacks below the strength of the return to void pinnacle stage, was also annihilated. Everything had been completely and utterly annihilated. Boom! Only now did a deafening clap of thunder travel into everyone's ears. The sound waves from the thunderclap sent violent tremors through heaven and earth, and the gale-force winds that swept through the air instantly uprooted countless trees. In that instant, everything within this world was torn apart by the boundless golden lightning, as if Armageddon had descended. After that, heaven and earth fell silent again, as if it had just completed a certain mission. The lightning in the sky disappeared along with the dark clouds. Sunlight shone down upon heaven and earth as color returned to the world. Only the bottomless, abyssal crater in the ground acted as a memento for the earth-shattering phenomenon that had just taken place. And Lin, Tobias, Xiaoze, Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias all looked down blankly at the gargantuan crater down below, while fear lingered in their hearts. This was just a small fucking lighting tribulation? Tobias's lips twitched. And thus, the man who held ambitious aspirations of defying the natural order was reduced to oblivion before he even had a chance to yell. Cassidy delivered a eulogy in a quiet voice. Xiaoze had already reverted back to his human form, and his body trembled as he hugged the black brick tightly to his chest. Thank God Master told me to fall back. If I hadn't escaped in time, I would have most likely been blasted into nothingness along with that bastard. Power of that magnitude was not something the black brick could withstand. After all, the black brick could only block attacks from one direction. However, that bolt of lightning seemed to be a bolt of annihilation lightning that was imbued with the unadulterated wrath of the heavens. It was a 360-degree attack with no blind spots. Anyone below the Tao integration stage would have immediately been annihilated by that monstrous attack. Even Lin, who had never been afraid of lightning, could distinctly feel that he couldn't have manipulated that bolt of lightning with his lightning manipulation technique. That bolt of golden void lightning had already transcended into an extremely mysterious domain that was outside of his control. That bolt of lightning was very powerful, but we should still verify Leiden's death, Lin suggested. No one had any objections to this. Leiden had too many trump cards, and even Tobias wasn't able to kill him after drawing on the power of the Blood Patriarch. Hence, it was best to make sure that he was dead. 15 minutes later, everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief after discovering nothing. Very good, that meant Leiden was well and truly dead. This was not a good place to stay, and Lin and the others immediately set forth to unite with Su Xiaolan's group. How did you go, Lin? Is Leiden dead? Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin return unscathed. He sure is. He was blasted to death by a bolt of tribulation lightning. Lin replied with a smug smile. He was killed by a bolt of tribulation lightning? Sword Immortal Ling Xiao and the others were all shocked to hear this. It's a bit complicated, so I'll tell you all about the specifics once we get back. All you need to know is that there is no enemy who can't be killed by the tamer of divine lightning. Lin said with a calm expression. Everyone. Leiden's death was definitely going to create quite a stir, and a war was going to sweep through the dark marshlands. Cassidy, Merlin, and Tobias had to return to their sects in order to avoid suspicion from the Blood Tribe emperors. Bryce had once been Leiden's guard and subordinate, so there was no way he could go back. Hence, he transformed into a small seedling before nestling on Lin's head to obscure his identity and follow the holy leader. Cassidy and the others were extremely envious upon seeing this. Thus, everyone split up into two groups before flying away in opposite directions. Within the divine palace of life, a certain jade badge suddenly cracked. Emperor Yi Deng, who was up to a critical juncture in his research on a certain mystic technique, suddenly flared up with unadulterated rage. Boom! A crimson pillar of light punctured the roof of the divine palace of life before soaring straight into the heavens. A thunderous, enraged voice erupted across the earth. Who killed my son? I will relegate the perpetrator and their entire family to the pits of hell where they shall be tormented for eternity. Emperor Yi Deng arrived at the purple snow mountain, and he surveyed the vast expanse of rubble below him as a crimson sea flashed before his eyes. From all visible signs, it looks like there were at least 8 people involved in this assassination. That's really strange. How could Leyden not have detected an attack of this magnitude beforehand? Emperor Deng fell silent as he looked down at the gargantuan crater in the center of the spell formation. He continued to simulate the situation, which led him in a certain direction. He then stopped once again at another gargantuan crater nestled amid a series of mountains. What terrifying lightning! To think that my son would die from tribulation lightning. Emperor Deng stood in midair as crimson clouds surged in the sky, transforming the world around him into a crimson hell. He stood for a long time at the same location before turning toward the east. There can only be one culprit. It was a traitor of the Blood Tribe who cooperated with people from the Heavenly Court to strike and kill my son during his time of vulnerability. Detestable. Boom! An extremely monstrous streak of crimson light pierced through the air as it flew toward the east. Chaotic lightning suddenly fell from the sky, obstructing the path of the crimson streak of light. Another earth-shattering battle erupted, which laid waste to dark marshlands in a catastrophic disaster of epic proportions, reducing many cities and landmarks to rubble in the process. In the end, the crimson streak of light fled toward the central region of the dark marshlands. The lightning pursued the crimson streak of light for over 10,000 kilometers but was unable to deliver the killing blow in the end. It then flashed away into the distance. Thus, the battle drew to a conclusion, but the real influence caused by its aftermath was only just beginning to take effect. Leyden was the Blood Tribe returned to Void Stage mighty figure with the best hopes of progressing to the Dao integration stage. However, he was slain in the central region of the Dark Marshlands. Such a shocking headline made its way throughout the entirety of the Dark Marshlands, creating a massive stir. My God! Leyden was at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. Who could have killed him? A Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Impossible. If a Divine Palace of Life mighty figure was involved, they would definitely be unable to escape the detection of the emperors in the Divine Palace of Life. It was most likely other return to Void Stage mighty figures that were involved. To be able to kill Emperor Deng's son right under his nose. That's crazy. Apparently this was accomplished by mysterious powerful beings from the Heavenly Court with the cooperation of a Blood Tribe traitor. I wonder who the traitor is. It looks like the strained peace between the Dark Marshlands and the Heavenly Court is going to come to an end. I don't give a shit. Let's go find some blood to drink. This was one of the vital flaws of the Blood Tribe. They would hold heated discussions like this, but their sense of unity left a lot to be desired. Even if they were to participate in some sort of battle, it would have to be able to net them some sort of personal benefit too. However, on the flip side, if the entire Blood Tribe banded together to try and exact revenge on the Heavenly Court just because one of their mighty figures had been slain, then the Blood Tribe would have been extinct a long time ago. Even Emperor Deng temporarily set aside any plans of vengeance and chose to survey the situation from the shadow. He had no choice but to do this. It wasn't like he could beat that lightning user, so what was he supposed to do? News of Leyden's death spread through the Kingdom of the Nine States, and after learning of the fact that the Heavenly Court was most likely responsible for this, everyone was extremely proud, and a bustling, impromptu festival took place. The Blood Tribe was one of the main enemies of the human race, so it was obviously good news to all humans that one of their top-rate mighty figures had fallen. Furthermore, the reliability and strength of the Heavenly Court were once again re-established in everyone's heart following this incident. If they knew that the main force behind this assassination consisted of just a few students from the Heavenly Court along with the slaves of one of those students, they would probably be even more shocked beyond belief. Meanwhile, Lin and the others had returned to Huangquan City under the aura concealment cloaks provided to them by the Celestial the Arch. No one else knew about their mission, and the mundane days of staring out into the distance atop the city wall continued. The only thing different was that a seedling was sprouting from the top of Lin's head. Pfft! Atop the city wall, Miao Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Lin. Haha! Big brother, and you have some green on your head there. Are you trying to tell us something with that? Lin's face darkened. You don't know shit. Do you know what life energy is? This seedling can give me energy. Miao Tian doubled over with laughter as she waved her hands feebly. All right, whatever you say. Haha, you can't. Let me laugh for a while longer. And Lin left with a thunderous expression. What he had said was actually true. After transforming into a seedling, Bryce stood on Enlin's head and transferred a part of the energy he obtained through photosynthesis into Enlin's body as life force energy, which meant that he would grow stronger as Bryce grew stronger. This was like having a wearable power generator for himself. He was obviously not going to pass up this opportunity no matter how weird it looked. After all, he was a person who cared more for what was on the inside over appearances. Take his Dao partner to be Su Xiaolan, for example. He didn't know if Su Xiaolan was beautiful, but she was certainly a woman with a fantastic personality and temperament, and that was enough. And Lin stood idly on the wall. The homeroom teacher had prohibited all recreational activities, so he had nothing to do. After thinking for a while, he could only play some blind chess with Su Xiaolan. Bishop to f4. And Lin sighed with a dejected expression as he stared off into the distance. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly. Rook to e8. Pawn to c7. And Lin's eyes lit up. After an intense battle, and Lin was able to deliver a checkmate on Su Xiaolan. This was not only a contest of chess skills, but also a battle of memory, spatial logic, and wills. And Lin managed to secure victory in all these aspects. Ha ha ha, I won. Thanks for the game, Xiaolan. And Lin was elated. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes adorably at him. Can I use both my rooks this time? Sure, you can have both rooks, but you have to sacrifice a knight first. All right. Thus, the two of them began to battle it out again, and their games of blind chess were actually quite fun. Shen Yuancheng found an open patch of ground for himself to further experiment with his domain. There were fearsome explosions erupting from time to time, sending tremors running through the earth, but all the soldiers and students on the city wall were accustomed to this and no longer made a big deal out of it. At times, they would even enjoy the sight of flames and soil soaring into the sky and discussed how the latest explosion was different from the previous ones. Everyone was bored out of their minds. Time trickled by slowly, and another day passed. Morning came and the small seedling began to stir atop Enlin's head. Tina opened her emerald eyes and stretched lazily. She felt like all her energy had been replenished, and she was raring to go again. She turned to Enlin, who was still sleeping, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face as she clamped down on Enlin's nose. Enlin's brows knitted together in discomfort. Tina fought to suppress her laughter as she maintained a clamp on Enlin's nose. Slap! A palm flew through the air before colliding with Tina's tiny body. Boom! Her tiny body flew back like a cannonball before creating a massive crater in the city wall. Giant Enlin! Tina glowered at Enlin's palm as she flew back toward him in a disheveled state. However, Enlin was still sound asleep, so that slap was clearly just a subconscious reaction. People with lower cultivation bases would have to refrain from playing pranks like this, or they could get slapped to death. Tina heaved a resigned sigh, and a dazzling white light burst forth from her hand before sweeping toward Enlin. Whoosh! The two of them disappeared from this world. In the next instant, they had reappeared in the divine mirror world. It was also at this moment that the voice of God entered Enlin's ears. The voice was like the paramount judgment delivered by the heavens. Giant Enlin, get up! At that moment, Enlin experienced what it felt like to be awoken by the entire world. An indescribable emotion spread throughout his entire body as he instantly sat upright. Holy fuck! What happened? He panted heavily. He felt like he had just had a nightmare in which the entire world had turned against him, and his heart thumped in his chest as all hints of drowsiness were instantly washed away. Ha ha! Giant Enlin, you've finally woken up. Tina twirled in a circle around Enlin as her white dress danced in the breeze. This is... Enlin looked around to find that he was up in the clouds, and a dense bunch of buildings lay sprawled out below him. Qilu City? Holy fuck. You can take me into the divine mirror world even when I'm sleeping now. That's right? Isn't that impressive? Tina seemed to be quite pleased with herself. Impressive indeed. And Lin took a deep breath. Tina had to obtain and Lin's spiritual consent in the past before she could take him into the divine mirror world. But she could do so now even when he was asleep. It had to be said that Tina's people smuggling skills were improving. How is this world developing? And Lin asked. It's still much the same. The main thing is that I haven't accelerated the time here, so nothing has really changed. The only thing worthy of note is that Adam and Eve are both at the half-step soul formation stage now and are ready to transcend their tribulations, Tina replied. Oh? What are their domains? And Lin's eyes lit up with anticipation upon hearing this. Adam and Eve were different from all the other highly intelligent life forms of this world. Compared to the other first-generation life forms, there were only 2 first-generation humans, and Tina had used Lin as a reference to create them rather than rely on the life essence of the 9 return to void stage mighty figures. It was exactly because of this that Lin valued them more than the other creatures in this world. They're in a really interesting situation. Tina chuckled as her eyes glowed with mirth. Stop trying to build suspense. How is their situation interesting? And Lin urged impatiently. One has an extreme yang domain, while the other has an extreme yin domain, Tina chuckled. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. Yin and yang balance each other out, so there's no problem there. Why was your expression so peculiar just then? Tina elaborated in a quiet voice. That's because Adam has the extreme yin domain, while Eve has the extreme yang domain. And Lin. Tina and Lin arrived at the library and were elated to find that Adam and Eve were still just as studious as ever. They were currently putting into practice some sort of new biological knowledge they had learned. Eve roared with rage. You think you can go on top? Get the fuck under me. Adam let loose a delicate yell. You're being too rough. You squashed my hair. Huff 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 huff, nibble nibble. That's it. Eve's expression faltered. Pitch. We can't go too hard the first time. Everything has to be done in moderation. Adam spoke in a soft and gentle voice. TCH useless. Eve pursed her lips as she kicked Adam away. Boom! A golden light imbued with the power of pure yang instantly blasted Adam away into the air like a cannonball, and he crashed through a wall before tumbling onto the road outside. Everyone screeched in fear at the sight of such a powerful energy explosion, and they fled in all directions. Adam, are you all right? Eve instantly donned her green garments and flew toward Adam before draping his green garments over his body with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to my strength. Adam replied with a gentle smile. That's okay. Eve, I can understand. But please be more mindful next time. Domestic violence can inflict damage to public infrastructure and injure innocent civilians. Those are some pretty severe crimes. Eve faltered slightly upon hearing this before a cold sneer appeared on her face. What? You're going to take me into custody then? Is this all my fault? Adam looked into Eve's eyes with a gentle expression. Of course, if you're not at fault, who is? Hee hee. Eve chuckled lightly as she rained down golden fists onto Adam's face. Thump thump thump. Bang bang bang. Clatter clatter clatter. Puff puff puff. That'll teach you to talk shit. You would have been able to easily defend yourself in the past, but then you had to go and develop a piss-weak domain. Are you still even a fucking man? Eve continued to unleash a barrage of attacks on Adam while Adam wailed in anguish as he tried to defend himself, but he did nothing to retaliate. And Lin didn't know what to think of this bizarre turn of events. He let loose an internal roar in his heart. Return the brave and straight-laced Adam of the past to me. I knew that one's personality could influence their observation of Tao and affect their domains. However, why is it that the domains for these two are influencing their personalities instead? And Lin was puzzled. Sigh, this is the will of heaven and earth. Tina heaved a faint sigh. Both their domains have integrated the Tao of heaven and earth, so it could be said that instead of these two obtaining their domains through their observations of heaven and earth, it was this world that guided them to their domains. Tina slowly elaborated. And Lin, please dumb it down for me. This is all fate. Tina sighed with emotion. And Lin, Then how should we help him? I'm honestly quite worried about Adam in his current state. With his current personality, what if he shits himself when faced with tribulation lightning and gets blasted to death? And Lin was quite concerned. Adam is more gentle now, but he will try to more cautious in the face of tribulation lightning and unleash his full power to protect himself. I'm actually more worried about Eve. Her temper is so volatile now that she might try to defy and control the lightning during her tribulation. Control the lightning? What's there to be concerned about that? Isn't that quite normal? And Lin was confused. Tina turned to Lin with a peculiar expression but didn't say anything in the end. And Lin had an emotional attachment to Adam and Eve, and as such, it would pain him to see them meet their ends at the hands of their bolts of tribulation lightning. So he decided to give them some help. Tina was unable to help them. Even though she had merged with this world and exercised her omnipotence, she was still quite reluctant to change the laws of the world for their sake in case the world was thrown into disarray as a result. Take the heavenly tribulation, for example. This was something that was a vital cog in the normal function and operation of the world. If she opened a backdoor for Adam and Eve, it could result in the laws of the world crumbling and could even lead to the destruction of the entire world as a result. And Lin transformed into cloud and mist toward Adam and Eve before materializing again with a profound expression on his face. Ahem. He cleared his throat before he said, Eve, harmony is the key to a happy relationship. All conflicts should be resolved with words. Understood. Eve's actions faltered slightly before she turned to Lin with a respectful expression on her face. Spokesperson Lin, these are family matters, so please leave us alone. Thanks. Eve continued to pummel Adam as her voice fell, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. So even the advice of God's spokesperson was being ignored. However, he didn't give up, and he continued in a sincere and earnest voice. Listen to me, Eve, domestic violence is not going to resolve anything. How about... Whoosh! A streak of golden light flashed through the air. Boom! And Lin was caught off guard, and he was kicked in the face as his body flew back like a cannonball. I told you to leave us alone. So shut the fuck up. Eve withdrew her long leg with a thunderous expression on her face. And Lin got up from the ground and stared at Eve with a dumbstruck expression. Never would he have thought that Eve would attack him. He was only trying to mediate their fight. He felt like his authority had been challenged. He was God's spokesperson. How was he going to live with such humiliation? Many spectators had already gathered around, and all of them were discussing among themselves. Many windows opened up in the nearby shops as countless eyes peered through from within toward God's spokesperson, who had just been knocked flying with a kick. The revered God's spokesperson had been kicked. This was an earth-shattering event for the human race. And Lin stood up with a frosty expression on his face. It seems like it has been too long since I have taught you two a lesson. A flash of remorse appeared on Eve's face, but she immediately raised her chin as a proud expression took its place. That's what you get for interfering with our family matters. Not even God can meddle with our private matters like this. Calm down, Eve. You're in the wrong here. Apologize to God's spokesperson. Adam crawled up from the ground with a bruised and battered face as he grabbed onto Eve's hand. Fuck off. Golden light flashed past as Adam was knocked flying by another punch. The veins on Lin's forehead popped with rage upon seeing this. You've gone too far. It's time for me to curb your arrogance. What are you going to do? Eve glared at Lin with caution in her eyes. However, before she even had a chance to react, a white figure had already appeared before her as a palm came flying toward her. Slap! The palm was imbued with monstrous force as it struck Eve's cheek, and she was knocked flying for several hundred meters. Gasp! All the spectators were dumbstruck. Their matriarch, Eve, had been knocked flying by a single slap. A few years ago, the two of them had shared an amicable relationship with one another. Were they going to become enemies now? Some reporters had already immortalized this historic moment with their crude cameras as they scribbled down a draft for an earth-shattering news article. All the spectators on the streets retreated. It was definitely fun to watch such a huge event, but their lives were more important. The destructive force and potential shockwaves from such an epic battle was not something their bodies could contend with. "Please curb your wrath, spokesperson Enlin. My wife is at fault here, but seeing as we've had such an amicable relationship in the past, I beg of you to spare her life." Adam ran over to Enlin with his bruised and battered face, and he tried to latch onto Enlin to prevent this battle from progressing. Slap! Enlin slapped Adam away before making his way toward Eve. Eve crawled up from the ground, and her eyes burned with fury. Boom! Golden light imbued with the power of pure yang suddenly burst forth in a radius of 100 feet around her, incinerating everything around her. "Is this your domain? Not bad. It really is something to be proud of," Enlin praised with a slight smile, but he still continued on toward Eve. Eve raised her chin with firm confidence. "Humph! You nosy asshole. I'm going to stomp you into the ground now." She stepped forward, and her golden domain suddenly transformed into a peerlessly sharp, giant golden sword. The air around the giant golden sword began to shimmer and warp from the formidably high temperatures as a series of inky black rifts were raked into the ground. Very good, as expected of a domain granted by heaven and earth. Just this one attack is a lot more powerful than what most soul formation stage cultivators are capable of. And Lin nodded with a nonchalant expression. The giant golden sword flew through the air with overwhelming might, destroying everything in its wake. "It's just a pity." And Lin pointed a single finger toward the giant golden sword. Ding! Boom! A crisp collision was followed by a violent explosion of energy, and the monstrous resulting shockwaves razed the surrounding houses to the ground. And Lin's fingertip made contact with the tip of the golden sword, and the seemingly unstoppable sword was stopped cold in its tracks. Eve's pupils contracted as she held onto the hilt of the sword, and an expression of incredulity appeared on her face. "It's just a pity that even soul formation stage cultivators are mere trash to me." And Lin shook his head with a light sigh as a bolt of golden lightning burst forth from his fingertip, sending a devastating destructive force along the tip of the sword all the way up to its hilt. Boom! The golden lightning pulverized the giant sword. Eve didn't even have a chance to react before Lin appeared right in front of her as he aimed a fist straight for her stomach. Just a simple punch like this was imbued with monstrous power, and Eve blasted off for over a kilometer into the air, where she became a tiny black spot on the horizon for all the onlookers. All the spectators' chins fell onto the ground as they stared in astonishment at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. This was the highest caliber battle in human history, but it was also the most one-sided battle in human history. Their matriarch had no chance against spokesperson Enlin. Enlin transformed into cloud and mist before appearing beside Eve almost instantaneously. Eve gripped her lower abdomen with a pained expression as blood trickled from the corners of her lips. Her body trembled lightly at the sight of Enlin while her features paled with fright. "The power that is invincible in your eyes is nothing but trash to me. How about you tell me now, what right do you have to be so rude to me?" Enlin pulled out his evil-slaying sword, and the inky black sword glowed with a menacing, cold light. Eve withdrew in fear, and she experienced powerlessness and horror for the very first time. I apologize, spokesperson Enlin. I was influenced by my domain. Don't fuck with me." And Lin pointed his evil-slaying sword at Eve, and her features paled even further with fear. The Enlin before her was no longer the amiable, knowledgeable god spokesperson that he had always been, but instead, he was a demon of slaughter who was exuding a crushing, killing intent. One's domain and personality influence one another. You would have been able to find a way to control your domain and not be enslaved by it if you had set your mind to it. However, you were carried away by your own power. In the end, the tip of Enlin's sword slowly approached Eve's throat as if he were a death god who had come to harvest her life. No. Eve's pride and battle intent had been completely crushed by Enlin's overwhelming strength, and she had been reduced to a helpless little girl. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flew through the air. Adam enveloped Eve in a tight hug as he pleaded with Enlin. "Spokesperson Enlin, Eve knows where she has gone wrong. If you're still not satisfied, then please unleash your wrath on me. I am willing to take Eve's punishment in her place." Adam, you? Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at Adam. She had never thought that she would be protected by Adam. Don't be scared. I'm here for you. Adam offered a comforting smile to the woman in his arms. At the same time, he held her hand firmly, as if he was trying to give her a bit more reassurance. It had been so long since Eve had seen this facet of Adam's personality. This was the true Adam, the Adam who was willing to step forward courageously and protect her with all his might, even if it meant giving up his own life. The image of Adam in Eve's heart underwent another transformation. He was no longer a weak and frail man. Instead, he was her husband, a man with an indomitable spirit. And Lin was not moved in the slightest by the sight of the two people caught in a tight embrace. He suddenly wanted to eat some of Dubai's dog food. A cold sneer appeared on his face. Take Eve's punishment in her stead? Very good. Let's have a battle to the death then. Adam and Eve both faltered upon hearing this. Could Adam defeat Lin? It was very obvious that he couldn't. Hence, a battle like this could only end in his death. Adam, I won't let you do this. Eve really was terrified now. She gripped tightly onto Adam's body as tears fell from her eyes. Let go of me. There was a hint of firm resolution in his gentle eyes. No! Eve held on even tighter. I beg of you, please let go of me. Adam's brows furrowed. No! I refuse to let you do this. I would rather have Lin kill me instead. Eve was also unyielding in her determination. Lin couldn't be bothered waiting anymore as the 4 divine flames appeared in his left hand. Adam roared as if he had detected Lin's killing intent. Let go of me right now. Boom! Dark blue power exploded outward, instantly knocking Eve flying into the distance. An extremely dark and frosty aura instantly plunged the world into wintry temperatures as a series of blue chains descended from the sky before binding Eve to the ground. This was the first time Adam had unleashed his power against Eve since attaining his domain. He was using it to sacrifice himself in order to save her life. Eve had been severely wounded by Lin already, and she found that she could not struggle free from Adam's binding spell technique in her current debilitated state. It was clear that Adam possessed power that was not inferior to her. She screamed Adam's name with all her might, but Adam continued walking toward Lin. His dark blue domain of immobilized even the particles in the air, leaving a trail of deathly silence in his wake. Adam bowed respectfully toward Lin. Spokesperson Lin, let us battle. Lin surveyed Adam with interest. Oh? You know you can't beat me. So why don't you strike a good pose and save some time by letting me strike you down? Adam looked at Lin with a serious expression. Spokesperson Lin, I don't like to fight, but that doesn't mean I am incapable of fighting. I don't want to leave Eve, and I don't want to die. Hence, I will fight even if there is no hope. I will try with all my might to survive and give everything I have until the very last moment. Adam had completely shed his frail facade from before. A slight smile appeared on Lin's face. All right then, let's do this. Boom! Adam's domain of extreme suddenly exploded outward for over 1,000 feet in all directions, thereby encompassing Lin's body in the process. Lin felt a sense of biting frost, which froze him to the bone. This was quite similar to Lu Qianhuan's domain, but Adam's domain was more geared toward destructive power than sealing power. All the plants around them were instantly frozen solid by his domain, and their cells began to disintegrate as they shattered into blue dust before completely disappearing from this world. Any power used to the extreme could cause imbalance to all things in this world, thereby creating extremely fearsome destructive power. Never would Lin have thought that Adam actually developed in this direction. In terms of who was more dangerous to face in a fight, Adam was a far more fearsome opponent than Eve. Of course, his domain was still nothing in the face of Lin's initial success stage body of the war god. He stepped forward and tore through the domain of extreme around him before slashing a pitch-black sword projection toward Adam with his evil-slaying sword. He was extremely fast, and Adam didn't even have a chance to dodge his attack. The sword projection flashed past, and Adam's body exploded like a ball of black ink. And Lin's expression shifted minutely upon seeing this. Right at this moment, The black ink transformed into peerlessly sharp saber projections before converging toward Enlin. Each of the saber projections was extremely powerful and was comparable to the full-force strike from a soul formation stage cultivator. An indifferent smile appeared on Enlin's face as his long sword flashed through the air to create a net of sword projections, thereby shredding all of the countless saber projections flying toward him. Not only that, but he also slashed a sword projection toward a certain spot in the air. The black sword projection flashed past. What followed was a pained grunt. A handsome man materialized in the air, and he threw up a mouthful of blood before tumbling to the ground. It's a great idea to fuse your body with your domain to facilitate concealment and free movement, but it's just a pity. A white light flashed through Enlin's eyes as he said, "My eyes can see the truth." Adam struggled to his feet as he slashed a frosty black, crescent saber projection. Enlin crushed the saber projection with nonchalance before charging toward Adam. Despite the insurmountable gap in strength, Adam still let loose a ferocious roar before charging toward Enlin. "Adam!" Eve let loose a heart-wrenching cry as she struggled with all her might. Enlin thought for a moment and decided that the lesson had been learned. Eve was no longer blindly arrogant and knew that she had to respect her husband, while Adam stood up like a man and fought bravely. He was just about to kick Adam aside when something suddenly caught his attention. Countless bolts of powerful lightning suddenly flashed behind Adam without any warning. There were no energy fluctuations from the lightning, but it was extremely powerful nonetheless. Enlin was caught off guard and was blasted straight into the ground. With astonishment in his eyes, he turned to look at Adam. Could it be that he was making a breakthrough at this moment? However, he sensed no changes in Adam's power level. Then could it be? Enlin turned to look at Eve before drawing a sharp intake of breath. He was greeted by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman, who had already broken through Adam's chains, with a dazzling golden domain surrounding her body. She stood up and lightning clouds surged overhead, extending for almost 10 kilometers. "This is a tribulation transcendence. Adam, are you all right?" Eve turned toward Adam with a concerned expression on her face. However, she was rooted to the spot due to the restrictions placed on her by the heavenly tribulation. Adam was ecstatic. "I'm fine, Eve. You've finally made it to this step. Congrat." He didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence before an extremely powerful suction force attracted his body toward Eve. Splat. The two of them were caught in a tight embrace. Enlin was dumbstruck. Were these two going to insult single people even as they transcended their tribulations? No. Adam and Eve were also quite dumbstruck, and they most likely didn't know what had happened either. Boom! At this moment, Adam's domain also suddenly erupted. Crack! A certain shackle was broken as his aura soared explosively. A domain exploded forth before crashing into Eve's scorching domain of extreme yang, sending tremors running through heaven and earth. In the sky above, the lightning clouds began to surge more violently as the dark clouds expanded to obscure the sky within a radius of 10 kilometers. Heaven and earth dimmed, and the two clashing domains became particularly eye-catching in comparison. And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock. What the fuck? Could this be double tribulation transcendence? There was no mistaking it. Fuck. They are even transcending their tribulations together. And Lin took a deep breath as 10,000 alpacas stampeded over his heart. Adam and Eve were also gripped by fear as they looked up at the lightning surging in the sky. The lightning might that was gathering in the sky made their skin crawl. Don't be scared. There are only 49 bolts of tribulation lightning. Just use all your strength to withstand it, and you'll be able to successfully progress to soul formation stage. And Lin yelled toward the two of them. Spokesperson Enlin, you? Eve looked up at Enlin with confusion. Spokesperson Enlin never planned to kill us in the first place. If he really wanted to kill me, he would have done so with just one strike of his sword. There would be no need for him to go through all that trouble. Adam quickly came to a realization as he bowed to Adam. Enlin was very fond of smart people like Adam, and a smile appeared on his face. I only wanted you both to recover your true selves prior to your tribulation transcendence. No need to thank me. It's all up to you now. I wish you luck on your tribulation transcendence. He clasped his hands behind his back and a profound expression appeared on his face as he spoke. Go fuck yourself. You were acting this whole time? Are you fucking retarded? You're so powerful, what if you accidentally killed Adam and me? Did you derive pleasure from seeing Adam and I suffer? You sick freak. Eve immediately flared up in rage and let loose a torrent of abuse upon hearing this. And Lin. It looked like his shock therapy was ineffective. Should he give them another dose? Eve still wanted to hurl more abuse at Enlin, but she was prevented from doing so by Adam. Their domains continued to clash with one another before slowly exhibiting signs of fusing with one another. The powers of pure yin and pure yang could oppose one another, but it could also transition into one another. The golden domain of pure yang and dark blue domain of pure yin continued to fuse before transforming into a domain that was a mixture of blue and gold and had a consistency that was similar to yogurt. Energy fluctuations that were even more powerful began to explode forth, and even Enlin was a little shocked by the power imbued within. The lightning in the sky was slowly taking shape. Rumble, a bolt of white lightning fell from the sky, bringing boundless light to the world. And Lin detected a power in that bolt of lightning, and it was a power capable of purifying everything within this world. It was so pure and seemed to contain countless possibilities. Immediately afterward, an inky black bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The bolt of black lightning seemed to be capable of sucking all the light from the world, and heaven and earth dimmed as if chaos had descended. Holy shit! 2 types of lightning? And Lin smacked his lips. He detected the power of death and annihilation from the black lightning, and it was extremely powerful. However, since there were 2 people that were transcending tribulations, there was nothing strange about having 2 different types of tribulation lightning. Ever since they were born, they had both been blessed by this world, so it wasn't too much of a surprise that their tribulation lightning was a bit special. And Lin could accept all that. However, who could tell him why they needed to hold hands while transcending their tribulations? That's right. Adam and Eve had their hands tightly gripped together as the lightning fell from the sky. They were caught in a tight embrace before, and now they were holding hands. Even their domains had fused together. What the fuck were they trying to do? Why are you 2 holding hands? Just focus on transcending your tribulations. And Lin was a little unsettled by the sense of loneliness that welled up in his heart. Awkward expressions appeared on Adam and Eve's faces. Spokesperson and Lin, it's not that we don't want to let go, but there is a mysterious power that is forcing our bodies into physical contact. This is a very powerful force, so we have no choice but to hold hands. Adam sighed as he explained. He swung his hand through the air as he spoke, as if he was trying to prove a point. And sure enough, Eve's hand also swung through the air, as if it were glued to his. And Lin. All right then, let them do whatever they wanted. A bolt of black lightning imbued with a fearsome destructive power suddenly descended from the sky at this moment before striking Adam. The lightning tribulation had begun. The black divine lightning pierced through their joint domains before striking Adam's head. Adam's body trembled as lightning flowed through his body before extending to Eve through their connected hands. Eve also began to tremble with Adam. Boom! A white bolt of divine lightning then struck Eve. Eve's body trembled, and the lightning flowed from her body to Adam's body through the connected hands, and he too began to tremble. And Lin's expression darkened at the sight of the 2 of them trembling in unison. Eve helped Adam share his lightning while Adam helped Eve share her lightning. Was this a fucking buy one get one free promotion? This spectacle really did broaden his horizons. Even though it was a bit hard to look at, the divine lightning was still descending as it alternated between a black bolt followed by a white bolt followed by a black bolt and so on. Adam and Eve were both clearly struggling, but they resisted the bolts of tribulation lightning with all their might. Eve was no longer irritable and radical while Adam was no longer weak and had instead become more courageous. The 2 of them combined their efforts to withstand the lightning tribulation, and everything progressed quite smoothly. Their auras began to grow more and more powerful as their soul formation stage bodies were slowly being forged. However, As time passed, the bolts of tribulation lightning became more and more fearsome in power, and Adam and Eve's bodies were riddled with injuries. The 40th bolt of black lightning, the 40th bolt of white lightning, the 41st bolt of black lightning. Their tribulation transcendence was a bittersweet experience initially, but their expressions were now filled with pain and suffering as they gritted their teeth and persevered. The 47th bolt of black lightning struck, and the destructive power reduced the earth within a radius of over 100 feet around them to dust. Adam's face was charred black, and his body swayed as if he was about to collapse. "Adam!" Eve yelled in alarm. "Ignore me and focus on your own tribulation lightning." Adam couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood. Boom! The 47th bolt of white lightning fell, and Eve collapsed to the ground as Adam's body also began to tremble. The two of them appeared to be on the brink of death, and Enlin was getting quite concerned as he urged in an encouraging voice, "Persevere! Don't give up. There are only 2 more bolts of tribulation lightning." "Bullshit," Eve panted. "There are clearly still 4 left." Adam's face was filled with despair. Enlin. "Fuck, he was right." Enlin gritted his teeth. "Is this the time to be fixated on things like that? You have to hold on. Adam. You have to live on if I die. Even though you hit me and scold me, if you leave, I would be at a loss and I won't know how to live on by myself. I might just leave with you." "No. I need you to keep living. I love you, Adam." "I love you too, Eve." The two of them looked at each with passion in their eyes, and they closed their eyes in unison before pressing their lips together. And Lin's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open in incredulity. "For fuck's sake. You're transcending a tribulation. What the fuck were these two doing making out like this? Why couldn't they consider his emotions as a bystander whose relationship status remains single to this very day?" And Lin was about to collapse. He suddenly wanted the two of them to fail in their tribulation transcendences. "Please, divine lightning, blast these two to death." And Lin's eyes stung and watered as he looked down at the horrendous trial tribulation taking place below him. Why the fuck were these two making out instead of focusing on resisting the tribulation lightning? The 48th bolt of black lightning was beginning to take shape. Darkness robbed the world of all its light as an extremely fearsome bolt of black lightning struck Adam's head. The devastating power of the lightning flowed through his body before spreading to Eve's body via his arms and their connected lips, and they began to tremble as they kissed. And Lin's face darkened even further upon seeing this. Was it fun to transcend tribulations in this manner? Unfortunately, the bolt of black lightning didn't blast Adam and Eve to death. Instead, they tightened their embrace, and a more powerful aura burst forth from their bodies. Their joint domain of gold and blue slowly transformed into an inky black, which seemed to be imbued with the power of despair and annihilation. Adam and Eve still both had their eyes closed and their lips connected, as if they were a couple of lovers enjoying the final minutes of their lives together. They ignored the surging divine lightning and disregarded life and death. That's right. No matter how fearsome the heavenly tribulation and no matter how inevitable death was, nothing could stand in the way of their love. Nothing could stop them from showing off their love, not even death. They would rather die and be immortalized in this passionate embrace. Boom! A bolt of white lightning pierced through the darkness, as if the very heavens was venting its rage, and the lightning punctured the inky black domain before striking Eve. Devastating power instantly engulfed Eve and Adam, and a brilliant white light exploded forth. The two of them were still caught in a tight embrace as they endured the 96th bolt of tribulation lightning together. They still hadn't died. However, they were both on the brink of death, and Enlin could see that they had both reached their limits. They didn't even have the energy to kiss anymore, yet they continued to hold on to one another with all their strength as they stared into each other's eyes with passion. The 49th bolts of divine lightning were the most powerful ones, and it appeared that there was no way they could withstand such fearsome power with their bodies, which had already reached their breaking points. Rumble! A bolt of monstrous black lightning began to appear in the sky overhead. It wasn't dazzling to look at, but it gave onlookers a sense of annihilation. The bolt of black divine lightning didn't immediately fall. Instead, a bolt of scintillating white lightning pierced through the sky before crashing into the bolt of black divine lightning. Crackle, zap, zap, zap. The two completely different types of lightning began to slowly fuse together before transforming into a bolt of black and white lightning. All the lightning clouds were immediately parted by the devastating power of the bolt of lightning. The monstrous power sent gale-force winds sweeping out toward all directions within a radius of several kilometers while threatening to blow Adam and Eve away in the process. And Lin looked up at the final bolt of tribulation lightning with a grave expression as his mind scrambled for a way to remedy the situation. This bolt of divine lightning was far more powerful than any of the previous bolts of lightning, and Adam and Eve were surely going to be blasted to their deaths. Little Na, can you cast a blessing on them to heal them as well as to bolster their defensive abilities? And Lin asked in a light voice. A soft voice sounded in response. I can't do that, Giant and Lin. If I interfere in any way, it's only going to make the heavenly tribulation more formidable, and the increase in power will outweigh the effects of my blessing. The best way is to let them endure it on their own. But they're going to die. And Lin was getting a little distressed. If there was no other way, then he was thinking that he could use his lightning manipulation technique to redirect the lightning toward himself. Although this wouldn't resolve the problem at its core, it would buy him some time to think of something else. There's no need to be so anxious, Tina said with a carefree voice. Look at their domain and see if you notice some changes. And Lin turned to look down at their joint domain to find that it had become an even more inky black. A white light then began to appear within the domain as if it were the first ray of light piercing through chaos, and it began to expand before quickly transforming the domain into a black and white one. The black lightning and the white lightning fused as they clashed before reaching an equilibrium. Heaven and earth tremored violently as a purple mist rose before enveloping Adam and Eve. The image of a yin-yang began to appear from their domain before rising slowly into the sky. In the sky above, the final bolt of divine lightning fell with a devastating might, as if it were the sword of divine punishment that was going to slice apart heaven and earth, leaving a trail of spatial rifts in its wake. The two people that were embracing each other under the bolt of lightning appeared so tiny and insignificant, as if they were going to collapse at any time. Boom! Lightning exploded as scintillating light lit up the world. A deafening clap of thunder erupted, and the air within a radius of close to 10 kilometers trembled violently. The entire heaven and earth tremored under the force of the bolt of lightning. And Lin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. In the end, that monstrous bolt of lightning was kept at bay by the yin-yang image. Not only that, but the mountainous power within the bolt of lightning was slowly being absorbed into the yin-yang image. In the process, the yin-yang image was slowly becoming more vibrant, and it felt as if one could glean from it nothingness and creation as well as life and death. What kind of domain was this? It was way too badass. Rumble, thunder rumbled again, as it were unwilling to disappear from this world quite yet. However, the 49th bolts of tribulation lightning had all fallen, and the lightning clouds in the sky had no choice but to dissipate in the end. The light of the sun shined down upon the earth again. Tears welled up in Adam and Eve's eyes as they embraced together yet again before collapsing to the ground. And Lin transformed into cloud and mist before reappearing before the two of them and unleashing a healing spell technique upon them. Thank you, spokesperson Enlin. Eve turned to Enlin with gratitude in her eyes before she fell unconscious. Adam didn't even have a chance to say anything before he fell unconscious. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh as he shook his head. Even though they had flaunted the crap out of their relationship status right before his stinging eyes, he still couldn't bear to see them suffer. After all, he had watched them grow up, so how could it be possible that he didn't care about them? And Lin carried the two of them back to their palace and instructed their children to look after them before departing. Tina reappeared before Enlin again with a wide grin on her face. She was clearly quite happy about something. Giant Enlin, I attained another jurisdictive power due to the breakthroughs made by Adam and Eve. What is it? And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. Tina was essentially omnipotent within this world, but in order to maintain the peace and stability of this relatively young world, there were actually many jurisdictive powers that she had yet to attain. The breakthroughs made by the two humans affected a massive change in this world, thereby allowing Tina to attain a new jurisdictive power as an unexpected bonus. My newly obtained jurisdictive power is to be able to create highly intelligent life forms from nothing. Tina's flawless features were glowing with excitement and triumph. Creating highly intelligent life forms from nothing. And Lin repeated Tina's words as waves of shock swept through his heart. And Lin took a deep breath before asking, "So that means you can create life from scratch?" Tina nodded. "That's right. As long as all the parameters are determined, I can bestow a soul upon the creation to create the life form. Of course, this creation of life is not guaranteed to succeed and must undergo a process of selection and elimination by this world. Furthermore, it requires an extremely large amount of energy expenditure, so it has to be used with caution." And Lin suddenly thought of something. "By the way, how are the spirit-engulfing beasts going?" Tina had enhanced the intelligence and animalistic instincts of the spirit-engulfing beasts to the very maximum, thereby giving them superior skills in the areas of concealment, slaughter, and raw strength compared to even highly intelligent life forms. It could be said that they were infinitely approaching highly intelligent life forms. Tina pouted upon hearing and Lin's question. Ever since soul formation stage cultivators began to appear in the 9 tribes, many large-scale culls have been conducted on the spirit-engulfing beasts. Up to this point, there are only spirit-engulfing beasts left in extremely secluded places, and if it isn't for the fact that they can photosynthesize, they would have died from starvation a long time ago. And Lin, what an epic fail. They had hacks bestowed upon them by the god of creation, but they were still useless. How about we give them an intelligence boost? And Lin paused momentarily before suggesting. Tina's eyes flashed, and her golden wings glowed with an even brighter light from her emotional fluctuations. Great idea! Modifying the current spirit-engulfing beasts would also conserve energy compared to creating living beings from scratch. And Lin and Tina immediately came to a consensus. This was mostly because they were quite fixated on the concept of making the spirit-engulfing beasts a viable tribe of antagonists. Scintillating white light burst forth from Tina's body, and her eyes seemed to encompass the entire world. She raised a finger to the heavens while pointing another finger down toward the earth as she uttered a divine decree. Spirit-engulfing beasts, intelligence activate. An invisible ripple merged into heaven and earth, and both wind and clouds began to surge violently all over the entire world. Boundless power encompassed the entire world as a mysterious force merged into each and every one of the spirit-engulfing beasts' bodies. Tina's one simple sentence affected a change all throughout heaven and earth. This was a truly invincible power. All the spirit-engulfing beasts stood rooted to the spot as their bodies trembled violently. All of them then began to wail in agony, as if they were experiencing some sort of terrifying pain. Boom, boom, boom. One spirit-engulfing beast after another self-detonated. The power to force an organism to evolve wasn't something that all living beings could handle. Those who couldn't endure it could only be destroyed. Among the hundreds of thousands of spirit-engulfing beasts in this world, only around 10% remained. They wandered all corners of the world, and a hint of intelligence seemed to grow in their crimson, vicious eyes as all of them surveyed the world with renewed curiosity. Haha! Success! As expected of Little Na. And Lin clapped his hands together with joy upon seeing the spirit-engulfing beasts within the crystal screen. Heaven and earth suddenly tremored at this moment, and another energy fluctuation burst forth. Tina's expression shifted as she exclaimed, "Oh no! The will of the world is starting to inflict backlash upon the spirit-engulfing beasts." And Lin. All the remaining spirit-engulfing beasts had been blessed with far superior intelligence to what they once had, and they thought that everything would be smooth sailing from there. But another type of power fused into their bodies at the moment before wreaking more havoc. Boom, boom, boom. More spirit-engulfing beasts began to self-detonate as they couldn't endure the new power entering their bodies. It was simply too much to bear, and many of them exploded in quick succession. All of them wailed with anguish. However, having had their intelligence enhanced by Tina's blessing, they were not going to just stand around idly to await destruction. In order to resist this new power, their bodies slowly and autonomously progressed in a certain direction as they slowly turned invisible. This was a transition from a physical body to a spiritual body. That's right, they had used the power bestowed upon them by Tina to complete some form of evolution. Most of the spirit-engulfing beasts broke down during this evolutionary process, but a small portion of them survived, and their physical bodies disintegrated, thereby allowing them to live on as spiritual beings. Following the completion of their evolutionary process, their bodies floated in the air. This was not a strange occurrence as a spiritual body had no mass anyway. The spirit-engulfing beasts looked at their own bodies before cackling with glee. Hee, this body is awesome. I feel so light and free from inhibitions. This is true freedom. This is the true life. Let's go eat some holy martial clan brains. Tui, what's so good about eating brains? We have to eat something light and floaty. Like what? With our body types, how about we eat souls? Let's give it a try. Thus, the evolved spirit-engulfing beasts began to disappear into the air and slowly floated away into the distance. Upon suffering a backlash from the will of heaven and earth, several tens of thousands of spirit-engulfing beasts survived and evolved in order to continue to exist as a brand new life form. Although there were less than 10,000 of them left, their remaining numbers had transformed the power balance of this world because they were the 11th highly intelligent tribe of this world. And Lin and Tina stared wordlessly at the images being broadcasted on the crystalline screens before them. So, does that mean we succeeded? And Lin asked slowly as he stared at the spirit-engulfing beasts, which appeared nothing like how they once were. It should be counted as a success, I guess, Tina replied in a feeble voice with no conviction whatsoever. And Lin, why do I feel like they resemble the Void Spirit tribe on Tai Chu continent? They are kind of similar. Tina's lips twitched upon hearing this evaluation, and she said, the Void Spirit tribe and the spirit-engulfing beast are technically all spiritual bodies, so they're essentially the same type of life form. She really didn't know what to think about this anymore. Was this a fucking coincidence? Thinking back, she had said to Enlin that her obsessive-compulsive disorder was flaring up due to the lack of the Void Spirit tribe among the 10 Realm Guardian tribes in this world. But now, did this mean that even if there were one tribe missing, this world would make one for her anyway? And Lin massaged his brows. You're the master of this world. Can't you be a bit more precise? Should a supreme god of creation like you really be uttering words like, I guess, or should be, or kind of? Tina pouted as she encircled her well-proportioned arms around one of Enlin's arms. Well, you're the master of this world. Why don't you know anything? Enlin was completely speechless after hearing this. She was fucking right. After adopting the title of God's spokesperson for so long, he had almost forgotten that he was Tina's master. In other words, he had been proud of running around and spreading the message as Tina's lackey. Holy shit, this could not go on. His prestige as Tina's master had been swept to the ground, and Lin finally came to a startling revelation, and he sighed with emotion when he realized how he had been happily acting as Little Na's henchman this whole time. He turned to look at the flawless fairy who was still latched onto his arm, and he fell silent while thinking about the matter. Phew! Tina yawned with a hint of bleariness in her emerald eyes. Giant and Lin, I'm exhausted from using my new jurisdictive power. Should we go back and rest for a bit? And Lin nodded before a thought occurred to him. Your physical body has already arrived in this world, so why can't you rest here? Tina's blinked her emerald eyes before replying with a smile. Giant and Lin, I am theoretically omnipotent and possess infinite power when I'm fused together with this world, but this state still requires my own body to maintain. In other words, my fundamental power source is still the me that exists on Tai Chu continent. I am still drawing on this fundamental power source when I use my jurisdiction and other powers within this world, and the energy depleted from doing so can only be replenished when I go back to Tai Chu continent. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this as another theory surfaced in his mind. From what Tina was just saying, she was the god of this world, but her power was still limited by her physical body in Taichu continent. Didn't this mean that Taichu continent was a higher-tier world than the divine mirror world? He knew that worlds could rise and fall in tiers, so would it be possible that someday in the future, the divine mirror world would rival or even exceed the tier of Taichu continent? If a time like that ever came, wouldn't it mean that Tina would arrive at Taichu continent as the god of creation of a higher-tier world, thereby giving her more jurisdictive power over Taichu continent? And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter as this notion entered his mind, and he shook his head to rid himself of this train of thought. A white light flashed, and Tina and Lin returned to the city wall of Huangquan City. At the time of their return, the sun hung high in the sky, and Lin asked by how long he had been away, only to discover that he had only been gone for 3 days. He did a rough calculation to find that there were only 5 days left until the end-of-term examinations. And Lin placed Tina on Debai's back and entrusted her to him before wandering along the city wall of Huangquan City by himself. All the students extended warm greetings to him upon seeing him. It was quite evident that Lin was someone worthy of welcome and reverence. And Lin was overcome with emotion upon seeing this. He had started from the very bottom and now, he had finally passed the peerlessly handsome big brother Chang and the unmatched beauty Susu as the most popular member of the class after 3 years of tireless effort. It was actually not even a stretch to say that he was the most popular person in the entire school. It was all thanks to my perseverance that I was able to get to this point. This glory was not easy to come by. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he became moved by his own experiences. He then saw a white figure about a kilometer away. This was Big Brother Chang, who was still busy refining his own domain. There were already many craters around him. Thankfully the land was not very valuable here. Thankfully this was the territory of the Dark Marshlands, or else he was going to have to fork out a lot in reparations. After walking for a while longer, Lin caught sight of Su Xiaolan and Su Qianyun. The two of them were whispering to one another, and Su Xiaolan was gesturing with her dragon sparrow sword. "What are you two talking about?" And Lin shuffled over to them with curiosity on his face. A light blush appeared on Su Qianyun's intricate features as she lowered her head. "Go away!" Su Xiaolan snapped as she glared at Lin. And Lin faltered slightly before leaving with a gloomy expression. Was there some secret that they were hiding from him? Thus, he continued onward and encountered the meditating Xiao Zhe. "You're finally back, master." Xiao Zhe's clear eyes were filled with excitement. I'm back. How are you recently?" And Lin was quite pleased with the enthusiastic welcome his disciple extended toward him. "Master, after battling Layden, I feel like there are many flaws in my defense. Can you instruct me?" Xiao Zhe looked at Lin with scorching anticipation in his eyes, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. How was he supposed to instruct a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage? What a joke. Ahem. I'm not very well versed in the Tao of defense. That's not true, master. You clearly only possess a soul formation stage body, but your defenses cannot be broken even by most return to void stage mighty figures. This is a clear indication of your profound expertise in the Tao of defense. Xiao Zhe looked at Lin with a sulky expression as he said, "Master, have you still not acknowledged me? That's okay. I will do my best and wait for you to change your mind. I have acknowledged you. It's just that I really don't have anything to teach you. As for why my defenses are so powerful, it's all because of my initial success stage body of the war god." And Lin explained with a resigned expression. Xiao Zhe blinked as he processed this and murmured, "Body of the war god? If it's a divine body, then you must have accumulated a lot of knowledge to get to this point. Otherwise, there's no way you would be able to attain a divine body with such insane defensive properties." And Lin was at a loss for words. Xiao Zhe's logic was watertight. "You know that I attained my divine body through absorbing Golden Realm essence crystals." "Master, you're trying to fool me again. Weren't those just sources of energy for you to cultivate your divine body? This is completely different from the observations and enlightenment required to attain your divine body. One is energy while the other is Tao. If I told you that I managed to reach the initial success stage of my body of the war god straight after absorbing the Golden Realm essence crystal, would you believe me? Wah? You can just tell me if you don't want to teach me, master. Don't hurt me by treating me like an idiot. Tears were swimming in Xiao Zhe's eyes. He was Enlin's only disciple, but he wasn't being instructed in any way, shape, or form, and Enlin was trying to pass him off as an idiot on top of that. With this in mind, he couldn't help but feel extremely crushed, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Enlin was also feeling quite depressed. It wasn't as if he didn't want to instruct his disciple. He simply couldn't. He didn't even know how he was cultivating himself, so how was he supposed to teach anyone else? So what could he do? Enlin pondered to himself with a gloomy expression. How? Enlin hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Xiao Zhe's eyes lit up with excitement, and his breathing accelerated as he looked at Enlin with sparkling eyes. How about you learn cooking from me? Enlin proposed with a genuine expression. Xiao Zhe's body swayed, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. That's right, Enlin finally figured out what he was capable of after much thought. Ever since he acquired the frying pan, he began to tirelessly improve his cooking, and he was now quite an accomplished chef. This was the only noteworthy skill that he could pass on. But master, I'm not interested in cooking, Xiao Zhe said while gripping his chest. Then I don't really have anything else to teach you. Enlin sighed. Tears flowed down Xiao Zhe's face again. Enlin couldn't bear to see him like this, and after thinking for some time, he suggested something else. How about you learn how to flex from me? Xiao Zhe. What did it feel like to ask your master about the Tao of defense, only to have your master propose to teach you the way of cooking and flexing? Xiao Zhe felt like killing himself. He looked at Enlin with a helpless expression, and both of them fell silent as he discovered that his expression was also mirrored on Enlin's face. Master, I think I'll work on perfecting my defense on my own. Xiao Zhe forced a smile onto his face, but his heart was throbbing. Enlin scratched his head as he looked at the delicate youth before him, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Wait, there's something I can teach you. Xiao Zhe shot a glance at Enlin. What is it? A vehicle repair technique? Or a foreign language? Enlin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Am I that kind of person? Xiao Zhe didn't say anything in reply, but he provided an affirmative answer in his heart. This is a real cultivation method. The insignia of a golden lotus flower appeared on his head, and the boundless power of the earth instantly burst forth. Xiao Zhe's body trembled with excitement. Is this the power of Master's divine body? That's right, this is a part of the power of the war god. This is a technique known as the Earth Lotus Supreme Skill, and it is a peerless Earth-type cultivation method, the mastery of which would allow you to draw on the power of the Earth in order to forge an indestructible body. Enlin nodded. He didn't have the cultivation method for the body of the war god, but he did receive all the mantras, techniques, true intent, Tao intent, and everything else in a complete package when he received the Earth Lotus Supreme Skill. It was exactly because of this that he was able to understand that the Earth Lotus Supreme Skill could significantly bolster one's defensive ability and was not just a technique that could improve one's mastery of the Earth. The outer section of the body of the war god was also constructed by the Earth Lotus Supreme Skill, which was why Enlin's skin was so thick. This Earth Lotus Supreme Skill was something he could teach. Do you want to learn it? Enlin asked with a smile. Yes. Xiao Zhe nodded adorably. Enlin didn't hide anything from him and imparted all the mantras and true intent of the Earth Lotus Supreme Skill upon Xiao Zhe. As for the abstract things like the Tao intent, this was not something that could be passed on through words. Enlin could only demonstrate the Earth Lotus Supreme Skill a few times, and it would be up to Xiao Zhe to observe and attain enlightenment for himself. After receiving Enlin's teachings, Xiao Zhe asked a few more questions, and once those had been answered for him, he joyfully found a quiet place to experiment and practice. The Earth Lotus Supreme Skill was an extremely potent defensive technique, and even if Xiao Zhe was not able to master it, he would still be able to use the knowledge imparted on him to attain further enlightenment in the Tao of defense. Enlin nodded with elation at the sight of his excited disciple. His dignity as a master had been saved. He continued to stroll over the city wall, and he soon discovered Sword Immortal Ling Xiao walking toward him from the opposite direction. "Hi, homeroom teacher." And Lin extended a greeting. "And Lin, you're finally back." Sword Immortal Ling Xiao hurried in his footsteps as he made his way toward Lin's. And Lin's heart stirred slightly upon seeing the grim expression on Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's face. "What is it?" "There are two things that I have to tell you," Sword Immortal Ling Xiao said. "The first thing is that Cassidy, Tobias, and Merlin sent a message to the Heavenly Court via a spy in the Blood Tribe. They informed us of the fact that Emperor Yi Deng was looking for the Blood Tribe traitors with an extreme determination. As such, the plan of converting more underlings with the Holy Blood would have to be set aside for now. They have re-entered the Blood Tribe to wait until everything dies down, so they won't be coming back for a while." And Lin nodded upon hearing this. This was quite a predictable turn of events. "What's the second thing you wanted to speak to me about?" "The second thing is that Songlan City of the Gem State has been conquered by the Blood Tribe army. Over 30 million humans have had their blood sucked dry as a result. Apparently, the army was led by a Blood Tribe return to Void Stage mighty figure by the name of Morton, who is one of Emperor Yi Deng's trusted subordinates. After laying waste to an entire city, the Blood Tribe army retreated back to the Dark Marshlands, and the cultivators from the Heavenly Court Executive Department have tried to chase them down but were unable to slay Morton." Sword Immortal Ling Xiao elaborated with furrowed brows. And Lin nodded. This was an act of vengeance from Yi Deng. It was actually more accurate to refer to it as a test. According to Department Head Jean Hu, Morton possesses a return to Void intermediate stage cultivation base and is extremely difficult to kill even for return to Void stage mighty figures. Furthermore, Morton's crusade has only just begun. The 20 cities surrounding Songlan City may well be targeted by him next. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao's eyes had already turned to Lin as he spoke. "You want me to go to Songlan City and find a chance to eliminate Morton?" And Lin asked. Sword Immortal Ling Xiao nodded with a sheepish expression. "Huangquan City is already safe with Emperor Tian Huang around, so the Heavenly Court Executive Department decided to ask you for help. After all, they're well aware of how powerful your forces are. Of course, you can choose whether or not you would like to go." And Lin mulled over it for a moment. He was primarily concerned about the threat posed by Emperor Yi Deng. However, there was not much for him to hesitate about after considering all those cities that were at risk, and he nodded. "That's okay, I'll go." Sword Immortal Ling Xiao didn't expect Lin to agree so easily, and he couldn't help but look at him with a profound expression. "Then you have to take the utmost care and make sure to never force yourself into anything." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." And Lin waved his hand and gathered the specific details from Sword Immortal Ling Xiao before calling on his friends to head to Songlan City together. In the end, only Su Xiaolan wanted to accompany him. Big Brother Cheng wanted to fine-tune his domain, and Su Qinyun felt like she wouldn't be of much help anyway, so she decided to stay behind and try her best to break through to Soul Formation stage. As for Miao Tian, Luo Zipping, and the others who volunteered, and Lin turned them down in fear of them coming to harm. In order to avoid detection from the Blood Tribe, Bryce stayed at Huangquan City to photosynthesize. Thus, Lin and Su Xiaolan traveled on dogback. Xiao Chou and Xiao Zhe also accompanied them toward Songlan City of the Gem State. Songlan City was located 800 kilometers to the north of Huangquan City. It was quite a grand city in itself with a huge rive nearby that separated the Kingdom of the Nine States and the Dark Marshlands. Dabai descended from the clouds and drew a sharp intake of breath as he looked down at the city below, which had been razed to the ground. "Big Brother, this is going too far, woof." A cold light burst forth from Lin's eyes along with unadulterated killing intent. "Morton, is it? I won't return to the Heavenly Court until I kill you." The city wall had already fallen, and all the inhabitants and soldiers had been reduced to dried, shriveled corpses with their blood sucked dry. Expressions of pain and despair lingered on their faces, and Lin could even identify some Heavenly Court students among the casualties. Hundreds of thousands of city inhabitants had all died in the same manner. There were a few dozen Heavenly Court Executive Department workers who were gathering the bodies in preparation for a mass burial. Elsewhere, There were about a dozen Heavenly Court students sobbing as they knelt on the ground. A man in a green Taoist robe half knelt before them with his sword stabbed into the ground to support his upper body. His head was bowed, and his face was shriveled and completely devoid of vitality. The 16 students faltered when they noticed the new arrivals, and they all charged toward them as if they had seen their savior. "And Lin, I beg of you, please avenge our teacher and classmates," a man with a missing arm implored with bloodshot eyes. "If it wasn't for Teacher Yanzhe sacrificing his life to stall Morton in order to buy time for the executive department cultivators to arrive, we would have all died here." A female student wiped the tears away from her face. And Lin and Su Xiaolan made their way toward the shriveled body of the half-kneeling man before silently extending a deep bow toward him. They did not need any convincing. They were both students of the United University of Cultivation, so they were definitely going to avenge their fallen teachers and fellow students. The cultivators from the Heavenly Court Executive Department had also noticed in Lin's group, and a beautiful woman in a red dress made her way toward them. "And Lin!" A crisp cry sounded. And Lin raised his head to discover a familiar face that he had seen when he had entered the ancient Tai Chu realm. He nodded politely as a greeting. "Yang Ruoling, are you responsible for taking care of matters here?" Yang Ruoling shook her head. "No. Department Head Jean, who is pursuing Morton, and I'm only here to take care of things in the aftermath." Department Head Jean, who and Deputy Department Head Chen, you have already set up alarm spell formations at Lingguang City, which encompasses half of the gem state. However, it will drain their energy to constantly maintain a spell formation like this, and this is not something they can keep up for too long. A frustrated expression appeared on Yang Ruoling's face as she spoke, and Lin nodded upon hearing this. This didn't mean that the executive department was lacking people. It was just that there wasn't much to do when faced with such a powerful enemy. Return to Void Stage mighty figures were at the pinnacle of the continent, and all of them were capable of spatial manipulation to come and go at will. The gem state was massive, and it would be extremely difficult to provide timely assistance, as he could launch surprise attacks on any city within the state. The only thing the executive department mighty figures could do was to set up alarm spell formations that encompassed as large an area as possible in order to be able to be alerted as soon as possible when the blood tribe struck. Atop the city wall of Huangquan City, a mundane-looking youth suddenly appeared. He wore a yellowish-brown set of linen garments, and he was not very tall, but his delicate features seemed to carry an uncharacteristic sense of age and gravity. The youth walked among the students and soldiers, but no one detected his presence. Even the divine intent left by Emperor Tianhuang had automatically disregarded his existence. "Class Captain, do you think Lin is going to be able to avenge the teachers and students?" A concerned expression appeared on Su Chenyun's face. "That's quite hard to say. If Morton is an arrogant person, he would most likely fall to Lin, but that doesn't seem to be the case from the information we have on him. Sai, we have to work hard to become stronger so that we can be like Lin and possess the strength to protect the honor of the Heavenly Court." Shen Yuancheng sighed, but his eyes became extremely resolute and determined. "Yes, I have to work hard too. I'll set myself a small target first and catch up to classmate Xiaolin." Su Qinyun pumped her little fist as she encouraged herself in her mellow voice. A slight smile appeared on Shen Yuancheng's face. He had made up his mind a long time ago that he would lock himself away in seclusion at his sect during the holidays, and he wouldn't return to school until he progressed to soul formation stage. Having a prodigy whom they could chase after was the best catalyst for their growth. Shen Yuancheng and Su Chenyun's aptitudes were actually about on par with the likes of Wang Xuanzhan, but their rates of progression continued to outstrip Wang Xuanzhan by a little bit. This was partly due to their own efforts, but a lot of it could actually be attributed to the passive encouragement provided to them by Lin and Su Xiaolin. The seemingly invisible youth eavesdropped for a while longer before nodding lightly. "And Lin went to Zhonglan City? That's not far away at all." The youth stepped forward, and he suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the face of this world. At Zhonglan City, and Lin and Su Xiaolin were discussing a course of action with Yang Ruoling. At this moment, a certain Dao talisman that Yang Ruoling was carrying with her was suddenly ignited. Her expression shifted drastically upon seeing this. Crap! Qingyu City is under attack. Little Xiao, let's go. And Lin immediately rallied his team. Wait! Take me with you. Yang Ruoling gritted her teeth as hatred surfaced on her beautiful features. One of my very close friends also died in the last battle. I want to participate in this battle as well and contribute to the downfall of Morton. And Lin turned toward Yang Ruoling, and he nodded wordlessly. Xiao Zhe tore open a spatial rift, and a black light enveloped everyone as they stepped into the spatial rift. Spell techniques shook heaven and earth over Qingyu City. Countless crimson streaks of light rained down upon the city wall, breaking through the city protection formation and blasting a gargantuan hole in the tall and imposing city wall. Tens of thousands of Blood Tribe soldiers stormed into the city, among which were 10 soul formation stage cultivators who could unleash extremely fearsome attacks at will. The defenses of Qingyu City were soon cleaved open by the Blood Tribe army, and a brutal battle soon ensued. There were only 3 soul formation human cultivators, and they were soon forced firmly onto the back foot by the 10 soul formation stage Blood Tribe cultivators. Persevere, everyone. The Heavenly Court reinforcements are coming soon. A spirit-nurturing stage general spread his arms and rallied his troops. However, he was pounced upon by a certain Blood Tribe cultivator who snapped his neck and drained the blood from his body. None of the soldiers and students retreated upon seeing this. Instead, they fought with even more ferocity, as if their wraths had been completely incurred. They unleashed one powerful spell technique after another as if their lives depended on it, and some of them were even launching suicidal attacks to take down their enemies with them. They knew there was a chance that they wouldn't be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived, so they might as well take this opportunity to kill as many Blood Tribe soldiers as they could. A man with crimson scales all over his body standing atop a crimson eagle over 100 feet in size chortled with glee. Kill them all. We'll continue our killing spree for 3 more minutes and retreat after we've all filled our stomachs. Are you sure you can last 3 more minutes? A crisp voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The man jolted in shock, and he immediately turned around as scorching flames burst forth from his mouth. The flames were like a plume of crimson ink, which swept through the air with fearsome corrosive effects, leaving a trail of twisted and warped air in its wake. However, an even more formidable plume of white flames instantly pierced through the crimson flames. The crimson flames all retreated and screeched as if they had met their monarch, leaving a trail for the white flames to pass through straight down the middle. The Blood Tribe cultivator's pupils contract drastically, and the last things he saw were an exquisitely beautiful figure enshrouded in white flames and a monstrous flaming sword projection that was capable of incinerating heaven and earth. In the next instant, the white sword projection sliced him in half before burning him to ash and dust. Thus, a Blood Tribe soul formation stage cultivator was insta-killed by Su Xiaolin. At the same time, and Lin, Xiao Zhe, Tina, Yang Ruoling, Xiao Chou, and Dabai also descended upon the battlefield. This was the strongest reinforcement team the Heavenly Court had to offer. 3 soul formation stage Blood Tribe cultivators had banded together to attack one Heavenly Court teacher. The teacher was slowly being forced into a dire situation and was just about to unleash a bloodline-burning mystic technique to forcefully enhance his cultivation base when his expression faltered all of a sudden, and he abandoned his plans. A Blood Tribe cultivator with a black shield and crimson saber was attacking in a frenzy in an attempt to dine on the teacher's blood within 3 minutes when a scorching sensation suddenly flared up from behind him. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and his reflexes were also quite fast. He immediately turned and lashed out with his saber, upon which a powerful saber projection instantly parted the oncoming wave of surging black flames. Xiao Chou descended upon him, and he swung his silver staff down toward the Blood Tribe cultivator's head. There were no flashy effects or light shows triggered by this attack, and it looked like just an ordinary attack unleashed by an ordinary cultivator. However, the Blood Tribe cultivator detected an extremely formidable power behind the attack, and he immediately abandoned thoughts of fighting fire with fire by lashing out with his saber and summoned his shield instead. Eat this! Bam! The silver staff clashed with the black bronze shield, and energy fluctuations instantly exploded outward in all directions within a radius of a kilometer. Xiao Chao's silver staff was like a falling mountain, and the resolute black bronze shield was smashed into pieces as the soul formation stage blood tribe cultivator was knocked flying into the air with blood spewing from his mouth before plummeting to the ground. Xiao Chou immediately gave chase to land the killing blow. Both the other blood tribe cultivators were given a huge fright by this startling turn of events, and they gave up on attacking the teacher to turn their attention elsewhere. Right at this moment, darkness suddenly descended. Everything was so abrupt. It was as if the night had fallen all of a sudden, and all their senses had been deprived. When light reappeared over the world, they saw a handsome man looking at them with a smile on his face, and a black sword with streams of winds flowing around the blade in his hand. "You're..." One of the blood tribe cultivator's eyes widened, and he had only managed to spit out that one word before his entire body was gripped by intense agony. He felt as if every single inch of his body had been torn apart, and his consciousness had also been split at the seams. The other blood tribe cultivator let loose a cry of shock and horror. He was just about to run, but his body also instantly fell apart as his vitality vanished. The two soul formation stage cultivators had been sliced into thousands of pieces with no chance for revival. "Sigh, weak trash," and Lin shook his head with a resigned expression. He had initially thought about using his blood to enhance the lethality of his attack before coming to the sudden realization that at his current power level, there appeared to be no need to use his blood against mere blood tribe soul formation stage cultivators. If he really wanted to kill them, he could just dice them. Weak trash like this did not deserve the blood of Sword Immortal and Lin. Only blood tribe returned to void mighty figures were worthy of the Medicine Lord's special treat. "And Lin!" the teacher exclaimed with elation. "Hello there, teacher." And Lin nodded with a smile and said, "Let's go help out the others." "Of course." The teacher was ecstatic to see Lin here, and he immediately re-entered the fray. At this moment, there were many people who had already spotted Lin and his team. They were like the light of dawn piercing through the darkness, bringing boundless hope to everyone. "Fantastic! It's gotten. We have to hold on. With Lin and the others here, we'll definitely be able to win this battle." "Wah! I thought I was going to die here." "And Lin, I love you. This is great. The Heavenly Court reinforcements are here." Those students are getting really excited. The reinforcements must be quite powerful. "Charge!" All the students and soldiers were reinvigorated as they launched a stirring counterattack against the blood tribe. The golden bracelets on Yang Ruoling's wrists transformed into two sharp flywheels whizzing through the blood tribe army, cutting countless blood tribe cultivators in half as golden light flashed. Dabai wagged his tongue as he waved his claws through the air, launching a series of fearsomely powerful blades of wind, which plowed through the blood tribe army, shredding them all into pieces. In the sky above, lightning clouds suddenly rumbled over a radius of close to 10 kilometers. No one was transcending a tribulation. This was a lightning cloud formation Xiao Zhe set up to prevent any of the blood tribe warriors from escaping. And Lin had said that he wanted all the blood tribe cultivators dead, with no exceptions. Countless bolts of lightning crashed down on the ground below, sealing away any avenues of retreat for the blood tribe. At the same time, bolts of lightning also fell upon the blood tribe cultivators as if divine punishment were being delivered, and all the blood tribe cultivators that were struck were all instantly reduced to ashes and dust. There were over 10,000 bolts of such lightning. Tina stepped through the air, and her hands flashed to create a series of peculiar seals, unleashing thousands of white arrows. Each of the arrows pierced through the body of a blood tribe soldier. The arrows were all imbued with some fearsome holy power, and all the blood tribe soldiers that had been struck stiffened before falling dead and dropped onto the ground. This was the dreadful might of return to void stage mighty figures. Even simple spell techniques unleashed by them possessed the power to easily wipe out entire armies. The tables had been completely turned, and the blood tribe soldiers instantly shit themselves at the sight of the two return to void stage mighty figures joining the battle. They immediately began to stage a retreat, but there was no way they would be able to escape Xiao Zhe's lightning cloud formation. Xiao Zhe soared within the lightning clouds in his gargantuan black dragon form, bringing divine punishment upon all the Blood Tribe soldiers who attempted to escape by blasting them into oblivion with his lightning. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Blood Tribe army, consisting of tens of thousands of Blood Tribe soldiers, had been completely wiped out. Everyone erupted into raucous cheer upon securing victory, and some of them cried tears of elation and relief, having previously thought that their deaths were sealed. Xiao Zhe and Tina descended by Enlin's side under the scrutiny of countless pairs of scorching eyes. "Have you discovered any return to void stage mighty figures around here?" Enlin asked. Xiao Zhe and Tina looked at each other before shaking their heads in unison with disappointment. Enlin heaved a forlorn sigh upon seeing this. They hadn't found Morton, and they had most definitely alerted Morton to their presence with the commotion they had caused. In the air above Qingyu City, another 2 spatial rifts appeared, from which over 100 powerful cultivators emerged. These were the reinforcements that had been led here by Jin Hu and Chen Yu. All of them faltered upon seeing the tens of thousands of Blood Tribe bodies on the ground below. Holy fuck! Which mighty figure was responsible for this? It has only been a few minutes, and they're all dead. One of the executive department workers' eyes widened with incredulity. However, they all came to a sudden realization upon seeing the man being surrounded by everyone. Jin Hu and Chen Yu, in particular, instantly heaved a collective sigh of relief the instant they saw Enlin. "Enlin sure is reliable." Jin Hu smiled. "That's true. We were quite far away from this city, and if it wasn't for Enlin's timely arrival, everything would probably be completely different here." Chen Yu stared at the man on the city wall with scorching admiration in his eyes. "Let's go meet these heroes of the Heavenly Court." "Sure." All the Heavenly Court executive department members began to fly toward Enlin. It was also at this moment that a black, shadowy figure slowly began to appear in the distance. He wore a red robe, and his aura was extremely subdued, so no divine sense would be able to detect his presence. The red-robed man chuckled coldly as he looked at the city in the distance. "Hee, what a haul! I didn't think that all the Heavenly Court trash from Huangquan City would risk leaving Emperor Tianhuang's protection to come here. How foolish of them! I can now report to Emperor Deng, so that he can send troops to kill all of them at once." Just when the red-robed man thought he had this in the bag, a youth in linen garments arrived beside him without his detection before looking at him with a pair of cold eyes. The red-robed man was none other than the Blood Tribe returned to Void Intermediate Stage mighty figure, Morton. Morton's concealment abilities were extremely powerful, and even Xiao Zhe's divine sense was unable to detect his presence after he subdued his aura. The sacrifice of the Blood Tribe army wasn't really even a concern to him, especially when he considered the fact that he had managed to attract all the powerful Heavenly Court cultivators here. Now, all he needed to do was to report the situation here to Emperor Deng, and Emperor Deng would either send powerful reinforcements or even come here himself to slaughter everyone who was gathered here. Just you wait. Your blood is all going to be mine." Morton chuckled coldly as he looked at the city in the distance, and he was just about to leave when he saw a figure beside him out of the corner of his eye. This discovery was simply too abrupt and jarring, and his heart jolted in shock. "Who are you?" Morton instantly appeared over 100 meters away as he stared at the figure that had just been standing beside him with a cautious expression. He wasn't an idiot, and he knew that this man who was able to appear beside him without any warning was definitely unfathomably powerful. It was exactly because of this that he was considering retreat. The youth in the brownish-yellow linen garments smiled lightly as he asked in a crisp yet frosty voice, "Were you the one responsible for the downfall of Songlan City?" "It wasn't me," Morton answered with an honest expression, but cold sweat was already flowing from his palms. "I already know the answer from your reply." The youth made his way toward Morton as his expression turned cold, and the space around them began to congeal as he said, "Did you know that a heavy price must be paid for killing Heavenly Court teachers and students? It would be okay if I hadn't encountered something like this, but now that I have, I certainly can't just sit by like an idle bystander." Morton was starting to panic a little. He felt like an extremely fearsome and ferocious beast was slowly making its way toward him while baring its sharp fangs. This was not someone he could mess with. He had to run. He wanted to tear a spatial rift in the air, only to find that the space around him had already been sealed. What a terrifying spatial sealing ability. He was a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure. Even a return to void final stage mighty figure would not have been able to seal the space around him without any warning like this. Morton immediately tried to flee into the distance. Crack. His body had been immobilized by a mysterious sealing power. You? Who the hell are you? Morton stared with shock and horror at the delicate youth making his way toward him. He was completely spooked. How could he not be terrified by an insanely powerful being who was even able to completely immobilize his body through spatial sealing? Why is a dead person asking so many questions? The youth walked toward Morton and heaved a light sigh at the sight of Morton's body trembling from fear. Sigh. I really didn't want to waste energy, but you kept skipping around. Morton's body completely stiffened like a statue. His entire body had been sealed, and he wasn't even able to speak now. However, he was roaring with horror in his heart. The youth extended a finger toward Morton, and his crisp voice sounded again. I will try my best to control the power. Finger of the heavenly Tao at 0.001% power. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent as an indescribable sense of terror gripped Morton's body. The youth's finger seemed to be imbued with the might of the heavenly Tao as it expanded in his field of vision. Morton's eyes widened in horror as a certain liquid trickled from his lower body. How could this be? How could a single finger be so monstrous? This had to be an illusion. It was just a trick to scare him. He roared internally with all his might to try and dispel the overwhelming fear in his heart. But the fear only continued to exacerbate. Heaven and earth began to collapse, and within a vast expanse of chaos, the youth's finger became the only thing left in this world. The youth's finger finally fell, and heaven and earth was colored gold in that instant. Within Qingyu City, and Lin and the others were just discussing how to deal with Morton, and many of the students and soldiers were cleaning up the city in the aftermath of the battle, when both heaven and earth was suddenly overwhelmed by a golden light. Everyone, including Xiao Zhe and Tina, turned to stare in the direction the golden light was coming from, only to find that there seemed to be a sense of paramount might originating from that direction, which caused them to have an urge to bow and kneel. Boom! The golden light parted the earth before extending to infinity and beyond. Everyone stared blankly at the golden light that had seemingly sliced the world in half and forgot how to speak. The golden light faded, and an abyssal gash was revealed on the ground below. Big Brother and... Why does this power feel so familiar? Woof! Dabai muttered with his eyes wide open, and Lin took a deep breath. It's not just familiar. That was the finger of the heavenly Tao. This familiar power that he had used in the past was already ingrained deeply into his memory, and there was no way he could forget it. Even the system's evaluation of the spell technique was extremely badass. Reaching the initial success stage would allow the wielder to annihilate all things within this world, and the phenomenal success stage would allow one to pierce through space, puncture time, and pulverize the great Tao. He had used the same technique a long time ago to scare Wang Xuanzhan shitless. But he also self-detonated as a result. The system had once told him that he didn't have the jurisdictive power to use the finger of the heavenly Tao, and it was exactly because of this that he wouldn't attempt to use such a suicidal technique unless he actually wanted to die. But now, there was someone using this technique right under his nose. How could he not be shocked? Let's go have a look. And Lin immediately made up his mind. However, he didn't have a chance to set off because a youth in brownish-yellow linen garments suddenly appeared before him. The youth then extended a greeting with a smile on his face. Junior student and Lin, long time no see. Everyone was instantly rooted to the spot as they stared blankly at the youth that had suddenly appeared before them. That's Morton's head. Jean, who exclaimed in shock as he noticed the slightly charred human head the youth was carrying in his hand. Oh, I've heard of him. He destroyed Songlan City and killed many of our school's teachers and students. So I killed him, the youth said nonchalantly before placing Morton's head on the ground. His head is pretty solid though. His body has already been reduced to dust, but his head is still intact. Everyone, Chun, senior student Chun, What are you doing here? And Lin finally asked after taking a deep breath. That's right, the linen-garbed youth before him was Chun Chun, who had once cultivated at the heavenly court. He was also the person from whom and Lin had obtained the finger of the heavenly Tao from. Senior student? Gasp. All the heavenly court executive department members heaved a collective sharp intake of breath. Are all the students from our school this horrifying nowadays? Chun Yu was unable to keep calm anymore. Su Xiaolan and all the other students were also in complete disbelief. They had all seen Chun Chen during the free-for-all battles, and Su Xiaolan had even attacked Chun Chen once. However, this student who never fought and was labeled as a coward by countless people had just insta-killed a blood tribe returned to void intermediate stage mighty figure right before their eyes. His strength had completely turned their image of him upside down. Even Lin had been won over by his strength. He had thought that he was a master of using hacks, but it looked like Chun Chun was even more proficient at using hacks than he was. Not only was Chun Chun able to detect Morton's presence, but he was also even able to kill Morton with a single finger. And from his expression, it looked like the whole thing was not any more difficult to him than eating and drinking. This was absolutely insane. A smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. What am I doing here? I'm here to look for you. And Lin was quite startled to hear that Chun Chan was here for him. He faltered for a moment before asking, "Why are you looking for me?" Chun Chun looked around at his surroundings before stepping onto the clouds. Let's go a bit further away so that we can have a good one-to-one chat. Everyone was startled again upon hearing this. These two were going to chat privately? Everyone was starting to get quite curious, and there were even some students who were looking at the two of them with suggestive expressions. And Lin hesitated for a moment before turning to Su Xiaolan and his beast pets. I'll be back soon. A slight smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Don't learn any self-detonation spell techniques that he tries to teach you. Chun Chen's lips twitched imperceptibly upon hearing this. Su Xiaolan's words echoed in Lin's thoughts, and he smiled as he made an okay hand gesture toward her before flying away into the distance with Chun Chun. Thus, the two of them strolled through the clouds. And Lin was feeling a little unsafe, so he brought out his black brick. He suddenly felt a lot more reassured as he stood onto the black brick. He thought for a moment before pulling out a table and 2 chairs from his storage ring. He also brought out about a dozen spirit fruits as strong energy fluctuations instantly permeated throughout the area. Come on, senior student Chun Chun, let's eat while we chat. Have all the spirit fruits you want. I have more if there's not enough here. And Lin gestured to Chun Chun with a boisterous expression. His disposition as a cultivating tycoon was unleashed to the max. After all, Chun Chun had once bestowed a technique upon him, so he wanted to maintain an amicable relationship. Chun Chun looked wordlessly at the huge black brick beside him as well as the table, chairs, and spirit fruits and hesitated for a few seconds before sitting down opposite Lin. And Lin sized up his senior student carefully to find that his appearance hadn't changed at all, and from his aura fluctuations. And Lin found that he had regressed from 8th stage Dao body back down to 7th stage Dao body. He had fallen a stage. But only a stupid cunt would focus their attention on his cultivation base. It was extremely apparent that this cultivation base was just a ruse. As for his clothes, his brownish-yellow linen garments were mundane to the extent of poverty. And Lin paused for a moment before speaking with a concerned expression. How have you been going these past few years? Senior student? Why are you wearing linen clothes? Do you not have any clothes? I have a lot of fashionable clothes with me, including some brand-name clothing from the mortal world. Would you like some? Don't worry about paying me for them. Chun Chen's face convulsed slightly before replying. Clothing and the likes are insignificant, so junior student and Lin need not pay attention to them. Let's cut to the chase. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. From the stories he had read in the past, all the badass main protagonists habitually wore mundane clothing and hid their cultivation bases. From doing so, they would be looked down on by everyone before giving everyone a mighty slap to the face by flexing and showing off their full power. It looked like that was the route Chun Chun was going for. Could it be that Chun Chun wanted to become a protagonist? Gasp! And Lin heaved a sharp intake of breath as profound respect and admiration welled up in his eyes. This was a man who was going to become the protagonist. He had to cozy up to Chun Chun as much as he could. Hopefully when this badass protagonist went around awarding everyone slaps to the face, he would bring in Lin along as his underling so that they could flex together. A peculiar expression appeared on Chun Chen's face as he looked at the scorching light in Lin's eyes. "What are you thinking about, junior student and Lin?" "Air." And Lin came to his senses before gesturing to Chun Chun in a fawning manner as he said, "Nothing, senior student Chun Chun. Feel free to have some fruit. Also, can we exchange voice transmission talismans to facilitate easier communication in the future?" And Lin felt like he had to strike as early as he could if he wanted to cozy up to someone as powerful as Chun Chun. An indifferent smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. "My apologies. I don't have a voice transmission talisman." And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. "Do you have any other communication devices then?" Chun Chun splayed his hands open before him. "I have nothing. The only thing I have is myself. Of course, if my heart is big enough, I can also own this entire world." Gasp! As expected of a badass protagonist, even his way of speaking was so profound and unique. And Lin silently committed this sentence to memory and pondered for a moment before speaking again. "You don't have nothing, you have those linen clothes. That doesn't count," Chun Chun replied in a faint voice. "Then what about those shoes?" And Lin asked again. Chun Chun took a deep breath. "Let's get back to the matter at hand." "Of course, senior student." And Lin nodded with an obedient expression. Chun Chun stroked his chin and paused momentarily before speaking. "I've actually had my eyes on you for a long time, and I have a special feeling about you." Thump. And Lin's had just picked up a spirit fruit when Chun Chen's first sentence startled him to the point that his hands trembled, and the spirit fruit fell back onto the table. You. Senior student. I like Xiaolan." And Lin stuttered as waves of shock surged in his heart. Holy fuck. It was way too horrifying for a delicate youth to confess to him like this. He was a straight-laced man, and he immediately refused these advances. Chun Chen's expression faltered upon hearing this. "Why are you bringing that up now? Is this related to what we're talking about?" "I don't really care. Of course it has something to do with this, and I care. I like Xiaolan, and I'm straight." And Lin spoke with a serious expression. "Senior student, you have to nip these things at the bud. Otherwise, it's not going to end well for any of the parties involved." Chun Chun was dumbstruck. What the fuck was Lin talking about? Were they even on the same wavelength? "I think there has been a misunderstanding." Perhaps this is what they call a generational gap. Chun Chun elaborated patiently. "I don't care if you like Su Xiaolan. What is undeniable is that I have a special feeling about you. And Lin, when you unleashed the finger of the heavenly Tao during the free-for-all battle, I was not surprised in the slightest. Instead, I felt like it was all meant to be. You give me a very special feeling, as if we have some sort of special connection with one another." Chun Chun looked at Lin with a serious expression and said, "I don't know what opportunities you have encountered, and I don't know if you have a hidden identity, but I feel like you are going to be a vital element of my plan." And Lin heaved a sigh of relief as an awkward expression appeared on his face. So that was Chun Chun was talking about. He had traveled down a completely different train of thought. And Lin calmed himself down before asking, "So what is your plan?" If this were the Lin of the past, he would have definitely slapped Chun Chun across the face without hesitation. However, after coming into contact with Cultivation, Lin had seen all manners of strange and bizarre things, so he was starting to believe things like special connections. A mysterious smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. "Would you like to learn about the heaven-crushing sect?" "The what?" And Lin's eyes widened with befuddlement. "I'm telling you I've established a heaven-crushing sect. Are you interested in it?" Chun Chun asked with anticipation in his eyes. And Lin? Peculiar silence fell over the black brick. Could it be that all male protagonists had to defy the heavens or crush the heavens for their journeys to come full circles? It had to be said that this suited Chun Chen's character, though. "Senior student. I think my beast pet Xianxia would be very interested in your sect. And Lin replied expressionlessly. Chun pointed a finger at Lin firmly. Junior student, I only need you. And Lin, why was he being invited into such a retarded-sounding sect? And Lin's heart was roaring with rage, but a polite smile lingered on his face. Chun continued with a sincere expression. Junior student and Lin, the fact that you're able to use the finger of the heavenly Tao shows that you have an affinity with our heaven-crushing sect, because the finger of the heavenly Tao is the first technique of our heaven-crushing sect. Not only would normal cultivators be unable to master the finger of the heavenly Tao, but they would also be unable to even touch that realm even if they tried with all their might for thousands of years. And Lin's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. When he was observing the finger of the heavenly Tao, the system had told him that a defect existed in the heavenly Tao. Both the heaven-obliterating faction and heaven-mending faction proposed different paths to attaining the true Tao, and the finger of the heavenly Tao was the first technique of the heaven-obliterating faction. As such, could it be the case that the heaven-crushing sect wasn't some retarded sect, but instead, it was a branch of the heaven-obliterating faction? If that was the case, then he really couldn't ignore what Chun was saying. Senior student, what does your heaven-crushing sect do? And Lin asked. A joyful expression appeared on Chun's face as Lin finally expressed some interest in his proposal. There is a defect in the heavenly Tao, and if we can't find a way around it, the world is going to crumble. The mission of our heaven-crushing sect is to destroy the heavenly Tao and create a new heavenly Tao in order to become the masters of all the worlds. Of course, I can only disclose the specific details of our plan to you when you become a member of the sect. And Lin was completely astounded after hearing Chun's introduction. Holy fuck! Were they really going to fuck the heavens? Not only were they going to crush the heavens, but they were also going to take its place? This was simply too terrifying to even think about, and Lin joined his hands in a salute. Sorry for the intrusion. Chun blinked with incomprehension. What? I only want a safe and happy life. Goodbye. And Lin replied with a sincere expression. Chun, it was one thing to talk about defying the heavens, but Lin could tell that Chun was dead serious. That made everything extremely fucking scary. What vendetta did he have against the heavens? Why was he so fixated on crushing the heavens? Setting aside how difficult and arduous that path would be, just the backlash from the heavenly Tao was not something he could bear. And Lin didn't have any big dreams. He only wanted to live out a safe, happy life with Su Xiaolin, as well as his family and friends. He wasn't even that fixated on attaining immortality. Living for 10,000 to 100 million years was about enough. Any longer than that and it would probably get boring. He only had simple dreams, so why would he participate in the grand effort to crush the heavens? What was the point? He should leave things like saving the world to the protagonist of this world. Senior student Chun. With this in mind, and Lin immediately stood up in preparation to leave. Don't rush to decide now, junior student and Lin. Think about it first. An anxious expression appeared on Chun's face as he stood up as well. You're able to use the finger of the heavenly Tao, so I can make you the third heavenly disciple as soon as you enter the sect. And Lin's face convulsed. Stop right there. I'm not agreeing to this even if I can become the celestial the arch. And Lin's instincts told him that getting caught up in something like this was going to be extremely problematic, so he chose to run away. Senior student, if there's nothing else you want to talk to me about, then I'll be taking my leave now. And Lin waved at Chun before leaving. Chun raised a hand and seemed to want to say something more, but he heaved a light, forlorn sigh in the end and let Lin go. So be it. It's already a step in the right direction for you to learn about the existence of our sect. Perhaps our paths will cross again in the future someday. In any case, the doors of the heaven-crushing sect are forever open to you, Chun said in a light voice. His words flowed into Lin's ears, but the latter did not reply as he flew away atop his black brick. Chun's body also slowly disappeared as he looked at Lin's receding figure. And Lin returned to Qingyu City atop his brick, and everyone gathered around him. Huh? Where is Mr. Chun? Department head Jean Hu asked. He had something else to do, so he left, and Lin explained. Senior student Chun was far too busy fucking the heavens, so mortals like them should just leave him alone. Oh, a hint of disappointment flashed past Chen Yu's eyes, and he said, we were planning to hold a celebratory feast tonight. After all, we destroyed the entire Blood Tribe army, and he was the main hero as he had slain Morton. That's okay. Even if he didn't leave, he still wouldn't attend anyway. And Lin shook his head. Why? Chun Yu was perplexed. I had just presented about a dozen spirit fruits to him on a table, and he didn't even eat one. From that, I have enough evidence to deduce that he is a celestial being who is not interested in our food. And Lin analyzed with a serious expression. Jin Hu, Chun Yu. That night, a massive celebratory feast was set up all over the streets of Qingyu City. All the inhabitants and soldiers of the city were ecstatic that the threat had been eliminated. The inhabitants of these border cities were mostly quite tough and resolute people, and it was exactly because of this that their celebrations were more bustling and lively. Everyone danced and sang to their heart's content to express their joy and elation. And Lin and Su Xiaolan held hands as they strolled along the streets together, attracting many admiring gazes along the way. The man who was slightly handsome and the woman who was exquisitely beautiful was a match made in heaven. Fireworks blossomed in the sky in a spectacular show of colors as lanterns were released into the air to commemorate the fallen soldiers. All of them flew slowly into the air, creating a romantic atmosphere against the backdrop of the starry night sky. Of course, slightly handsome was just in Lin's modest evaluation of himself. He was actually a dashing sword immortal who managed to woo many young women on the streets, and this was evident from all the presents he received as he walked. Big Brother and Lin, here are some flowers for you. An adorable little girl thrust the bunch of tulips in her hands at Lin. Thank you, little girl. And Lin accepted the flowers and patted her head with a doting expression. Tulips were flowers that represented holiness, happiness, and victory, so it was quite a fitting gift for an occasion like this. Big Brother and Lin, I drew this for you, and I hope I can become just as outstanding as you someday so that I can protect my city. A little boy with dark skin but a pair of particularly bright eyes presented a drawing to Lin. And Lin looked at the handsome man in the picture and immediately raised his thumbs in praise. Very well drawn. You've captured my grace and elegance as a sword immortal perfectly. These were not just mere words of flattery. The words came from the bottom of his heart, as the little boy's artistic skills really were fantastic. At least 100 times better than his own, that was for sure. Su Xiaolan poked her head over and looked at the drawing before giving her opinion on it. It's not very good. The man in the drawing is much more handsome than you are, so it's not realistic anymore. It looks like a photoshopped image. Hey! Can you not slander me in front of little children? And Lin's expression darkened. All right, big sister Xiaolan. I'll be sure to make my artwork more realistic next time. The little boy giggled as he ran away. And Lin and Su Xiaolan strolled through the night market, and lights flashed around them as sweet-sounding music flowed into their ears from the buildings nearby. Both of them basked in the joyful atmosphere. And Lin was very glad that he had chosen to leave Huangquan City to participate in the mission to bring down Morton. Otherwise, he would not have been able to participate in such a lively and joyful celebration. Here, Xiaolan, a skewer of sugar-coated moon haws for you. And Lin passed the snack that he had just obtained to Su Xiaolan. These moon haws were crispy and supple, and they glowed with a faint white light, resembling miniature moons. All of these moon haws were extremely tasty. Su Xiaolan took the sugar-coated moon haws from Lin before taking a small bite, and her eyes narrowed with pleasure from the delicious, sweet taste of the haws. A smile appeared on her face, and her eyes curved like crescent moons as her intricate cheeks moved from the motion of her chewing in an adorable display. Fireworks continued to blossom in the night sky. The brilliant light of the fireworks shone on her face, making her appear particularly vibrant and enchanting. This is really good. And Lin, you should have some too. Su Xiaolan passed the skewer of sugar-coated moon haws to Lin with a dainty smile on her face as her bright eyes rippled like water. And Lin bit off a haw and chewed on it to find that it was indeed quite delicious. Furthermore, the fact that Xiaolan had handed the skewer to him further enhanced the flavor. A joyful smile appeared on his face. This was perhaps the safe and happy life he yearned for, where there was a joy to be derived from a somewhat mundane life. And Lin held on to Su Xiaolan's hand for the entire time they were together, as he was unwilling to let her go. Outside Songlan City, Morton's head was hung in the air to console all the dead souls within the city. The dozen or so students who managed to survive were evacuated by the executive department. And after seeing Morton's head, it was as if a tight knot had been unwound in their hearts, and some of them wept tears of release while others finally allowed their tightly wound-up bodies to rest before falling unconscious. The heavenly court observed countless casualties every day. In particular, death was a normal occurrence when battling the Blood Tribe or the Snow Maidens. This was the harsh reality of the cultivating world. There was no eternal peace or happiness, and the entire continent was riddled with wars of varying scale. Having completed their mission, and Lin, Su Xiaolin, Tina, Dabai, and Xiao Chou arrived back at Huangquan City. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Dark Marshlands, within the Divine Palace of Life, Morton's jade badge of life crumbled into dust after a crisp crack. Boom! A crimson pillar of light punctured the roof of the Divine Palace of Life before soaring straight into the heavens. A thunderous, enraged voice erupted across the earth. Who killed my trusted lieutenant? I will relegate the perpetrator and their entire family to the pits of hell, where they shall be tormented for eternity. All the tool refinement masters stared blankly at the crimson pillar soaring into the sky, and they almost threw up a mouthful of blood. They had only just repaired the roof of the Divine Palace of Life, only for it to be wrecked again. Why was Emperor Yi Deng so easily enraged? The tool refinement masters were enraged, but they didn't dare to say anything. Morton was quite a renowned mighty figure within the Blood Tribe, as his Tao of Aura concealment allowed him to come and go at will, and as a result, he had once been revered as the most unkillable return to Void Stage mighty figure. However, it was this very same mighty figure who had fallen just like that, before he even had a chance to send out an SOS. How could Emperor Yi Deng not be enraged? If it wasn't for the fact that Tao integration stage mighty figures were naturally quite sensitive to one another, he would have thought that a Tao integration stage mighty figure was involved. Each and every one of the return to void stage mighty figures were at the tip of the cultivator pyramid, and losing 5 in a short span of about a dozen days had dealt a significant blow to the Blood Tribe, as well as an even more significant blow to Emperor Yi Deng, as all 5 of those return to void stage mighty figures, including his son, were part of his forces. Thankfully, the Blood Tribe gave rise to 3 holy disciples, and if they developed well, perhaps they could take the Blood Tribe to new heights. This was also why none of the Blood Tribe top dogs were all that alarmed or disconsolate over the loss of the 5 return to void stage mighty figures. Of course, there was an exception to this, and that was Emperor Yi Deng. Yi Deng did a quick calculation to find that he only had 4 return to void stage lackeys at his disposal. He couldn't help but flare up with rage again. The heavenly court has gone too far. The Blood Tribe was in a state of turmoil, but everything was peaceful on Lin's end for the next few days. The end-of-term examinations were soon over, and everyone returned to the university. Immediately after that was the rewards ceremony for the end-of-term examinations. Lin's class received praise from the entire school for their monumental accomplishments. This was even after the truth about Leiden's death had been obscured from public knowledge. If the circumstances behind that event were to come to light, it would create a massive commotion throughout the entire kingdom of the 9 states. In order to avoid having further hostilities directed toward Lin, the entire event was splendidly covered up. The only ones who knew the truth were the 5 emperors of the heavenly court, Lin Junjun, as well as Lin's homeroom teacher and a few of his closest friends. On the rewards ceremony, the university handed out many pills, materials, and spirit stones to the heroes of the school, but those were negligible to the filthy rich N. However, Vice Principal Yuhua did sneak 3 4th-grade Immortal pill coupons and 1 3rd-grade Immortal pill coupon to him, which was quite a nice gesture. Those were the rewards for some of the things Lin had done, which was outside of everyone's knowledge, and everyone knew this to be the case. Aside from Lin, who was obviously the main attraction at the rewards ceremony. Lu Qianhuan's performance was also quite eye-catching. During a vital battle against the Snow Maidens, she had single-handedly held off an army of 3,000 and slew 3 Soul Formation stage Snow Maiden generals before chasing the army of 3,000 for several hundred kilometers. She only fell back after a Holy Palace leader was alerted to the situation. The Heavenly Court Executive Department based at the Holy Glacial Lands had already extended an invitation to her where she would immediately assume the role of general upon the commencement of her employment. Furthermore, many of the other important departments within the Heavenly Court had also opened their doors to her. However, she was undecided about where she wanted to go. On a forest path within the Heavenly Court, a light breeze blew past as dried autumn leaves flew through the air. The path was covered by a carpet of yellow leaves. A beautiful woman in a pink and blue sailor costume hummed a song as she walked along the forest path, and the dried leaves rustled underfoot. Her pink hair was getting a little long and had been tied into a ponytail behind her. The ponytail swayed rhythmically as she walked, making her appear as if she was full of energy and vitality. And Lin, what should I choose? She asked in her sweet-sounding voice as her brows furrowed with distress. The handsome man in white robes beside her rolled his eyes at her. This is the 5th time you've asked me the same question. The woman beside Lin was none other than Lu Qianhuan, who was close to graduation and was facing a massive crossroads. But you gave me a different answer every time. Lu Qianhuan glowered at Lin. The light of the sun peeked through the gaps in the leaves of the trees before shining onto her exquisite features. Her bright purple eyes flashed, and her enchanting pout would be enough to woo countless male students. And Lin heaved a heavy sigh. I told you to go to the executive department, but you said you didn't like fighting and that it was too dangerous there. I told you to stay at the Heavenly Court, but you told me there was a massive family inheritance waiting for you and that you didn't want to abandon your sect. I told you to go home, but you said there was no love there. I told you to become a free, nomadic cultivator, but you said you would be lonely. What else can I say? Humph. It's all because your answers were so insincere. Have you genuinely looked at it from my perspective? Lu Qianhuan aimed a light kick at Lin's shin, and she pouted as tears welled up in her eyes. I treat you as a friend, but all you do is brush my concerns aside, even when I'm about to leave. And Lin immediately held his hands up in surrender at the sight of the tears swimming in Lu Qianhuan's eyes. All right. I will very carefully and very sincerely provide an analysis to you. Okay? Humph. You better deliver on your promise. Lu Qianhuan immediately beamed with joy, and Lin was instantly shocked. Could human emotions really transition so quickly? She looked like she was on the brink of tears a second ago, but everything was all sunshine and flowers now. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan walked side by side as he placed himself in her shoes. The two of them strolled together with a sense of youthful energy exuding from their playful interactions. Lu Qianhuan would flick Lin's ear from time to time or slice off strands of his hair with her sword intent. And Lin would try to retaliate sometimes, but all his attempts to do so were evaded by Lu Qianhuan. As she dodged with her agile movement techniques, peals of laughter escaped from her mouth. However, the light-hearted atmosphere was tinged with the sorrow of their imminent separation. And Lin turned to look at his sprightly upper-class woman, and he was quite sad at the prospect of her departure. He thought to himself for a moment before speaking again. Ahem. Let me ask you a question first. How much is the inheritance from your family actually worth to you in your heart? Lu Qianhuan pinched her chin as she pondered this question. She finally gave a reply after much thought. I'd be lying to myself if I said it isn't worth a dime to me. After all, aside from intrinsic factors, cultivation is also very much dependent on extrinsic factors such as resources. With my aptitude, I would definitely be nurtured as the next sect leader in line should I return to the sect, so I definitely would not be lacking in resources. And Lin nodded. Lu Qianhuan was the most talented cultivator within the Heavenly Sword sect of the Kingdom of the Nine States, and she was also the daughter of the sect leader Lu Mingxian, so there would be essentially no resource unavailable to her. The Heavenly Sword sect was a super sect that was one of the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States, as well as a renowned sect across the entire continent. With her aptitude, her best option would be to return to her sect if she wanted to improve her cultivation base. However, you don't want to go back to your sect because there is no love there. And Lin was confused, and he asked, how cold could a sect be? Everyone prioritizes cultivation as their main objective, and they can do whatever they want once they become powerful enough. Isn't that how it goes in all sects? A light smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. You don't understand. A person that came from a lonely place would never want to return to that lonely environment. Of course, the ideal situation would be that the sect would be willing to expend all their resources to nurture me even if I don't return to the sect. And Lin's expression darkened. What a beautiful dream! Lu Qianhuan poked a finger from each hand onto each corresponding cheek in an adorable display. I'm a beautiful person, so my dreams are naturally beautiful as well. And Lin was speechless. If you're not desperately in need of resources, then you can just leave the sect hanging for now. After all, what's yours is yours, and no one can take it away from you. And Lin suggested after some thought. A resigned expression appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. That man said that he can accept it if I don't return to the sect for now, but he prohibits me from becoming a member of the Heavenly Court. You know this as well. Entry into the Heavenly Court necessitates an oath of loyalty to be sworn, after which it would be extremely difficult for one to go back to one's own sect. This was actually an issue that was plaguing countless students. To join the Heavenly Court or to return to their own sect. This was a very difficult decision. There were people who ran back and forth between the Heavenly Court and their own sect, but those were usually just fringe members whom the Heavenly Court were definitely not going to bestow any real opportunities upon. Those who had a chance to receive the real opportunities had to pledge their loyalty to the Heavenly Court in order to become one of its core members. If Lu Qianhuan couldn't become one of the Heavenly Court's core members, then there was no point to her staying here. She might as well go out and travel the world. However, not everyone was a protagonist who could receive countless opportunities out of the blue. It was always beneficial for growth to have the resources of an entire sect at one's disposal. Lu Qianhuan, you're too powerful, to the extent that you won't be willing to join any ordinary sword sect as their patriarchs probably won't be able to defeat you. Your only two choices appear either to remain at the Heavenly Court or to go back to the Heavenly Sword sect. And Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, wait, you're scared to be alone and want to be a part of a powerful sect where you can also hang out with your friends. So how about we create a sect of our own? Create our own sect? Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes danced with excitement. That's right. A sect with complete freedom for all of our friends. We can come and go as we please, and there is nothing that is going to bind you to the sect. And Lin became more and more excited as he spoke, and the blueprint for the future seemed to be unfurling before his eyes. A hesitant expression appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face. But does that really count as a sect? How is it going to develop? Let me elaborate. And Lin wagged a finger as he said, third-rate sects rely on spirit stones and treasures to develop, second-rate sects rely on strength to develop, and first-rate sects rely on mystic realms and cultivation methods to develop. Think about it, aside from some top-secret cultivation methods which certain sects refuse to disclose, what could be more attractive to cultivators of the Kingdom of the Nine States than your Heavenly Sword sect cultivation method, Big Brother Cheng's 10,000 Spirit sect cultivation method, Su Xiaolan's Vermilion Bird sect cultivation method, and Debai's Mythological Beast sect cultivation method? Lu Qianhuan's eyes widened as she drew a sharp intake of breath. Those are the inheritances from all four great sects of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Not only that, but we also have my disciple Xiao Zhe's Primordial Dragon Tribe inheritance, Little Na's Fairy Healing and Spatial inheritance, and Little Lang's Ancient Man Tribe inheritance, all of which are top-rate inheritances. I'm sure this will create a massive stir throughout the entire continent. And Lin added with a smile. Lu Qianhuan couldn't help but swallow as a scorching expression appeared in her eyes to mirror the scorching flames burning in her soul. Establishing a sect. Just the very notion of it sounds so exciting. I feel like I can already envision the rise of a top-tier sect. And Lin, you're going to participate in this as well, right? Lu Qianhuan's eyes danced with elation as she turned to Enlin. Enlin nodded. Of course. This was an idea that just occurred to me, but it's very feasible. He had been grappling with the dilemma of being separated from his friends in the future and had been thinking about a way to bring everyone closer. This world was extremely huge, and without anything connecting them to one another, they could very quickly become strangers whose paths were destined to never cross again. People like Su Qianyun, Shen Yuancheng, Tang Shimin, Miao Tian, Luo Ziping, Zhao Huayin, Lu Debao, everyone could go off on their separate ways after graduation. Hence, was there a chance where he could create a big family? This wasn't just going to be a place for them to come together and chat. That would not be sustainable nor attractive. This had to be a new sect with a brilliant potential for growth, where everyone could interact happily with one another, and at the same time they could also further better themselves on their cultivation path. It was quite clear that establishing a mutually beneficial sect to everyone was a fantastic option. I'm sure my beast pets, my disciple, and my slaves would all be willing to join this sect, and Lin continued with a smile. To people that didn't know Lin, they would probably sneer at this notion. But those who did know him would be given quite a fright by what he had just said. And Lin's beast pets, disciple, and slaves were enough to form a first-rate sect in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Then we'll make you the sect leader. A joyful smile appeared on Lu Qianhuan's face as she added, the first step to establishing a sect is to give it a name. Have you thought of anything? How about the Lan Lin sect? And Lin suggested immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianhuan's expression faltered before it darkened. Is this a sect to abuse single people? The sect is going to fall apart sooner or later with a name like that. And Lin chuckled awkwardly. Then what do you propose? Lu Qianhuan pondered for a moment before replying. All the members of our sect have to be top-rate cultivators. They have to be legends among man. She continued, let's call the sect League of Legends. And Lin, League of Legends? And Lin's chest constricted, and he wanted to storm away immediately. Are you serious? He asked with a dark expression. Lu Qianhuan nodded with a sincere expression. Of course. If you don't like it, we can call it League of Valor as well. Our sect isn't going to be running internet cafes and gaming tournaments as well, is it? And Lin asked expressionlessly. Genius. What a fantastic idea. We can recruit all the cultivators with internet addictions and instigate a gaming sensation throughout the entire cultivation world. Lu Qianhuan clapped her hands together as if she had discovered a new continent. Heh. Sorry for the intrusion. And Lin turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Slim fingers gripped onto Lin's arm. If you don't like the name, we can think of something else. Lu Qianhuan pouted as she looked at Lin like a helpless little kitten. All right, let's do some more brainstorming then. And Lin sighed. The name of a sect was actually quite important as it almost determined the fate of the sect. It had to either accentuate the unique qualities of the sect or exemplify a sense of loftiness and grandeur. Heavenly Court, 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect, Vermilion Bird Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, Mythological Beast Sect. All these sects had badass names. If you chose a crappy name, even the gods would renounce you, so there would be no luck bestowed upon you. Of course, the Heaven-Crushing Sect was an exception to this. Thus, the two of them began to discuss with one another again. The name was actually quite difficult to think of as there were so many sects out there already. One couldn't just register a name and steal another sect's name in the process, right? That would be inhumane. If one were to steal the name of a weak sect, people would say one was bullying the weak. If one were to steal the name of a powerful sect, a battle would be almost unavoidable. It would be seen as a blatant provocation if a new sect with the same name as one's own sect suddenly popped up. On this continent, each sect had to have its own unique name. Sigh, it looks like all the good names have been taken. How about we try thinking of some more outlandish names? Lu Qianhuan sighed with a resigned expression. And Lin pondered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Why don't we call it the 4-9 Immortal Sect? Lu Qianhuan considered this for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. You mean like the number of great derivation? 49? That's right. And Lin replied, Surely no one has a sect name consisting of numbers like this one? Will be unique in that respect across the entire continent, and that name is really deep and profound as well. Lu Qinhuan clicked her finger with joy. Nice, we'll call it 49 Immortal Sect then. Thus, the 49 Immortal Sect was born from their casual conversation. After that, they began to discuss some specific details or plans they had for the sect, and before they knew it, they had already reached the end of the path while Lu Qinhuan had made up her mind somewhere along the way. All right then, Lord of the Sword Pavilion, don't forget to come over for dinner tonight, and we can discuss more details. And Lin yelled at the pink-haired figure who was flying away atop her sword. I won't forget, sect leader. Make sure to recruit some solid members into the sect. Lu Qinhuan yelled back from the sky. She was going to the school office to make the final arrangements upon which she would inform them that she was going to go to the 49 Immortal Sect instead of staying at the Heavenly Court upon her graduation. Within the university office, all the teachers were dumbstruck by the information on the form submitted by Lu Qinhuan. What the hell was this 49 Immortal Sect? Ahem, student Lu Qinhuan, your aptitude is top tier even in the entire kingdom of the 9 states. Only the Heavenly Court can help you reach greater heights and not let your talent go to waste. It would be a waste of your potential to go to any other sect. A teacher persuaded in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Another female teacher also chimed in, even if you don't want to remain at the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Sword Sect is a very good home for you as well. Why would you choose to establish some new sect instead? That's just absurd. Okay. Prodigies like me will shine wherever I go. Goodbye, dear teachers. I'll miss you all. Lu Qinhuan waved with a smile as radiant and enchanting as a spring breeze before stepping out the door. As one of the pioneers of the 49 Immortal Sect, she had more important things to do. Perhaps it would be a bit boring and dull at the beginning, but she firmly believed that all her friends were going to unite with her in the new sect. And Lin's dorm room was packed full of people, all of whom were his close friends from the university. After hearing of Lin's plans to establish a new sect, the dorm room erupted into gasps of surprise, followed by heated discussion. Su Xiaolan immediately expressed her support and stated that she wanted to be the Lord of the Flame Pavilion. However, to Lin's surprise, everyone else also expressed their full support of this new sect. Yao Mingxi and Yao Xiu vehemently requested to join Lu Qinhuan's Sword Pavilion, while Tang Ximen wanted to become an elder who was only responsible for fighting but not teaching. Su Qinyun was planning to establish a moon pavilion and was asking if she could establish a Moon Palace pill refinement branch there, the type where many beautiful young women gathered together to refine pills. And Lin couldn't have approved more of this idea. Shen Yuancheng pondered for a moment before deciding that he could establish the Spirit Pavilion and act as its lord. But he would need a deputy lord, and his attention would most likely be divided between the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect and the 49 Immortal Sect following his graduation. Miao Tian, Luo Zipping, and the others also wanted to join the sect, but they hadn't thought of what roles they could undertake yet. Tears began to well up in Lu Qinhuan's eyes upon seeing this. She had already become accustomed to the warmth of having her friends by her side and not being lonely. However, graduation made her fearful again. She feared that she would lose everything she gained during her time at this school. But today, she discovered that real friendships could provide perpetual warmth as long as one made efforts to maintain them. Sword Immortal Lu, I'll be under your care from now on. With a broad grin, a thin woman in a green dress slung an arm over Lu Qinhuan's shoulder. Lu Qinhuan turned to look at her. Her name was Xianxia, and she was one of Lu Qinhuan's best friends. Her aptitude was quite good, but her sect was quite ordinary, so theoretically, the best choice for her was to join the Heavenly Court. However, she began to hesitate when she heard that her idol and Lin was going to establish a new sect and that her good friend was going to be a lord at this sect as well. In the end, Xianxia finally made a huge decision to go to the 49 Immortal Sect. Do you want to reconsider? The sect has only just been established, so there aren't going to be many benefits being given out here in the early stages. Lu Qinhuan cautioned. I've made my final decision. If I join now and become one of the sect's pioneers, I would be set for life if the sect really did become a force to be reckoned with. This is a long-term investment. Xianxia replied with a serious expression. Lu Qianhuan burst into laughter and flicked her on the head. All right, little Zhu, you're one of my subordinates now. Another wave of enthusiastic discussion ensued, after which Enlin finalized the structure of the new sect. He stood on a chair with a banner in his hand. A 4-character constructed from a golden phoenix and a 9-character constructed from a true dragon appeared on the banner. I hereby announce that the 4-9 Immortal sect, which carries the hopes of the human race on its shoulder, has officially been established. His announcement was greeted by a wave of raucous cheers with the cries of Dragon Phoenix in accompaniment. No one knew what this sect was going to entail, but they knew that all they could do was to follow their hearts, live every day to the fullest, and everything else would take care of itself. Thus, the core members as well as the structure of the 4-9 Immortal sect was established. Enlin was the sect leader, and there were 9 pavilions: Su Xiaolan's Flame Pavilion, Lu Qianhuan's Sword Pavilion, Shenyuan Cheng's Spirit Pavilion, Su Qianyun's Moon Pavilion, Xiao Zhe's Dragon Pavilion, Debai's Beast Pavilion, Little Lang's Man Pavilion, Tina's Realm Pavilion, and Bryce's Blood Pavilion. Aside from that, Tang Shimin, Xiao Hong, Xiao Chou, and Little Tian assumed the roles of elders, which placed them at an equal rank as the lords of the pavilions. Each pavilion also had its own elders. For example, Yao Mingxi, Yao Xiu, and Xianxia were the elders of the Sword Pavilion, Zhao Huayin was the elder of the Beast Pavilion, and Hu Guan and Lu Debao were elders of the Dragon Pavilion. As for the remaining pavilions, they had no elders for the moment. All the roles for the existing members had been allocated, and all that was left was to recruit more members. We'll choose a site for our sect once school holidays commence, Enlin announced. Everyone went back to their dorm rooms in high spirits that day, and everyone was full of anticipation and hope for the new sect. Enlin was no exception to this either. Never would he have thought that his unrealistic plan would receive the support of so many of his friends and come to fruition. Enlin had actually planned to spread the news of his new sect through the entire school, as he believed that his influence within the school would likely draw him quite a few retarded superfan recruits. However, he soon abandoned that idea. Firstly, he was afraid that he might ruin these students' futures, and secondly, he was afraid that he might get bashed to death by the Heavenly Court officials. These students had all been carefully nurtured by the Heavenly Court, and if he took them just like that, the Heavenly Court would probably turn on him and crush his new sect. When night fell, everyone left in quick succession, but Su Xiaolan remained in his dorm room. This time, Tina was going to execute a grand plan, and that was to transfer a living being other than Enlin into her divine mirror world. That's right. She was going to transfer both Enlin and Su Xiaolan into her divine mirror world. She had always been able to easily transfer Enlin into her divine mirror world as they were in a contractual relationship, thereby making the task a lot easier. However, she had no such connection with Su Xiaolan, so the difficulty was going to be taken up a notch. Are you ready? I'll begin if you are, Tina asked with a wide grin. Enlin and Su Xiaolan nodded with solemn expressions as their hands found each other's hands unconsciously. Tina flew between the two of them as a white light enveloped them both. An extremely powerful spatial force swept toward them. Whoosh! Enlin was struck by a rush of dizziness before appearing in the air above Qi Lu City. He turned to discover Tina floating beside him as she panted with pale features, but the other woman was nowhere to be found. Enlin, my energy is still insufficient to facilitate a transfer of 2 people into my world at once. Tina turned to Enlin with an apologetic expression, as if she was begging for forgiveness. Enlin heaved a light sigh. That's okay. We can just try it again after you have become more powerful. Let's go have a look at how the world is developing. Inside Enlin's dorm room, Su Xiaolan looked around at the empty dorm room as she blinked in confusion. So, was that a failure? She muttered to herself as a sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. Within the divine mirror world, Enlin and Tina decided to check on how the spirit-engulfing beasts were going. It had to be said that the evolved spirit-engulfing beasts gave the world another nightmarish experience. Their ghostly movement techniques, eerie ambush tactics, bizarre methods of attack, terrifying fondness of devouring soul, and their bodies that were immune to all attacks aside from those that targeted one's consciousness. All of that made them synonymous with nightmarish demons. Most importantly, these spirit-engulfing beasts were no longer retarded. This was the most terrifying thing. How fearsome were the spirit-engulfing beasts that were no longer retarded. A snake spirit clan soul formation stage cultivator, who was one of the most powerful beings in this world, was killed in an ambush staged by 9 spirit-engulfing beasts. This was an extremely frightening event as it showed that even the high and mighty soul formation stage cultivators, who were revered as gods in this world, were not safe. This event completely flipped everyone's outlook on this world. After Adam and Eve progressed to soul formation stage, the human race had well and truly become a force to be reckoned with. Their overall strength could already rival one of the 9 tribes. From an individual perspective, humans were still inferior in power to the 9 tribes. However, the overall power of the human race was quite fearsome. With the invention and gradual refinement of gunpowder production over time, humans invented a series of powerful firearms. Were lower-stage Dao body cultivators more powerful, or were humans with countless guns more powerful? The answer was quite obvious. All the cannons were also extremely effective against giant beasts that were fearful of loud sounds and fire, thereby allowing humans to continue to expand their territory. High city walls were constructed along with tall buildings, electric lights, phones, all manners of steam-powered inventions, and combustion-powered inventions began to appear as everyone's life underwent an unimaginable change. Seth, the 9th son of Adam and Eve who had dedicated his life to science, became the most iconic figure within the human race aside from Adam and Eve themselves. The reason for this was that the research team he led was responsible for all these groundbreaking technological advancements. Humans began to understand that the power of technology was something worth investing time and energy into. A craze for new technologies began to sweep through the human race. And Lin knew that the humans of this world had entered the age of technology. The main city of the human race is Qilu City, and there are 17 satellite cities aside from that, and they are housing a total population of 7 million. They have progressed to the pinnacle of first-tier human civilization, but still remain in the heat energy stage. They have started to progress toward the particle energy civilization, but they are still at the stage where they are only just beginning to discover electrical energy. There are a total of 5 soul formation stage cultivators, close to 100 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, and millions of Dao body stage cultivators. And Lin slowly rattled off the statistic, and his heart was marveling at this startling rate of progression. Tina's time acceleration could only be maintained at around 500 times, and even at that speed she got tired out easily. Giant and Lin, I suddenly thought of something. Why don't we recruit all of the most powerful cultivators of this world into the 4-9 Immortal sect? Tina suddenly proposed, and Lin's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. He then replied with an excited expression, "That's a fantastic idea. That way, our sect would have a hidden force, which would comprise all of the top-tier powerful beings in this world." His heart shuddered slightly as he came to a realization of just how fearsome this hidden force would be. How long did it take Tina to nurture all these soul formation stage cultivators? In this world, countless years had passed. However, in the outside world, it had only been less than half a year. This meant that he could use the time difference between these two worlds to create a large-scale army. Let's see if we can transfer living beings from this world into the outside world. Tina waved her fists with excitement. Being able to transfer living beings from this world to the outside world was a vital prerequisite to this grand plan. And Lin was starting to get quite excited. Let's do it. Who are we going to transfer? This technique is going to be a little risky, so let me think first. Tina closed her eyes in deep thought. I feel like we should find someone with fanatical beliefs so that they can help us broadcast everything about the outside world to the people of this world. They should have a relatively high social status in this world and be proficient at spreading messages. That way, they would be able to brainwash others effectively. Someone like this would be extremely useful to us once they return from our world back to this one. And Lin said slowly. Tina nodded before suddenly grabbing onto Lin's hand. In the next instant, the space around them transformed, and they arrived at a plaza piled up with white jade stones. This is... And Lin looked down at the bunch of living beings below him before exclaiming, "This is the central city of the true demon tribe." Tina opened her emerald eyes as a smile lit up her flawless features. "We've arrived just in time for the show." And Lin looked around to find that there were at least 100,000 people gathered on the plaza. Not only were there true demons from the true demon tribe, but the representatives from all the other tribes were also there as well. Everyone had their eyes aimed at the center of the plaza while wearing different expressions on their faces. Some were angry, some were enraged, some were resentful, and some were taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune. And Lin turned his eyes toward where everyone was looking, and he saw a powerful true demon at the center of a sacrificial altar. The true demon had been bound by black chains and was suspended high in the sky as scorching flames raged below him. Upon seeing the true demon, and Lin's mouth gaped open and his eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. What a familiar true demon. He instantly understood why Tina had brought him here. The first soul formation stage cultivator of this world, General Hongtsong, faced all the spectators as he announced with a solemn expression, "Wei Ji from the true demon tribe. His crime? Lying to the entire world. 100 years ago, he falsely promoted failure of tribulation transcendence as Ascension and urged all the main tribes of this world to falsely celebrate the deaths of their powerful members, thereby leading everyone in this world to commit the crimes of disrespect to their ancestors. This is a heinous crime that cannot be forgiven by heaven and earth. Since then, he has been imprisoned for 100 years. Today, we shall execute him to console the dead souls of our predecessors." General Hongtsong's words were instantly met with countless enraged cries. "Burn! Burn! Burn!" Their combined cries of rage were audible all the way up in the heavens. That's right, the true demon that was suspended over the sacrificial altar was none other than the true demon that mistook failed tribulation transcendence as Ascension 100 years ago. His words influenced the entire world, and everyone believed in his unintentional lie as they celebrated the tragic passing of their ancestors. Even though the events had taken place so long ago in the past, everyone was still riddled with guilt and humiliation whenever they thought about it. Those were some absolute fucking travesties. And the person who had instigated all this was the true demon, Wei Ji. To be fair, Wei Ji would be quite justified in feeling aggrieved. After all, he had been misled by God of Creation Tina. If it wasn't for Tina destroying a bunch of spirit-engulfing beasts that had surrounded them, he wouldn't have been led down a false train of thought that resulted in this epic misunderstanding. The enraged voices calling for Wei Ji to burn were sweeping toward the sacrificial altar in undulating waves. They needed a scapegoat to take the blame for them. Otherwise, they would become the butt of jokes for the next generations in countless years to come. Failures in tribulation transcendence were greeted by raucous, large-scale celebrations. This would indeed be quite an absurd joke for the future generation to spread. Hence, it was clear that Wei Ji had to become the scapegoat. This was all Wei Ji's fault. Even though Wei Ji was suspended over the flames as countless people hurled insults at him, his expression was extremely peaceful. "I still think that what I witnessed that day was an act of God. It was real. Even if it wasn't the team leader that was responsible for it, I know that it was a blessing bestowed upon us by God. When we die, we will definitely be able to reach another world. God is forgiving and wise. God will understand and forgive everything I have done, as I did not harbor any ill will in the unintentional lie I had told. After I die, I will definitely be able to ascend to a realm of bliss." Wei Ji's words reverberated across the entire plaza, which instantly attracted a torrent of abuse and jeers. "Ha ha! You should say all of this to the spirit-engulfing beasts when you go to hell." General Hongtsong chuckled coldly. When he waved a hand, the flames below Wei Ji began to roar with greater ferocity. Scorching temperatures caused the air to shimmer and warp as heat waves swept outward for several hundred meters, which was enough for everyone to experience the fearsome temperatures. The flames began to rise toward Wei Ji. Wei Ji looked up into the clear, blue sky, where a few white clouds drifted lazily. Fearsomely scorching temperatures began to engulf his body. The soul formation stage General Hongtsong was personally administering his execution, and a cultivator at the spirit-nurturing pinnacle stage like him was completely unable to resist the flames. I still believe that God won't abandon me. I am innocent. God will definitely take me to another world. A vast, beautiful world where endless bliss awaits me. All the representatives of each tribe looked up at Wei Ji as if they were looking at a nut job, and the sound of jeering and insults rose and fell in undulating waves. May these flames purify this heinous body of his. General Hongtsong waved his hand again as the flames completely engulfed Wei Ji's body. Scorching flames lit up the entire plaza with dazzling light as everyone stared at the center of the sacrificial altar to commemorate the judgment delivered upon this heinous criminal. Boom! Right at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble. A pillar of golden light fell from the sky, vanquishing the roaring flames and encapsulating Wei Ji's body. All the spectators' expressions shifted drastically. Wei Ji's face turned blank as he looked up at the figure descending from the sky. Iridescent light flashed and heavenly music sounded in the sky above, giving listeners a sense of entrancement. A handsome man in flowing white robe flew toward Wei Ji with a gentle smile on his face. Wei Ji's lips trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes as he struggled to speak. "Ho, holy spokesperson, you're finally here." All the spectators were either very familiar with this white-robed man, or they had never seen him before. However, that didn't matter as such a badass entry had already shocked everyone present. General Hongtsong half knelt onto the ground as he spoke in a respectful voice. Hongtsong pays his respects to the holy spokesperson. Upon learning the identity of this man, all the spectators on the plaza also saluted respectfully, and some of them had even knelt onto the ground below Enlin. The legends of God's spokesperson were simply too renowned for anyone to have not heard of him. Not only was he an invincible being, but he was also the true spokesperson who represented heaven and earth. How could anyone not offer a respectful salute to such a mighty existence? We pay our respects to the holy spokesperson. We pay our respects to the holy spokesperson. Countless cultivators chimed in, and their voices shook the entire central city. Enlin was quite pleased with the collective welcome he received, but he couldn't show it. He had to remain indifferent to everything in order to enhance his superiority and profoundness. Wei Ji, God would like to take you to another world. Would you like to come? Enlin's voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, traveling into the ears of all the spectators. Wei Ji was already weeping with joy and gratitude, and even the two horns on his head were trembling. I would gladly do anything for God, even if it means dying the most torturous death. Very good. Enlin nodded before extending a hand toward Wei Ji as a profound smile appeared on his face. Come with me then, to a brand new world. Boom! A golden pillar of light unleashed holy energy before destroying the chains that were imprisoning Wei Ji's body. An extremely powerful force then pulled his body slowly into the air. Wei Ji was like the most devout missionary as he spread his arms to embrace the world. All the spectators stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, and all of them were completely stupefied. A brand new world? The concept exploded in everyone's mind like a clap of thunder, making them tremble with excitement. They really wanted to latch onto God's spokesperson and asked him what this supposed new world was. However, they didn't dare to do so as God's spokesperson represented the God of this world. In this holy moment, they didn't dare to make any sound. The scapegoat who had been renounced and jeered at by countless people was now slowly rising into the air, completing a dramatic transformation to become the being everyone in this world was envious of. This was God's first invitation. They had never heard of anyone else in history that experienced this honor before Wei Ji. This meant that Wei Ji was the first living being blessed by God. All the spectators stared at the sky with unidentifiable emotions in their hearts. They didn't know how they felt except that this whole thing was completely absurd, just like when they had first discovered how Ascension was actually failed tribulation transcendence. Wei Ji didn't look down at all the loathing eyes below him. His gaze was fixed on the sky above. And Lin also followed Wei Ji wordlessly as they slowly rose into the sky. He did not look down at all the living beings below him. Instead, he continued to maintain an ethereal and high and mighty presence. Thus, Enlin and Wei Ji drifted into the clouds and slowly disappeared. A deathly silence descended over the white stone plaza as all the spectators fell into a stunned silence. General Hong Tsong came to his senses, and he surreptitiously snuffed out the flames that were still burning on the sacrificial altar. Well, this was really awkward. General Hong Tsong of the True Demon tribe felt like his cheeks were burning a little as his eyes wandered into the distance. The Dark Wing tribe representatives were all howling in grief. In their minds, they were the tribe that was closest to the heavens, so why did God extend an invitation to a true demon instead? All the other tribal representatives were also all thinking about different things, and the silence that had descended over the plaza became extremely awkward. There was one thought that was present in everyone's mind. What were they doing here? They had clearly come here to witness the execution of the sinner Wei Ji. But what did they get instead? A fucking live broadcast of his ascension? So, were they supposed to clap now? Ahem, this is yet another miracle God has bestowed upon us? General Hong Tsong cleared his throat and said, "We had the honor of witnessing this miracle and learning of the existence of a new world. This is something worthy of celebration, and the True Demon Tribe is going to be hosting a massive celebratory feast to welcome all friends who have come from far away. Tonight, we shall eat and drink to our heart's content." Clap, clap, clap. Raucous applause erupted across the plaza. It didn't matter what Hong Tsong had just said. Everyone would clap anyway, as clapping made the situation less awkward. Meanwhile, in the sky above, Wei Ji arrived in a boundless white space. There was a white ball of light floating in the center of the space. Aside from that, there was a woman standing next to spokesperson Enlin. This was a flawless woman whose beauty was so regal and holy that it inspired reverence from the very bottom of Wei Ji's heart. Not only that, but Wei Ji also sensed a paramount aura exuding from her body. Her aura was fused with heaven and earth, and he instinctively chose to submit to the woman before him. He even had a feeling that if the woman told him to die, he would end his own life without hesitation. "I am God. Welcome to God's realm," Tina said with a slight smile. Thump! Wei Ji immediately knelt down before her as his body trembled with excitement. Wei Ji pays his respects to the almighty goddess. Tina's face convulsed slightly. Wasn't this guy a little too easy to convince? Could it be that her aura was this overbearing already? She had clearly already subdued her aura in order to make herself more approachable. "All right, spokesperson Enlin will tell you what you need to do next," Tina said with a soft voice before disintegrating into particles of light. Wei Ji was an extremely devout believer. Even after Tina had disappeared, he still made a respectful salute before standing up and turning to Enlin with an elated expression. "Holy spokesperson, please tell me what I need to do." A light smile appeared on Enlin's face. "Let me tell you about God's realm first. God's realm is the transfer hub between this world and the new world. The ball of light at the very center of this realm is the treasure core. Once you complete missions in the new world, you will receive achievement points. Achievement points can be used to exchange for high-rank cultivation methods and treasures for you to strengthen yourself. If you achieve something outstanding, you may even be blessed by God herself, which will give you immense, immeasurable benefits." Enlin continued his introduction, while Wei Ji listened extremely diligently with a fanatical expression on his face. Soon, the introduction was complete and Wei Ji was raring to go. "Next, God will transfer you into the new world. The name of that world is Taichu Continent, and it is an incredibly vast world. Our first mission will be to establish ourselves in that world. Are you ready?" Enlin asked with a smile. "Holy spokesperson, I am ready." Wei Ji puffed out his chest, and his black robes moved in the non-existent wind as surging battle intent burst forth from his crimson eyes. "Very good. Let's go." Enlin snapped his fingers, and a white light enveloped the two of them while the space around them began to transform. Wei Ji was struck by a rush of dizziness, and when he could see again, he found that he had arrived in an unfamiliar environment. This was an intricately crafted wooden room with abundant vital energy, and his body instantly felt at ease here. This is the new world? Wei Ji's eyes widened in as a hint of a flush appeared on his purplish skin. So exciting! He was then suddenly greeted by the sight of an incredibly ugly monkey clad in a suit of black armor. Wei Ji turned pale with fright, and his legs almost gave out from under him. However, he was a true demon that had seen God herself, so this monkey was nothing to him. Even if the monkey really was horrendously ugly, just cut him down. It looked like this was going to be his first battle in the new world. He immediately settled his emotions as he drew his long sword before letting loose a loud roar. "I will cut you down, ugly monkey!" Slap! And Lin immediately slapped him on the head. Cut down? My ass! This monkey is also a member of God's entourage. His name is Xiao Chou. And Lin snapped. Wei Ji's body trembled upon hearing this, and he immediately knelt onto the ground. This insignificant demon, Wei Ji, pays his respects to the mighty big brother Chou. Xiao Chou? God's entourage? This black-robed man had purplish-white skin, crimson eyes, and a pair of black horns on his head. This was a true demon, right? Even though he had those bat wings folded against his body, this was still definitely a true demon, right? Xiao Chou scratched his head with befuddlement. He simply didn't understand where this true demon had popped up from. He turned a confused gaze toward Enlin, as if he was inquiring whether he should put on an act for Enlin. Enlin nodded almost imperceptibly. There is no need to be so polite. Xiao Chou immediately adopted a profound expression as he revealed a benevolent smile to Wei Ji. Wei Ji raised his head to discover a smile that sent shivers running down his spine. A crooked mouth was parted slightly to reveal 2 rows of sharp, bloodthirsty teeth. The dense bunch of freckles was setting off his trypophobia. The pair of nostrils appeared to be able to engulf everything within this world, and the pair of eyes, which appeared like miniature suns, seemed to be threatening to puncture his chest. Wei Ji's entire body trembled. As expected of one of God's entourage, what an intimidating appearance. He got up with difficulty as he squeezed a forced smile onto his face. "Thank you, Big Brother Chou." He looked around nervously, and he immediately collapsed to his knees again upon seeing the fairy on Enlin's shoulder. This insignificant demon pays his respects to her holy majesty. Holy shit! The goddess was here again. Wei Ji was overcome by excitement and nerves as he began to stutter. "You may rise," Tina said in a clear, sweet-sounding voice. "This is just a clone of mine that lives in this world. Her name is Tina." "I understand. Goddess Tina." Wei Ji stood up with reverence and respect in his eyes, but his heart was surging. He was interacting with the god of creation. This was something countless living beings dreamed of, and now that he had this opportunity, he had to put his best foot forward. Wei Ji really was extremely nervous. How was he supposed to interact with such a mighty god? Were there any unspoken rules that he was supposed to follow? What should he say? What should he do to express the utmost loyalty? Would it be too awkward if he just stood there without doing anything? Would the god of creation be disappointed in him? It's over. It's over. What should I do to impress the mighty goddess? I'm so nervous. Just as Wei Ji's brain was about to become completely fried, a huge white dog appeared in the room. Holy fuck. Big brother, and where did this true demon come from? Woof. Debai's fur stood on end as he glared at Wei Ji with enmity in his eyes. Don't worry, this is Wei Ji. He is one of the living beings in Tina's world. Wei Ji, let me introduce. This is Debai. He is also a member of God's entourage. Wei Ji immediately fell to his knees again with a fanatical expression. This insignificant demon, Wei Ji, pays his respects to the mighty big brother Bai. Debai? You may rise, little Ji. Woof. Big brother Bai will look after you. You won't ever lack dog food. That's for sure, woof. Debai said with a smug expression as he immediately adopted his role without even requiring instructions from Enlin. Wei Ji nodded earnestly before slowly getting to his feet. It wasn't important that he was being offered dog food. As long as it was given to him by the mighty Big Brother he would eat a kilogram of dog food in the blink of an eye. He then met all the other members of God's entourage. Among them, there was a seedling called Bryce, a red flower called Xiao Hong, a little boy called Xiao Zhe, a wolf with pristine, white fur called Little Lang, and an adorable flying ball called Xianxia. He discovered with amazement that every member of God's entourage possessed extremely fearsome auras. The auras that escaped from the bodies of some of the members of God's entourage were even countless times more powerful than General Hongsong, who was the most powerful being in his world. This was extremely terrifying to him. God's entourage was already so powerful, and they were still unable to rule this world? Just how horrifying was this world? With this in mind, Wei Ji's whole body began to tremble. However, he had a personality that made him more excited the more challenging a prospect was. Tina was actually quite excited to have successfully transferred a living being from the divine mirror world to this world. However, in order to uphold her majesty and prestige as a goddess, she had to repress her celebratory mood for now. Little Na, how many living beings can you transfer to this world at a time? And Lin transmitted his voice to her. As long as I have enough energy, there is no upper limit, Tina replied with a smug expression. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. There weren't that many powerful beings within the divine mirror world, but there were close to 100 soul formation stage cultivators. This was quite a formidable force even in the Taichu continent. Let's take it easy for now. We'll let Wei Ji experience this world first before transferring him back to the divine mirror world to spread the news. And Lin transmitted his voice to Tina again. He was not in desperate need to recruit people for now. As such, he might as well let them develop in the divine mirror world first. When he needed people, he could just summon them then. Let's prepare some cultivation methods and resources to place into God's realm. There's no need for that. Within the divine mirror world, I can use my power to create cultivation methods and techniques, which are split into 5 tiers: yellow, green, earth, heaven, and divine. We can use these as rewards. As for resources, let's just use the resources from the divine mirror world, Tina replied. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. Holy fuck! You can create your own cultivation methods and techniques? What the hell is the divine tier? How powerful is that supposed to be? It's very powerful. As for how powerful, I've seen Emperor Tianhuang's chaotic lightning. If you take away the power of the Dao integration stage from a technical perspective, it's a little bit more powerful than Emperor Tianhuang's lightning techniques, Tina replied. Stronger than Emperor Tianhuang. Holy Mother of God. This was one of the 5 emperors of the heavenly court, the Emperor Tianhuang, who was known as the godfather of lightning. And Lin turned to Tina with shock etched on his face. Tina, are you going to defy the heavens? Why would I defy the heavens? I am the heavens. Tina pursed her lips as she sat on Lin's shoulder and tugged at his hair with her little hands. And Lin almost knelt down for her there and then. However, divine tier techniques are too complex and powerful. If I give them to the current living beings of the divine mirror world, they would probably self-detonate. Let's wait until they reach the return to void stage before awarding those, Tina added. And Lin turned to Tina with a scorching expression as he transmitted his voice to her excitedly. Oh, mighty goddess! Please teach me. My constitution will prevent me from self-detonation. So please teach me the divine tier cultivation methods and techniques. Tina, my cultivation methods and techniques can only be taught to the living beings of the divine mirror world. I feel like this has something to do with my jurisdictive power that only applies to that world. I've tried to record these cultivation methods to be brought back to this world, but to no avail. I can only learn it myself or teach the living creatures of the divine mirror world. And Lin was quite disappointed to hear this. But then, another thought occurred to him. You can learn them too? Can you unleash those cultivation methods and techniques in this world? I can. I've already devised 9 super powerful techniques and 2 super powerful cultivation methods. Tina transmitted her voice with a wide grin. Like this one. She waved her small and nimble hand through the air, and the space around them transformed into a galaxy of stars. There was nothing left in this world aside from the endless expanse of stars. The realm was boundlessly cavernous, and the sound of a song seemed to flow from the vast expanse of silence. Everyone suddenly felt extremely drowsy and carefree, as if their bodies and souls had all completely relaxed. Everyone within the dorm room, regardless of whether they were returned to Void Stage Little Lang, Xiaozhe and Bryce, or even in Lin with his initial success stage body of the War God, all of them fell asleep with joyful expressions on their faces. Tina looked at the people who were sprawled around the room in deep slumber before clapping her little hands together. The crisp claps instantly shattered the silence in the starry galaxy around everyone. Xiaozhe was the first to spring up from the ground as he looked around with shock and horror. "Who dares to put me to sleep?" "It was me," Tina snapped. Shocked and horrified, Xiaozhe turned to look at Tina. You're already this powerful?" He was unable to believe that a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage like him was instantly knocked out by a fairy at the Return to Void initial stage. Just how powerful was the spell technique she had used? Little Lang was also staring at Tina with astonishment. Everyone had just been knocked out without warning. If Tina were an enemy, they would have all been insta-killed. "That's all because you weren't guarding yourselves against me. It's not that easy against an actual enemy." Tina was quite modest, but the smile on her face suggested that she was quite pleased with herself, as if she was waiting for praise. And Lin massaged his brows, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Little Na, does your spell technique act directly on one's consciousness? Even my body of the War God is unable to counter it. That's really impressive." He rubbed Tina's little head with a finger as he spoke. Tina smiled sweetly in response, as if she was quite happy to be praised by an Lin like this. However, Wei Ji immediately turned pale with fright. "Spokesperson and Lin, how could you do something like that to the goddess?" In his eyes, rubbing the head of the high and mighty goddess was a heinous, blasphemous act, and Lin and Tina both faltered slightly. They had forgotten that there was a devout true demon here. They had to continue acting in order to maintain their image. That's because Goddess Tina's clone in this world is not powerful enough, and I've been acting as her #1 guardian this whole time. As such, she is quite close and intimate with me. Is there a problem?" A flash of cold light swept past Lin's eyes as he spoke, and in that instant, it appeared as if he were a mighty god looking down upon the ants of the world. Wei Ji's face paled further with fright, and he didn't dare to say anything else in the face of Lin's overbearing aura. A benevolent smile reappeared on Lin's face. "Let's go, Wei Ji. I'll take you to explore this world." Wei Ji was overcome by excitement again upon hearing this, and the two of them flew out from the dorm room. The United University of Cultivation was an extremely beautiful place where iridescent light flowed through the air and lush mountains stretched far into the distance. Wei Ji saw countless immortals with monstrous auras. Never would he have thought that just a small floating continent like this could be the home to several hundred soul formation stage cultivators. To him, this was an incredibly daunting number. Just as the two of them were flying through the air, a dark rift suddenly appeared in the air. Immediately afterward, a man with bushy brows stepped out from the rift before turning his eyes on Wei Ji. His aura was as vast as the sea, and he was more powerful than any beings Wei Ji had ever seen aside from Goddess Tina. Wei Ji was completely in shock upon seeing the man's ability to tear through space with his bare hands. The man with bushy brows looked at Wei Ji before glowering at Lin. "You little rascal, can't you settle down for a bit? Why are you bringing a true demon into the school now?" This man was none other than Vice Principal Yuhua. He had detected the presence of the true demon and immediately dropped everything to come here and see what was going on. After all, the true demon tribe and the human race were on extremely bad terms. However, upon coming here, he discovered that Lin was responsible for everything again. Yuhua's expression darkened. There had been a whole host of strange living beings brought into the school recently. For example, there had been a snow soul beast adorable enough to draw screeches from all the female students, a fairy beautiful enough to attract the gazes of all the male students, and even Blood Tribe returned to Void Stage mighty figures. They had all been brought here by Enlin. Was he finally making his move on the true demons now? Impudence! How dare you speak like this to God's spokesperson? Do you want to die? Wei Ji was enraged beyond belief upon hearing Vice Principal Yu Hua refer to the mighty spokesperson Enlin as a little rascal. Vice Principal Yu Hua turned toward Enlin with a dumbstruck expression, as if to ask, "Where did you find this retard?" Enlin immediately transmitted his voice to provide an explanation. "Wei Ji is my slave. He's not very bright, and he is under the impression that I am God's spokesperson, which is why he decided to serve me." Vice Principal Yu Hua had also understood that there seemed to be some sort of hidden circumstances involved here. After all, Enlin was even able to make Blood Tribe mighty figures into his slaves. So it wasn't really all that strange that a true demon had become Enlin's slave. Don't always go prancing around with all these strange creatures. It'll be bad if some of the students are startled as a result. Vice Principal Yu Hua left some parting words before departing through another spatial rift. "Wei Ji, be more careful when you speak in this world. My identity in this world is a student of this school. Understood?" Enlin resumed his stern facade as he shot a glance at Wei Ji. Wei Ji's entire body shuddered upon hearing this, and he immediately hung his head in apology. "My sincerest apologies. Holy spokesperson, I'll make sure to not make the same mistake again. Do you think that man just now was powerful?" Enlin suddenly asked. "Very much so. At least, he's much more powerful than any living creature in our world. It's like he's a higher-level life form," Wei Ji replied. Enlin nodded with satisfaction at Wei Ji's answer. "What if I tell you that there is an even higher level of life form than him in this world?" Wei Ji was truly shocked this time as he stared blankly at Enlin. Enlin didn't say anything more. Instead, he led Wei Ji out of the schoolyard toward an even more cavernous floating continent. Here, immortal mountains stood in clusters. There were even majestic buildings that stretched as far as the eyes could see, as well as countless immortals that traversed through them. 5 imperial palaces shone with brilliant iridescent light, as if they were gargantuan pillar extending directly into the heavens above. This was the true core region of the heavenly court and also the holiest place in the kingdom of the 9 states. Wei Ji was deeply shocked by the scenes before his eyes, and he was only staring at it from the distance. Enlin didn't take Wei Ji any closer than this. "I have only shown a small corner of this world to you. There are many more powers that are of equivalent strength in this world. Do you know now how hard it is to conquer this world?" Wei Ji nodded with difficulty. Just the immortals that he saw were powerful enough to plunge him into despair. The scenes that he had witnessed up to this point had been ingrained deeply into his mind. His horizons had been completely broadened, and his body and soul trembled uncontrollably as a result. "This world is terrifying, but it also fills me with yearning and excitement." A smile suddenly appeared on Wei Ji's face as a dangerous light shimmered in his eyes. "Very good. Only a world like this is worth conquering." Enlin's lips twitched as he looked at the sinister smile on Wei Ji's face. Had this guy awakened some sort of strange personality trait because of the shock? Enlin merely took Wei Ji for a brief tour of the heavenly court, but this experience was a massive blow to Wei Ji. Prior to Wei Ji's return to the Divine Mirror world, Enlin gave him some Kingdom of the 9 States magazines and some Taichu Continent magazines. "Do what is required of you and wait for the next invitation from God," Enlin said in a slow voice. Wei Ji nodded with conviction. "Goddess Tina, spokesperson Enlin, I won't disappoint you." A white light flashed before Wei Ji and Tina disappeared on the spot. In the air above the white sacrificial altar within the central city of the true demon tribe, a figure slowly began to descend. At this moment, the true demon tribe was hosting a massive feast during which everyone was drinking to their heart's content to celebrate the burning, to celebrate the miracle that they had just witnessed. However, countless eyes turned toward the figure descending from the sky. All of them were dumbstruck again when they saw who it was that was descending upon them. Their expressions congealed on their faces as they internally roared with rage. Didn't your ass just get taken away by God to the new world? What the fuck was he doing back so soon? Was this a day trip to the new world? They had finally alleviated the awkward atmosphere through the festivities, only to have the true demon of their nightmares appearing before them again. The lively atmosphere earlier was replaced with a deathly silence, and over 100,000 powerful beings turned their eyes on Wei Ji as awkwardness began to spread through the air. After all, they had just been calling for the death of this true demon a short while ago. Yet, this true demon suddenly received a blessing from God before being taken to another world. This was a blatant slap to the face, and they felt extremely awkward as a result. Wei Ji stood at the center of the sacrificial altar as the moonlight shone down upon his body, giving him a sense of holiness. There was no hint of complacency or triumph on his face. He was still a devout follower of his faith, and his heart remained as scorching and true as ever. A white jade pendant hung from his body, shining with a faint glow. This was a jade pendant that had been bestowed upon him by Goddess Tina, which could guarantee his survival in the divine mirror world. In other words, he was unkillable as long as he wore this jade pendant on his body. God prohibited his death, so he was never going to die. Wei Ji turned to look at everyone around him with an indifferent expression, but a scorching light emanated from his eyes. He raised his head before announcing in a clear voice, "Now then, let me tell you all about the new world." Within his dorm room, and Lin yawned before sitting down to meditate. There were no more missions, and all the students were gradually leaving the school, some to return to their respective sects, some to go into seclusion, and some to embark on self-inflicted trials. In order to observe the power of the holy vermilion flame, Su Xiaolan had to go back to her sect too. After all, after obtaining the vermilion bird bloodline, her affinity toward the power of the holy vermilion flame had grown deeper. Therefore, she had to take the yearly opportunity to receive the blessing of the holy vermilion flame. And Lin had decided to search for a location for the 4-9 Immortal sect with Lu Qianhuan. This was a monumental event in which Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and the others would also participate in upon their return. For now, he had to take the time to rest and ensure that he would be in peak condition soon. After all, he was the sect leader, so he couldn't afford to look tired. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he thought about these future plans, putting him in a very good mood. The moon descended slowly and was replaced by the sun, signifying the beginning of a new day. A rhythmical knocking sounded on Lin's door in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Dabai opened the door excitedly and was greeted by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman. The woman wore a simple set of Taoist robes with a pink sash around her waist, capturing the contours of her slim waist. Her features exuded a gentle sense of beauty, and below a pair of graceful brows, her eyes rippled like water, giving onlookers a sense of entrancement. "It's the human piggy bank, woof. Are you looking for Big Brother and—" The words slipped out from Dabai's mouth as soon as he saw the woman standing before him. The warm smile on the woman's face instantly congealed upon hearing Dabai's words. This really was a case of like owner, like beast pet. She had only just arrived, and she had already received a blow to the heart. "I'm not a human piggy bank. I have a name." Lin Junjun spoke with a solemn expression. Dabai's expression faltered slightly before realizing the mistake that he had made. It was all in Lin's fault for referring to her as the human piggy bank all the time. Dabai had begun to adopt his mannerisms. This was the celestial Thearcha's daughter. His nickname for her was clearly inappropriate. "My sincerest apologies, celestial maiden Tianyu. Please forgive me, woof." An adorably apologetic expression appeared on Dabai's face as he wagged his tongue. Lin Junjun couldn't be bothered dealing with a dog, and she waved a hand in response to Dabai's apology. "Isn't Lin home? I have some business with him." "He's home. Even if he wasn't, he would come back at a moment's notice for you." Dabai invited Lin Junjun into the room before running into Lin's room and slapping him awake with his front paws. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. "Dabai, I was going to sleep for 2 days with my evergreen technique. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation for slapping me, don't blame me for welcoming you with my mountain-quaking fist." And Lin sat up with a pair of red cheeks before threatening in a cold voice. Celestial Maiden Tianyu is here in the lobby, and she's looking for you, woof. Dabai replied. Tianyu? Oh, it's the human piggy bank. And Lin came to a sudden realization. Even though he didn't really want to, he still struggled out of his bed. Lin Junjun was sitting in the lobby, which was not far away at all. So she was able to clearly hear Lin's nickname for her, and her chest constricted as a result. Her hands balled up into fists, but she didn't know what to say as she was indeed here to be in Lin's human piggy bank, and Lin stepped out from his bedroom with a warm smile. Haha! What an honor it is for Celestial Maiden Tianyu to personally visit me. Is there something I can do for you today? Lin Junjun's lips twitched imperceptibly at the sight of Lin's warm smile as she renounced him in her heart. Pretentious. I'm here to see the small war god of the heavenly court. Lin Junjun replied in a particularly soft and gentle voice. She supported her chin in her hands as her beautiful eyes rippled. Heh! If you really have the heart to come and visit me, your time would be better spent urging Emperor Ziwei to hurry up and give me my inheritance. And Lin's face immediately fell at the mention of the small war god. His homeroom teacher had promised him that he would sacrifice himself and asked Emperor Ziwei about the inheritance in Lin's stead if there was no news within a week. But he clearly hadn't lived up to that promise. Upon seeing Lin's expression darkened at the mention of the small war god, Lin Junjun immediately knew that she had managed to find a topic that stung him. For some reason, Lin Junjun was quite happy to discover this, and the smile on her face became even more vibrant. Emperor Ziwei is such a busy man, and I'm just a weak maiden. What right have I to press him for an inheritance? Lin Junjun's clear eyes settled on Lin's face. Aren't you the small war god of the heavenly court? How can you rely on others to ask for your inheritance in your stead? And Lin's expression darkened even further. He was afraid of being bashed by Emperor Ziwei if he visited him in person. What was he going to do if Emperor Ziwei's wrath had not abated? Just the thought of being abused by a true god sent shivers running down his spine. Lin Junjun became even more excited upon seeing Lin's disgruntled expression, and she was radiant with delight. She was right to have come here after all, and now she was going to continue to press home her advantage. And Lin didn't want to speak about this topic any further. What do you want from me? Lin Junjun chuckled lightly. I told you. I'm here to see the heroic small war god of the heavenly court. And Lin, small war god of the heavenly court? Why did this name sound like a title for some anime hero? Have you seen enough then? And Lin snapped. No. It won't be enough no matter how much I look at you. Lin Junjun's eyes rippled like flowing water, but she was clearly taking pleasure in Lin's misfortune. Goosebumps appeared all over Lin's body. If Su Xiaolan were to hear what she had just said, he would be well and truly screwed. All right, you win this time. I concede defeat. So tell me what you're actually here for. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. All right. I'm here for the Purple Star Ruins information you have. Lin Junjun raised her chin with a confident expression as she said, and I'm going to buy all of it at once. Oh? You seem pretty confident. Are you sure you can afford it? And Lin also smiled, but this was a nonchalant smile. Lin Junjun chuckled. Of course I can afford it. I'm going to knock you senseless with wealth that is unimaginable to you. Unimaginable to me? And Lin blinked upon hearing this. His interest had been piqued. One had to realize that he was one of the top tycoons in the entire cultivating world. Were there mighty figures richer than him? He didn't dare to involve Dao integration stage mighty figures in the discussion, but aside from Chang'e, there was probably no other return to void stage mighty figure who had more money than him. I brought this amount of spirit stones with me today. Lin Junjun stuck out 4 fingers and waved them in front of Lin's face with a smug expression. 400 million spirit stones? And Lin exclaimed in shock and elation. Lin Junjun's body swayed slightly upon hearing this, and she stared at Lin in shock. Are you fucking committing daylight robbery? How could your shitty information be worth 400 million? You told me it was going to be wealth unimaginable to me. If it's not 400 million, Then what's there to be so smug about? And Lin retorted with a disdainful expression. Lin Junjun. She had initially planned for Lin to guess 4 million, upon which she would correct Lin by telling him in a proud voice that she had 40 million. However, Lin's guess of 400 million had completely thrown her off her game. So it's 40 million spirit stones? Heh! I have about 40 million spirit stones in my storage ring already. The filthy rich Lin spoke in a nonchalant voice as he aimed a disdainful glance at Lin Junjun. It is your poverty that has limited your imagination. You thought such a trifling amount would be unimaginable to me, but unbeknown to you, that is not an amount that is even all that attractive to me. Lin Junjun felt like her heart had just been pierced by a sword. Furthermore, did you not hear about what I did in the ancient Tai Chu realm? I brought out 99 golden realm essence crystal for everyone to see upon my return. I trust you're aware of how much each golden realm essence crystal is worth, right? And Lin turned the tables and immediately began to press his advantage. 1 million spirit stones. Lin Junjun recalled the aforementioned event. Apparently, it had caused quite a sensation throughout the heavenly court, but she had never thought about it from a currency exchange perspective. Thinking about it now, which means that I had 100 million even back then. Even if you placed 400 million before me, it's not an unimaginable sum. And Lin interlaced his fingers before placing his hands in front of him as the disdainful expression on his face was further enhanced. So, Celestial Maiden Tian Yu, please don't try and flex to me in the future. It simply won't work on filthy rich and... Boom! Lin Junjun felt like her head had been struck by a bolt of lightning. She was quite angry, but she couldn't find any words to retort Lin. So the 40 million spirit stones she had brought with her was still nothing in his eyes. Lin Junjun's features paled slightly as she gritted her teeth and met Lin's disdainful gaze. I am not here to flex anyway. I'm offering 40 million spirit stones. Give me all the remaining purple star information you have. Oh, I'm not selling anymore. And Lin waved his hands with a helpless expression. I don't lack money. To be honest, I don't even know how I'm going to spend the tens of millions of spirit stones in my storage ring. He heaved a forlorn sigh as he spoke, and a vacant expression appeared on his face. This was actually the truth. He was a man that was quite easily pleased. It was exactly because of this that he still lived a normal life after explosively expanding in net worth. These spirit stones were so hard to spend. Lin Junjun's chest constricted, and she almost threw up a mouthful of blood as she stared at Lin with an ashen expression. She had gone to so much effort to accumulate 40 million spirit stones in preparation to purchase all of Lin's information at once while wiping the money in Lin's face in the process. However, the response she received was that he didn't lack money, that he wasn't going to sell. You're targeting me again. A hint of sobs was beginning to build in previously her clear voice as she glowered at Lin. This was like finally accumulating some money after bankruptcy in order to buy a certain treasure, only for the boss to tell her that he wasn't lacking in money, so she could piss off. Lin Junjun felt like she had received another heavy blow. I'm really not targeting you. Spirit stones just aren't attractive to me anymore. And Lin massaged his brows with a serious expression. You're bullying me. What can I do if you refuse to sell? You're always bullying me. Lin Junjun glowered at Lin, and tears were beginning to swim in her eyes. She felt extremely upset. She couldn't just beat him up, and she couldn't leave either as Lin was the only source of purple star information available to her. If Lin refused to sell, then she would never be able to obtain the information, nor would she be able to complete her mission. And Lin didn't expect to drive Lin Junjun to the brink of tears again. He pondered for a moment as he looked at the woman, who was on the verge of breaking down, before proposing another course of action. How about this? Spirit stones aren't attractive to me anymore, but you can use treasures to exchange information from me. What treasures can't be bought by spirit stones? Lin Junjun looked at Lin with teary eyes. Well, there are treasures like vermilion bird origin treasures or all types of divine tools, which are all priceless. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Lin Junjun really was close to tears this time. You're asking for too much. Those are all priceless treasures. How am I supposed to get one for you? I can buy anything that's not priceless. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. Lin Junjun glowered at Enlin, and Enlin looked back at Lin Junjun. Thus, an impasse ensued. Wah! Don't cry. Lin Junjun faltered mid-sob as she looked at Enlin with tears swimming in her eyes. Crying won't resolve any problems. A woman's tears are ineffective against me. And Lin waved a hand with a stern expression. Lin Junjun wiped the tears from her face before muttering to herself. So be it. I'll cry to my father. All you do is bully me. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. She was going to tell the Celestial the Arch about this? He was going to be fucking screwed then. Ahem. Celestial Maiden Tian Yu, we can still talk about this. And please stop crying. It doesn't have to be divine tools. Other items will do as well. And Lin's stern facade immediately collapsed when a fawning smile reappeared on her face. Pfft. Lin Junjun burst into laughter, and she looked up at Enlin like a white lotus with dew on its petals as she said, I'm just saying that to scare you. Am I the type of person that relies on their father for everything? I don't know, aren't you that type of person? If it weren't for the Celestial the Arch, and Lin would have already stamped Lin Junjun into the ground. He would have shown her what it meant to be a real tycoon. Lin Junjun's mood seemed to have improved significantly after what she thought to be a small victory, and she turned to Enlin with a serious expression. Then tell me what type of treasure you want. I'll do my best to get it for you, and I'll make sure it is of equivalent value to the information that you have. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. This was simply a facet of human nature. Once someone became extremely rich and could easily obtain an item with their wealth, those items would no longer be that valuable and attractive to them. At times like this, they would turn their attention to things that couldn't be bought with money, like love, or like some exotic memorabilia, or some items that bore historical importance. There were items in the cultivating world that were priceless or could not be bought with spirit stones. For example, divine rank items, divine medicine, divine pills, divine tools, and so on and so forth. Or, for example, some special artifacts that couldn't be categorized into any ranks. Items like the vermilion bird origin treasures were examples of this. These were treasures crafted by exceptional mighty figures and could already summon the powers of laws. Treasures like these were obviously extremely valuable and could only be encountered through luck. Even though the vermilion bird mirror had a very bad temper and often carried barbs in its words, the 100% attack reflection ability was still very practical and useful in a battle. Let me think. I don't lack any offensive artifacts, and since my divine body is so powerful already, there isn't much need for defensive artifacts either. An expression of deep thought appeared on Enlin's face as he struggled to decide what he actually needed. Lin Junjun's rage continued to build as she glowered at Enlin. Heh, if you're so strong, why don't you go defy the heavens? You're invincible anyway, so why don't we just give you a trophy to commend your invincibility? And Lin couldn't be bothered responding to her insults. He was seriously at a loss for what he wanted. He hesitated momentarily before proposing, How about we schedule a meeting for another day, Lin Junjun? She was finding it really difficult to suppress her rage now. Don't get swept up by your emotions. How about this? Tell me what you can give me. And Lin didn't know what to do anymore, so he decided to give Lin Junjun the initiative. Lin Junjun pondered the notion for a while before replying. The treasures that I can think of and would match your requirements are usually found in the treasure pagodas of the 5 imperial palaces. Even if they can be exchanged, it would have to be under the agreement of the emperors. How about I tell you about the items in the treasure pagodas that are most likely to be swapped, and you can tell me which one you need? And Lin nodded upon hearing this. The first item is the 1000 possibility box of the Celestial the Arch Pavilion. It requires vital energy to charge, and in a battle, the 1000 possibility box can be activated to unleash spell techniques, the types of which correspond to the power of its user. Its power varies, and when it's at its most powerful, it can unleash more power than even what its owner is capable of. But when it's weak, it's also very weak. This is a treasure in my father's collection, and there would be quite a good chance that he would give it to me if I asked for it. A slight smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she spoke. And Lin had to admit, this first treasure was already quite tempting to him. The 1,000 possibility box sounded really fun. Lin Junjun continued, the second item is the morning light umbrella from the Ziwei Pavilion, activation of which would unleash bizarre illusions which could prove to be decisive in battles. As long as the strength of one's consciousness is sufficient, a spirit nurturing stage cultivator can even trap a soul formation stage cultivator in an illusionary realm, while soul formation stage cultivators can inflict a moment of disorientation upon return to void stage mighty figures. If a return to void stage mighty figure was to use it, then cultivators of the same cultivation base would definitely fall into the illusionary realm. And Lin was quite excited. This item would allow him to challenge cultivators of far superior cultivation bases to his own. The third item is the Divine Lightning Clock of the Tian Huang Pavilion, activation of which can unleash extremely powerful lightning techniques. The Divine Lightning Clock is also imbued with the true intent of lightning and can benefit lightning-type cultivators by enhancing the power of their lightning techniques, as well as provide a source of enlightenment to further their progress in the Tao of Lightning. Apparently, it is one of the important treasures owned by Emperor Tian Huang to help him observe his Tao, so I'm not sure if he would be willing to give it up. Lin Junjun was a little hesitant as she spoke about this item. That's all right. I'm not interested in lightning. And Lin waved a hand. His lightning techniques were like hacks already, so he really didn't care for some divine lightning clock. Lin Junjun's words faltered, and she took a deep breath before speaking again. The fourth item is the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc from the Changshan Pavilion. The formation disc is imbued with the power of heaven and earth, and as long as there is enough energy, it can support a defensive formation that's able to keep even attacks from Tao integration stage mighty figures at bay. A scorching light burst forth from Lin's eyes upon hearing this. He wanted to establish a sect, so a defensive spell formation was going to be mandatory. This formation disc would be absolutely perfect, as expected of the human piggy bank. Lin Junjun tucked a few strands of hair behind her ears, as she looked at Lin's eager expression with a hint of a smile on her face. The only thing is, that item has an extremely hefty price and is actually not on sale. Even if I request to purchase it in the name of the Heavenly Court and offer the entirety of my 40 million spirit stones, Emperor Changsheng might still not agree to sell it to me. If you really want it, you might have to fork out an extra 10 million spirit stones. Money is not a problem. Filthy Rich and waved a hand through the air in a grand gesture. What followed was a few seconds of silence. And Lin blinked in confusion. Is that it? Yes. All the rest of the treasures are things like divine pills and divine tools, which are kept in the collections of super mighty figures. None of them would be willing to part with those items. There hasn't ever been an item like that sold in history, and even if they were to be sold, the asking price would not be below 100 million spirit stones, so you can give up on the idea. Lin Junjun snapped as she rolled her eyes, and Lin fell silent upon hearing this. Aside from the divine lightning clock, all of those items were quite attractive to him. Lin Junjun was in no hurry, and she supported her chin in her hands as she looked at the man suffering from anxiety with relish. And Lin pondered for a long while before asking with a serious expression. I want both the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc and the 1,000 possibility box. Is that okay? I can throw in more money. Lin Junjun took a deep breath as she glowered at Lin. Do you realize what you're asking? I have to go around exchanging favors and begging these people just so that they can agree to exchange their treasures for spirit stones. You can't just request for as many as you want. And Lin argued in a slow and methodical voice. It's not like that. Think about it. You'll be exchanging favors when you ask Emperor Changsheng for the 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disc. However, the 1,000 possibility box belongs to the Celestial the Arch, which means it's our stuff. There's no need to exchange favors for that. We can just exchange for it if the price is right. That makes sense, actually. It's all our stuff anyway. Lin Junjun nodded as her expression eased. Wait! She suddenly came to a realization, and she slammed a palm onto the table before glowering at Lin. This is not our stuff. It belongs to MY family. Don't try to put words into my mouth. And Lin, The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Then I'm not selling my information, and Lin said. Lin Junjun. And Lin finally unleashed his killing technique. Lin Junjun had no response to this sure-kill tactic. Her shoulders trembled with rage, and she wanted to sweep out the door in fury. No, she wanted to pummel Lin first before sweeping out the door. However, for the sake of that experiment, she couldn't be so willful. All right, and Lin, you win. Lin Junjun gritted her teeth as she forced the words out of her mouth. And Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded with gratitude. Thank you, Celestial Maiden Tianyu. You're so good to me. I don't even know what words I can use to express my gratitude. He was extremely excited, and he looked around the room before suddenly yelling, Little Tian, come out and help me praise her. Xianxia slowly flew out from the bedroom before shooting a glance at the unfamiliar woman. Her figure was not even close to round. How was he supposed to praise her? However, he still forced compliments out of his mouth upon seeing his master's stern expression. Wow! What an exquisitely beautiful celestial maiden, whose features can only be found in the heavens. Each and every one of your actions is part of the most beautifully choreographed dance, entrancing all onlookers who have been blessed with the honor of setting eyes upon you. Lin Junjun. Wow! The celestial maiden is walking toward me, and her walk is as graceful as a dragon soaring through the heavens. I'm in complete shock. Even her expression when she glares at me is so heartbreakingly gorgeous that Xianxia continued to rattle off compliments. Splat. However, he didn't even have a chance to finish his sentence before a pair of elegant hands latched onto him before squeezing his body. And Lin, your snow soul beast is so weird. No, it's so cute. Lin Junjun was initially a little speechless, but she immediately became addicted to rubbing his soft, furry body. I'm glad you like him. And Lin replied with a joyful smile on his face. Master, you're a traitor. How could you do this to me? Xianxia felt like he had been sold and was extremely enraged as his body was squeezed into all types of different shapes. Lin Junjun fell more and more in love the more she squeezed Xianxia, and her heart felt as if it were about to melt at the sight of Xianxia's adorable body. She turned to look at Lin with her bright eyes. She then called out to him in a mellow voice, Lin. Her voice was quite gentle, and Lin couldn't help but shudder upon hearing her sudden change in tone. What? And Lin turned to Lin Junjun with a cautious expression. If you give this snow soul beast to me, I can get you the morning light umbrella as well. Lin Junjun proposed with a serious expression. And Lin, Xianxia, hee, you were hesitant about getting the 2 treasures for me before, but now you said you're able to get me 3? A teasing smile appeared on Lin's face. A light blush appeared on Lin Junjun's face. That's different? And Lin couldn't be bothered wasting more words on this matter, and he immediately grabbed Xianxia from Lin Junjun's hands before hugging him to his chest. Little Tian is a priceless treasure. He's not something that can be exchanged for a treasure or 2. Lin Junjun faltered slightly upon hearing this while Xianxia was extremely touched. It looked like Master loved him after all. He felt much better nestling against Master's wide, flat chest rather than that woman's hilly chest. All right, we've settled on a deal. So tell me how many spirit stones I need to issue. And Lin decided to seal the deal in case this human piggy bank changed her mind. And Lin's firm expression deterred Lin Junjun from pursuing the matter any further, and she placed a pen and a stack of paper, which were enchanted with spell formations, on the table before her. Please record all the purple star information you have onto these sheets of paper. I hope we have a relationship of mutual trust and that you won't keep any information to yourself. Don't worry. It is my honor to be able to contribute to the heavenly court. And Lin chuckled before getting to work. Lin Junjun pursed her lips before rolling her eyes at Lin. Honor? Who was it that was just bartering with her? Formations, bloodline research reports, technological product blueprints. More and more information flowed from the tip of the pen onto the pieces of paper, and Lin Junjun's eyes began to light up. Took a full day for Lin to write down all the information that he had. Lin Junjun fell into deep thought as she looked at the mountainous pile of information before her. She was quite a proud woman who refused to rely on her status and position to force others into giving her things at a discounted price. She would give what was due and strive to maintain fairness. It was exactly because of this that she discovered that the 40 million spirit stones within her storage ring were not enough to exchange for all the information that had been provided. The quality and quantity of the information laid out before her were far superior to what she had anticipated. What could she do? What else could she sell to Lin? Are you all right? Lin stretched his aching joints as he looked up at the Lin Junjun, who had a peculiar expression on her face. Lin Junjun paused momentarily before speaking her mind. The information that you have provided is worth around 50 million spirit stones. And Lin, was this woman retarded? They had already agreed on a price of 40 million spirit stones, but now, she said that his information was worth 50 million. I don't want to fool you, so I'll accumulate another 10 million spirit stones for you, Lin Junjun said with a firm expression. And Lin looked at Lin Junjun with an earnest gaze. Lin Junjun's temperament actually suggested that she was more of a gentle and cultured woman. But who would have thought that her personality would be so stubborn? Of course, this could be counted as one of her virtues. For example, because of her stubbornness, and Lin's impression of her had improved significantly. Thank you for being so honest. And Lin expressed his genuine gratitude. You're welcome. It's all part of a mutual relationship of trust. Lin Junjun smiled lightly before stowing away all the information into her storage ring. I'll go and speak with Celestial the Arch and Emperor Changsheng, and I will get back to you once they propose a price. She opened the door, causing the sunlight to shine down upon her, thus giving her a refreshing disposition. Bye-bye. She waved at Lin before disappearing, leaving behind a few white feathers that fluttered onto the ground where she had just been standing. Take care. I hope to see you again soon. And Lin waved his hand in farewell as well. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder at the sight of the white feathers fluttering to the ground. What a departure! Thinking back, Lin Junjun had leaped into the clouds when she had left in the past. But now, she could instantaneously disappear from sight. This was clearly an extremely profound spatial spell technique, which suggested that she had progressed to the return to void stage. However, that didn't really matter. And Lin felt like his skin was thick enough that Lin Junjun wouldn't be able to beat him, even if she had indeed broken through to the return to void stage. I'm exhausted. Let's go and sleep. He grabbed onto Xianxia as he walked into his bedroom. The next day, another burst of rhythmic knocking sounded on his door, and Lin was already prepared and immediately opened the door. Good morning, Celestial Maiden Tianyu. And Lin greeted while grinning. Morning. Lin Junjun responded in kind. I have some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Why was there bad news? Let's hear the good news first. His heart was feeling a little uneasy. The good news is that Celestial the Arch has agreed to exchange his 1,000 possibility box, and Emperor Changsheng has also agreed to part with his 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disk, Lin Junjun said. An elated smile appeared on Lin's face upon hearing this. Lin Junjun wore a purple dress today, which complemented her features quite well. She walked in through the door and sat down onto a chair as a faint glow of excitement flashed in her eyes. She appeared to be quite happy, and it didn't look like there was any bad news. Wait, and Lin's heart jolted. From her expression, it really did look like there was a piece of bad news. And Lin took a deep breath before asking with a nervous expression, What's the bad news? The bad news is... A slight smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she spoke in a slow voice. Emperor Changsheng's 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disk will cost 50 million spirit stones, while the 1,000 possibility box is going to cost 40 million spirit stones. It doesn't look like you have enough money? Lin Junjun intentionally extended her syllables, and she was clearly taking pleasure in presenting this awkward situation to Lin. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. There were only 34 million spirit stones in his storage ring, and even after adding on the 50 million spirit stones that Lin Junjun was going to provide him with, he was still 6 million short. And Lin was then rooted to the spot in shock. Holy fuck! Filthy Richin was short on money. 6 million spirit stones didn't sound like much, but even most return to void stage mighty figures wouldn't have that sum as their net worth. Where was he going to get 6 million spirit stones from? Lin Junjun surveyed Lin's distressed expression with relish as she basked in the joy of the moment. After some time, she offered another alternative. If you don't have enough money, you can just buy one first and leave the other. And Lin shook his head upon hearing this. He knew that these treasures were all normally unsellable items, so if he delayed for too long and the emperors changed their minds, then he was going to miss out on the opportunity. Can I sell some stuff? And Lin asked. Lin Junjun looked at Lin with a sympathetic expression. Are you liquidating your assets? If you really don't have enough money, you can wait for a bit. There's no need to force yourself. Speaking of which, I also owe a lot of debt from accumulating the 50 million spirit stones. So I don't have money to lend you. And Lin shook his head. This is not liquidation of resources. I just have too many treasures that I haven't had a chance to sell off yet. Lin Junjun. Alright, bring out all the valuable stuff you have. I learned from the god of wealth himself, so I can help evaluate your items and sell them off for you. And Lin nodded before bringing out a necklace with a white jewel embedded on it and passing it to Lin Junjun. This is... Lin Junjun faltered slightly upon taking the necklace from Lin. So you kept it with you this whole time. A radiant smile suddenly appeared on her face. This necklace was her high-rank protective spirit tool, Heavenly Spirit Iceheart. She had once given it to Lin as Lin had more information than she could afford, but she was too stubborn to give up until she had absolutely nothing of value left. She didn't think that Lin would have kept the item with him this entire time. After all, this was a feminine accessory. It was very valuable, so she thought Lin would have sold it or given it to someone long ago. And Lin wasn't that rich at that time, and since the item was useless to him, it would have been a good idea for him to sell it. Lin Junjun carefully put away the necklace before speaking in a gentle voice. This Heavenly Spirit Iceheart is worth 1 million spirit stones. That much? And Lin's eyes widened before quickly shutting his mouth after realizing how stupid his statement was. Fuck. This was probably the first time in history that a seller was complaining to the buyer about the price being too high. Lin Junjun pursed her lips in a slight smile, but didn't take advantage of Lin's moment of madness. This necklace has increased in price recently. And Lin, as expected of the human piggy bank, thus there was still a gap of 5 million spirit stones. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before bringing out 3 4th-grade Immortal pill coupons and 1 3rd-grade Immortal pill coupon. These were the rewards that he had received for his monumental performance during the end-of-term examinations, and he didn't think that he would have to part with them so soon. Lin Junjun proposed a price of 2 million spirit stones for all 4 coupons, a price which Lin thought was quite reasonable. After that, he brought out 43 lower-grade spirit tools out of his total of 93 spirit tools to be exchanged for 3 million spirit stones. Thus, the gap of 6 million was finally breached. The lower-rank spirit tools were nothing to filthy rich so he wasn't too upset at having to part with those. However, he was very distraught to have exhausted his supply of 34 million spirit stones. He could only hope that a spirit stone mine or something like that would come into existence in the Divine Mirror world. That would be awesome. Lin Junjun carried all of Lin's money and treasures to the heavenly court palaces, and before long, she returned once again with 2 treasures in her hands, both of which exuded extremely fearsome energy fluctuations. Here, this is the 1,000 possibility box. She handed a black box to Lin. Why is it so simple looking? And Lin's lips twitched. The name sounded so profound, but its appearance ended up being pretty comparable to his chaotic alloy brick. That's not important. The important thing is that it's useful. Lin Junjun rolled her eyes at Lin, and Lin refined the 1,000 possibility box before dripping a drop of blood onto its surface to become its master. After that, he activated the energy within his body to charge the box. This bar here shows the remaining battery level, which is currently at 30%. Oh, that's pretty modern, and Lin praised as he looked at the bar, which appeared to be quite similar to the battery bar on phones. And that circular hole there is the hole from which the 1,000 possibility box unleashed its spell techniques. Make sure to not hold it back to front. Otherwise the spell techniques are going to strike you instead of your enemies. Lin Junjun continued. And Lin looked at the little black hole and made a mental note to face it away from himself. He tried to inject his energy into the box. Immediately after that, an extremely formidable suction force engulfed his body as vital energy surged, and he felt as if all the energy within his body was being sucked away in a mad frenzy. Holy fuck! And Lin exclaimed, and he was almost scared shitless by this startling development. A few seconds later, all the energy within his body had been sucked away, and he sat feebly with cold sweat flowing from his head as he stared at the ugly box in his hand. The energy bar on the box jumped from 30% to 35%. All the energy within my body was only able to charge it by 5%? And Lin was astonished. One had to realize that the power within his body probably exceeded that of a rookie return to void stage cultivator. It was exactly because of this that he was shocked by how all the energy within his body was only equivalent to 5% of the maximum capacity of this box. Of course, this is a treasure that even Dao integration stage True God can use, so it will naturally have extremely large energy storage capacity. Lin Junjun spoke with a smug expression. That's right, this was also an indication of just how badass the 1,000 possibility box was. Ha ha ha. You're going to be my most powerful treasure from now on. And Lin put away the 1,000 possibility box into his storage ring with elation on his face. Lin Junjun swept her hand through the air, and a formation disk exuding boundless light appeared. And Lin felt a sense of extremely vast power emanating from the formation disk, as if the sky were falling, the moon and sun were swapping places, and the earth was crumbling, evoking within him a sense of awe. This is Emperor Changshang's 99-fold extreme heavenly formation disk. Lin Junjun splayed her hands before her and said, and these are the formations that come with the formation disk. And Lin carefully put away the formation disk into his storage ring. This was a super treasure worth 50 million spirit stones. As for the formations, he couldn't be bothered to look at them as he wouldn't be able to figure them out anyway.